Good morning. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the DC Council Committee on Housing. Today is Wednesday, February 25th, 2025. The time is 9:31 a.m. and we're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and on Zoom. I'm calling to order this public performance oversight hearing of the committee. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to explain what a performance oversight hearing is and why it matters to communities. Each year, the Council holds performance oversight hearings to look closely at how DC agencies are doing their jobs, whether the money residents put into the city is coming back to them through real services, whether programs are reaching the people they are meant to serve, and whether government is showing up in ways that make a difference in everyday life. This is one of the most important ways the Council helps our entire city government stay connected and accountable to residents. Performance oversight is not just about reports or compliance, it's about listening. It's about hearing directly from neighbors who rely on government services, from families navigating complex systems, and from agency leaders responsible for delivering results. We look at what is working, what is not, and where people are falling through the cracks, not to assign blame, but to make the system work better for our communities. What we hear today helps shape our oversight throughout the year, informs budget decisions, and guides future legislation. And this year, the work is especially critical as the district faces significant fiscal constraints. When revenue is tight and the needs are high, every agency must be intentional and disciplined with every dollar. Today, we'll hear from all public witnesses who have signed up, and then we will turn to government representatives. The stakes of DCHA's work could not be higher. Between federal housing choice vouchers and our locally funded programs, DCHA helps tens of thousands of residents keep a roof over their heads through rental assistance. And as the landlord for public housing, the agency is responsible for the very homes of thousands more. For many residents, DCHA is not simply an agency. It is the difference between stability and displacement. Because of that responsibility, the agency must operate with strong internal controls, clear communication, and consistent accountability. Yet in recent years, DCHA has struggled to meet that standard. In 2022, the federal government released a report full of concerns about the agency's financial management practices. A local audit of fiscal year 24 identified many of the same concerns, and the agency's chief compliance officer flagged many related concerns again late last year. Working to rectify the audit findings and develop new systems to improve performance while also carrying out the day-to-day work of administering thousands of housing vouchers is a tall order, especially for an agency with high staff turnover. All of this has proven very challenging for the agency to operate smoothly, and my staff and I hear from residents and service providers all the time who are having trouble contacting the agency, understanding documentation requirements, or who didn't receive notice about important meetings. I've said before that DCHA is in a stronger position today than it was several years ago, and I believe that is still true. But stronger than before cannot be the benchmark. At this stage, we need to see durable systems, stable leadership, and measurable results. When a housing authority struggles, residents suffer. When applicants can't get in touch with agencies quickly, they risk losing their place in line, in a line that they've been waiting in for years. When assistance payments arrive late, residents face eviction and landlords face financial strain. When public housing units sit vacant or in disrepair, more residents miss out on the opportunity for a safe place to live. Director Keith Pettigrew joined the agency as executive director after the 2022 federal HUD audit. Under his direction, the agency has shown improvement and reduced the average timeline for application to signing a lease. But as the local audit and the chief compliance officer's report suggests, the improvement isn't happening quickly enough. There has been progress in some areas, but recent audits and compliance findings make clear that progress is not yet consistent or complete. Hearing that change is coming is not enough, not to me, and certainly not to the thousands of residents who rely on DCHA to keep a roof over their heads. So the question before us today is not whether DCHA recognizes its challenges. The question is whether the agency is addressing them with the urgency and consistency that residents deserve. We will hear from many of those residents today, and their testimony will illustrate the urgency better than I ever could. I appreciate everyone for testifying today and for their continued engagement in improving this agency. I don't think we have any colleagues with us at the moment. Okay. I suspect that we will have some of my colleagues come in during what is going to be a long hearing today. A logistical note before we start. I want to lay out the ground rules for public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list. I'm going to call everyone on the witness list in panels. Folks who have testified before my committee know now that we use the witness list as a guide, but also do our best to get everybody's statement. And that means we need to give my team some flexibility to move folks up or down, as well as to assemble reasonable panel sizes, because I do want everyone who intends to testify to be able to testify, and it will be past dinner time, I think, by the time we close. So please listen closely whenever I'm calling up witnesses, and I want to thank you in advance for your flexibility. When I call your name as part of a witness panel, if you are here in the hearing room, please come and take a seat at the witness table in front of me. For folks on Zoom, my team will promote you from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelist so that you can testify. You may need to click the accept promotion link, and after that happens, you'll be able to unmute and give your testimony. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying as commissioners will have 5 minutes. After that, we will hear from our government witnesses. Last note, you will see me looking down during testimony pretty consistently. It's because I'm taking notes. That is the way I retain what you're saying. I want to make sure people understand I'm not surfing the web. It's important to me that folks feel respected when they take their time to come testify. And my team will be doing the same, taking notes and administering the hearing. So just want folks to know I am listening as you testify. With that, I will call up, we will take probably 2 recesses today. One is because I have to jump into the MPD hearing just for one quick round. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on in our city and our country, and I want to make sure my voice gets on the record. That'll be a very brief recess. At some point, I will need to put some food in my body and use the restroom. So that'll be the other recess, but we will keep them both very brief. We will now call up our first panel of public witnesses. Our in-person panels will be a bit smaller because we only have 4 seats here at the table. First witness is Daniel Del Pilago, Vel Perkins, Jashelle Powell, and Linda Brown. Welcome to you all, and Daniel Del Pilago, you can begin your testimony. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, council member. My name is Daniel Del Pilago, and I work for Empower DC. We work with public housing residents and voucher holders around the city. At the recent financial management oversight and oversight of the DCHA roundtable hearing, you, Councilmember White, said something that really resonated with me. You said the 2022 HUD audit was 3.25 years ago, and we're still talking about putting systems in place. So at what point are the systems going to be in place? This resonated with me because the spirit of your statement is what many public housing residents and voucher holders ask every day. How long will it take DCHA to fix the issues that are well-known and well-documented? Several of our members will speak today about some of these issues that continue to plague the agency, and I'd like to focus my testimony on DCHA's development and renovation plans. For years, public housing tenants have shown a spotlight on the condition issues that threaten their health and well-being. What we've heard from DCHA as a response to fix these issues is usually plans to redevelop and or renovate their public housing stock. However, we continue to see many developments stuck in limbo for one reason or another. Melvo, I saw some plans on moving forward with this languishing project in the pre-hearing responses from DCHA, but I know that these plans have not been communicated with residents living in these properties. They are still dealing with conditions issues. Richardson Dwellings, this property was supposed to be redeveloped through the New Communities Initiative, but there's no city funding for this property, and tenants are still waiting for repairs and to find out what is happening with the promised redevelopment. Greenleaf, after years and years of plans to redevelop Greenleaf, it appears that we are back to square one with no tangible plans to move forward with this project. Tenants are still in less than desirable conditions and do not have a clear idea on what will happen now. These are a few examples of the issues where tenants have been promised improvements, but nothing has moved forward and conditions continue to worsen. Now DCHA has a plan to renovate a total of 19 properties, starting with 9 properties first. Unfortunately, we are already seeing some of the telltale signs that these projects will take too long to actually improve conditions for the tenants that desperately need them. The projects have already been pushed back from the initial timeline. And from the outreach we've done at the majority of these properties, many tenants are still unclear about what will happen. When will they be relocated, to where, and what will they come back to? Will their monthly housing cost increases are some of the questions we hear. We all want to see public housing improve. The district residents, these district residents deserve better than what they currently have. DCHA needs to be honest and truthfully communicate what is happening and what will and will not happen at these properties where plans have not moved forward. In the interim, repairs are necessary. They need to be made until redevelopment or renovation happens. We encourage this committee to continue the important work of performing oversight over this agency to ensure that these plans to improve the conditions of the important public housing stock are carried out in a way that actually benefit public housing residents and don't result in an excuse to defer maintenance and to displace district residents from their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Val Perkins,
Hi, how you doing today?
doing well.
I'm sorry.
Yep, just hit that button.
Thank
There
you.
we are.
My first time doing this. How y'all doing today? I just bought something because I wanted to show you this. You see how big this room of paper is? This is how much communication and probably a little bit more that I've had with DCHA in reference to my voucher situation. And this is the hair that has come out my head since yesterday from worrying about this for over a year or so. I just want to share something with you guys that the communication with DCHA and my landlord were very negligent. They left me, as of today, losing my voucher. I did everything I possibly could, and this is an example of how much communication I had with them, and the system failed me on both sides. I have 2 children in college, 2 young men in college at Catholic University, and I have to make sure they focus on their work because they're worrying about us being evicted because of the fact that the landlord did not upload the RFTA packet properly. He did not respond to the portal. I put everybody and their mother, father, sister, uncle, aunt on the email so they could see that we were in need of help. No one threw a raft in to save me. So here I am sitting before you guys, letting you guys know that, you know, I could be evicted any day. They're trying to evict me because I don't have my voucher. I lost my job involuntarily in April of 2024. I got my voucher in June of 2024. And between DCHA and the landlord, it has still not been uploaded properly into the portal. And us as customers, we can't see that. We can't see what's going on to be able to assist or facilitate or make sure that we understand, you know, the process. So this is like a STI, a socially toxic incompetency of the city for us as the people. We don't have a voice, but yes, we do have a voice. I'm fighting so hard to get this voucher situation resolved some kind of way, and it's not my fault. This is so frustrating and unfair. This is all I've been focusing on, is trying to correct something I did not do. I'm going to do everything I can to make noise in the city about how this will cripple people and families who are not aware of how to equip themselves for this type of unfortunate, no fault of yours situation. I will not stop fighting. Accountability is necessary for all parties involved. I will be heard, and for those behind me, I hope they listen, because being silent is not the solution. My mother told me a closed mouth don't get fed, and my mouth would constantly be open and would constantly be running for the people of this city. and myself.
Uh, Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll come back to you with some questions in a few minutes. Giselle Powell, welcome. Good to see you.
Grand Rising, DC Council members. My name is Jashelle Powell. I'm a Ward 7 resident. DCHA needs to update their inspection policy and a better strategy to supply healthy and safe homes for families. They have a policy where they state if they can't see it, they can't cite it. That policy alone has placed families in unsafety and unhealthy homes. Excuse me. Housing has inspected and approved of the last 3 places I have lived in with my son. The first home was infested with 9 different types of mold that caused my son to miss 50 days of school. The mold was located in the crawl space of the home, and they wanted an estimate of $12,000 to remove and clean out the infected area. We were in that home for 13 months to be moved to another property that had mold under the carpet. My son had to have his adenoids and tonsils removed due to the inhalation of mold and the effect it caused on his breathing. To now living in a unit with a leaky toilet and holes forming underneath the vinyl sheet on the floor. The holes, they wouldn't sight until our foot goes through the floor. We are forced to pay rent in these living conditions. The tenant should not be held accountable for the slumlord to half do a job at the expense of the health and lives of residents. We are threatened with eviction while fighting for our lives and mental well-being at this point. Landlords be having multiple housing code violations that they don't attend to. They cover up, continuously gets paid because you can't see the cover up of internal damage at the expense of the residents' health. I also wanted to mention that I reached out to DCHA in reference to my mother. She was a federal voucher holder. And I stated to them the unit that she was living in, which they told me that she needed to move out of that unit, which she had already passed in. And the only thing that they stated to me was get a lawyer. They didn't investigate it. They didn't do anything to support me through the process of losing my mom to a faulty unit. And they were the ones who went out to inspect and approve of a unit. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Linda Brown, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Linda Brown. I am a public housing resident at Greenleaf Senior, and I am a member of Empower DC. I have not always lived in public housing, but I have been at Greenleaf close to 20 years, initially in the mid-rise building and then in the senior building, which was a better choice for me and my daughter, who has multiple disabilities. For over a decade, if not more, I've been hearing about plans to redevelop Greenleaf. Meanwhile, the conditions here have gotten progressively worse. Every few years, we get introduced to a new developer with promises that our property will be redeveloped and fixed. But here we are in 2026, and nothing has happened. For me and many of my neighbors, this has created a significant feeling of instability because we don't know what is going to happen next. We have been told we are going to be relocated, that our building will be demolished, that a new building will be built, but nothing has changed. DC is a very expensive city to live in, and given my circumstances of being a senior and having a daughter with disabilities, having a safe, decent housing is very important for me. That is why it is important to know what is actually going to happen. Will there ever be a redevelopment? Will conditions improve? We don't have an answer yet. I have seen developers come and go. I have seen directors come and go. But once again, we don't see any significant change on our property. I appreciate having a roof over my head, but I do pay rent. I contribute to my community, and I expect better outcomes. We all have better hopes for our community. We want it to thrive, but we But for too many years, we have gotten by with hoping that something better will happen. Oftentimes, people think we don't care, that we don't want to better ourselves, but we do. We want better for ourselves and for our children. I want to make sure that DCHA is being honest about what will happen, that they will plan better, and that they will communicate with us in a meaningful way. Sometimes it feels like they are hiding the truth from us and just want us to accept the situation we are in. Through my work with Empower DC, I have learned about all of the other properties that have been promised improvement, but nothing really moved forward. Properties like Kenworth, the Melville properties, Richardson Dwelling, Berry Farms, and many more, just like Greenleaf, are still waiting on the promises of improvement to be delivered on. I hope that this year DCHA will have a clear and achievable plan for Greenleaf, because we all have the same goal: to improve our properties and communities so we can have more peace of mind and know what to really expect for a better outcome for our future.
Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you for being here, although I'll start with some frustrations about why you're here. Folks should not have to come to a hearing. We shouldn't have 80 people on the witness list because folks just don't know what's going on at the properties they live in. That's not acceptable. We've heard this concern from folks at Greenleaf before in previous hearings, the request for more communication. So I don't know what's happening, but we will get an understanding from the agency today about what the plans are, but also why communication doesn't seem to be reaching residents. What, Ms. Brown or Mr. Del Pilago, do either of you know what the last communication was to residents at Greenleaf? And we're talking about which one, senior or mid-rise?
I'm in the senior building.
Okay.
And as of now, the last communication was that the developers that were going to develop the properties, they backed out. And so here we are now trying to find developers, or that's my understanding, because there hasn't been any real communication with that.
When was the most recent update, roughly, you think you and residents have gotten on Greenleaf?
Before Christmas, for me.
Okay.
When I got that image, before
Okay.
Christmas.
Before Christmas. So,
Yes.
Okay, couple months ago, and that was when they said they're looking for a new developer?
Yes, that's what I was told in the community meeting, yes.
Okay. Greenleaf has been about to be redeveloped since before I got to the council 9 years ago. So we've got to fix the communication issue. I mean, it's, we can, if residents need more frequent updates, you shouldn't have to come to a hearing to get that. So we will find out today what the status is of Greenleaf and the timeline. And sometimes these things linger. I don't know if that's the case here, but sometimes they linger so long that developers move on, or as like with Berry Farms, it's taken so long that now they're saying they need more money. The original projected cost a decade ago is, yesterday's price is not today's price. Like, despite what the State of the Union said, inflation is real. So we're going to get that. Your representative, forget the name of the group, but the council in each of the properties has a representative advisory council. Can you turn your microphone on?
Belinda is our resident council.
Okay.
We have a meeting the second Tuesday of every month.
Okay.
So it's not just the fact that they are making these plans, but the residents isn't getting that communication.
Yeah.
So you can't have some of the residents there and not have everyone. The job is to make sure that everyone on that property knows what is going to happen to that property. And like I said, given my circumstances, it's not easy for me to just up and prepare when I have someone else that I'm responsible for.
When DCHA communicates with everybody on a property, how do they usually do that?
There are notices that are put in the door of the apartment because the where I live is like on the outside, and then there's the building. So that communication in the building doesn't necessarily get around to the apartments that's on the outside, the way it's situated. And so sometimes we don't get that communication of when a meeting is happening. We get it secondhand. And so that's a problem because when it does, you've made other commitments and you can't make that meeting. And it's important that you make the meeting, yes.
So, Mr. Del Pilargo, you do a lot of work in organizing with tenants. What I'm trying to figure out is like, what's the balance? I don't think DCHA is going to, put a notice in every resident's door every month to say, hey, here's the, the status. What's the right way to keep that line of communication open?
Yeah, I mean, we can be, Empower DC can be a little annoying in the sense that we will flyer, we will do door-to-door door knocking, we will send emails, and we will send texts. Like I was just sending an email to the folks who we helped register for today saying, hey, the hearing has started. So maybe it's not that cadence, but what I have encouraged DCHA to do is to, at the very least, do door-to-door outreach. I've been to the properties. Many of them are vacant. They should know which units are occupied. And I see, fairly well-sized maintenance teams that could accomplish that. We do it with about 4 to 5 people. It takes us maybe 2 to 3 hours, depending on the property, to knock each door. Of course, it takes a little longer if we have conversations, but we make sure to leave this information. So, we've taken on that responsibility to essentially communicate what we hear publicly from the Housing Authority, right? When we heard about these renovations, we went out and essentially let folks know what was public out there and encourage them to become more involved when meetings happen, or just to communicate with us to be updated on what's happening.
With all the residents and all the properties around the city, it's hard for me to imagine they're going to send folks to knock on doors monthly to say, hey, here's the update on various things. But people do need a reasonable way to stay updated. One of the other things too, though, is I want to make sure we're not burying the lead here. Folks just want to know, like, what's the timeline for Greenleaf redevelopment, or what is the plan? The plan can't be, we hope one day we'll find a developer. The plan is, here's what we're doing to get another developer. Here's when we should know something else. Does that sound about right? Like, we need to keep our eye on the ball to getting it done and letting people know when it's going to happen.
I think that's right, because otherwise the big message is something is going to happen. And given the changes that we've seen in the city, when something's going to happen, it means you're going to get kicked out. Like, that is the sense, right? You're going to get pushed out of your neighborhood, out of your unit. So we need to allay those concerns, and sometimes they are very real concerns, with factual information that tenants, and then who can I call if I have questions? So the communication can happen both ways.
Giselle Powell, I have a different question for you, but did you have insights on what I was just asking?
Yes, I just wanted to say, the purpose of individual housing specialist, shouldn't that be the person that reaches out to you via email if they need to send out any type of communication? Shouldn't it be your housing specialist?
Do you all get emails? I assume you get emails from the Housing Authority?
You're supposed to. Normally, when you're reaching out, when you need to reach out to someone, you have an individual housing specialist that you will reach out to and communicate with. You just don't get no communication back.
Okay. Since I have you, you mentioned you and I think you said your son?
Yes.
Or were in a home that had a lot of mold. for 13 months. Why did it take why were you there for 13 months? How long were you there before you knew about the mold?
I was there for about 6 months
Okay.
before I found out that the mold was in there. I had to get a kit from Home Depot to find the mold, but then I was told that I had to reach out to DOEE to have them come out and to inspect. And it was just a bunch of traffic of people coming back and forth. A lot of days I wasn't able to actually answer the door because that's how sick we were getting in the unit.
And so it took roughly 7 months. So, from the time you identified that there was mold to the time that you got to another place.
Yes.
Why did it take so long?
I actually wrote a letter to Barack Obama, and his council sent my letter to HUD. And after they received the letter within a week, HUD was calling me and trying to help me find a different place to move to. And even in the process, the inspectors from housing has to approve for us to even move in the unit. So they inspected that unit prior to us even moving in, and how severe that mold was. You smelt that in the air. You instantly started to have headaches and everything just from entering in the units. And I heard that from several people from DOEE when they came to inspect the unit themselves, they were suffering with headaches within 5 minutes of being in there.
When did DOEE, so you, after about 6 months, you went ahead and tested. How much longer before DOEE came in and tested?
I want to say within 2 weeks.
Okay.
I was in contact by a lady from Department of
Okay.
Environment.
So, and what was the next step after that? So DOEE tested, they found mold. Is that right?
Yes, they sent specialists out that inspects mold. They came out and they actually went down in the crawl space, did their testing, and they found the mold too.
Okay. And then what happened after that? So it still took a lot of months. What?
Because I was in DC Housing Authority tells you have to go through orientation for you to get a transfer voucher. By me not being in there for the full year, I wasn't up to get a transfer voucher, even though we were going through what we were going through. So I had to go through DOEE in order for me to get my voucher expedited for me to move in less than 12 months. That wasn't going as fast as it needed to go. So
Is that,
everything
but that's not the timeline for an emergency transfer, is it?
it's still a process through them and going through other agencies, and it was a lot of back and forth. But
At what point did you write when was this?
this was in 2013.
Okay. And then you moved to another place that also had mold.
Yes, and I was going back and forth to court with that landlord for the 5 years I was there, because even though I informed them, and we had a letter from Children's Hospital Center and Children's Law Center, we had letters from them stating the issue and the problem that my son was going through, and that the carpet needed to be removed. The landlord didn't really want to do it, so that was taking us through a back and forth process too, because each room was having to be inspected for the mold, which they continuously kept finding.
Okay. What would you say? Are there things that you would say are better now than they were a couple years ago? And are there things that are you're still struggling with right now that should be better than they are?
The biggest issue is with this policy, you can't cite it, you can't see it. We can't see the mold that's being hidden in units. We can't see the carbon monoxide that's being leaked. If inspectors are going out, they need to be certified to inspect the property in its entirety and not just making sure that the appliances are working.
Yeah. Okay. Agreed. So mold is something that comes up a lot in our hearings, our housing hearings, not just public housing, but a lot of rental housing. So I will need to understand from DCHA how they inspect for mold, because it's prevalent in our city. And some of our other agencies have been dropping the ball and just like pointing the finger, like, I think they do it. No, I think they do it. And nobody's doing it. So that is something I will find out from them, because mold seems to be, I think, the biggest thing that average person doesn't know what is or is not mold until it's really bad. Sometimes you do know. But if it's like under the carpet, as you said, or, behind the walls, if folks are getting sick and they're saying, I think there's mold here, we gotta have some policy for testing it. So I want to understand what that is.
And then it's very worse during the wintertime at that, because with mold, it grows through heat. So when you're running your heat, you're actually being more exposed to it. And that's where the severity comes in, when it's really affecting your health. And a lot of the landlords had roof damages that, the water was seeping through. So that stuff is actually building up behind the wall. Not trying to get too deep with it, but
Well, I know
It-
I
it
see
stems-
these things all the time.
it stems from the root cause, and they're just being patched over. It's just
Yeah.
a bandage over it, instead of actually fixing the root problem.
Ms. Perkins, I'm glad you're here. I saw a video with you on it on Instagram, and I was hoping I'd have a chance to meet you and talk to you and better understand what, was happening or not happening. I'm sorry about the experience that you've been having. You say there's been a lot of correspondence over this voucher issue with your landlord, with DCHA, or both?
Both.
Okay. And how'd you find out that your landlord didn't send in the recertification?
How I found out. Well, let me just say this first of all. This is the first time I'm ever receiving a voucher. So I'm getting educated along the way with the catastrophe added to it. I waited 20+ years for a voucher, and I finally got it. And my landlord was not educated enough to know how to upload a RFTA packet. I went down to DCHA, got the information from Ms. Purnell, emailed it to him so he can go online and upload the packet. DCHA was not responding to any of my emails. I even set up video conferences with them, through their portal, trying to get my information updated. It was an India Henderson that I was in communication with. And like this young lady beside me said, that they don't respond. They will respond to tell you that you're not, that, your voucher is about to end, but they're not responding when you're trying to find out what your status is.
Yeah.
I went on the portal. I wasn't clearly understanding what was going on, because I saw so many different names on there, like Sabrina Gant. And she said, oh, I'm not your specialist. I have no idea who my specialist is to help me navigate through this. So when I tell you, I reached out to everybody I possibly could in DCHA. When I tell you I went to the escalation, I went to, when I say I went to, I think I spoke to a Deborah Jackson. I even filed a grievance, and they gave me back my voucher because they dropped the ball the first time.
Okay.
So now I'm here with this landlord. All I'm trying to do is a lease up, because my building, it takes vouchers, and I was just trying to stay in my unit because I've been there for 23 years. In December just passed, I've raised my boys there. I have 4 boys, so they practically lived there their whole entire life. Did not know the landlord was not responding to them, because I can't see the portal.
Yeah.
Only the landlord can. And I reached out to Ward 1 Council Member's Office, Ms. Nadeau. She had a constituent, Ms. Robinson, who helped me navigate through this. No matter how we asked, no matter how many ways we asked, I didn't know you could ask a question so many different ways about what do you need? How can we support you in doing Ms. Perkins' lease up? And he even had a one-on-one with a person there. Anytime we asked a question, it took them forever to respond, if they responded. I had one person ask me to take them off the email, and I refused. You know why? Because your name is associated with my case.
Yeah. So what's the status now?
The status now is this. I got my voucher back the 3rd time, okay? And my email started August 2025. This is the email. I started August 2025 through December the 1st,
Mhm.
okay? So, and I think the email was probably like 540 pages. And this is just an example. This is not even the emails.
So, because I want to make sure we're resolving things. So today, what's the status
The
of?
status is that I was denied. I was told, and it wasn't told to me why I was denied. First, I was told because I didn't sign my voucher for the toll time. And when I sent the email back to Fatima Karoma showing her that I did sign the voucher and send it back to her, and Miss Robinson was on the email, then when I did that on December the 1st, it took them 21 days to respond to me, 3 days before Christmas, to tell me that my voucher is denied. And they wouldn't, without explanation. So on the 23rd, I went down there to talk to them. Fatima Karoma wouldn't come out her office. She sent Darnay Green out to talk to me. And they was like, oh yeah, we know about your case. You done sent everything to the mayor. We know about all this, and, and the way she was talking to me, they make you feel, they belittle you down there. They make you feel like, it's really degrading when you go down there to DCHA. The young ladies in that office and the staff in that office, make you feel like dirt. The way I seen people down there crying and everything. And I was not gonna go down there crying. I went down there to find out why was I denied, because it was not explained to me in the email. First, it was because I didn't sign my toll time. And I sent it back, proving to her that I signed my toll time. Then it took those many days to tell me that I was denied. And then I had to find out why. And they told me when I went down there, because your landlord did not upload certain documents. So why did I not know that? Why couldn't you tell that to Ms. Robinson?
Yeah.
The constituent in Ward 1 council member Nadu's office, because I was asking, when I signed my last voucher, I reached out to them at least 3 or 4 times every month, starting August, September, October, November, and even December the 1st. They sent no one out to inspect my unit at all. And this was just a lease up. I didn't know this was gonna be the nightmare for a lease up.
Yeah. So, I always, when these issues come to me, I think about how I'd feel if it was one of my family members. So you got me, I want to cry. Here's the deal. Everybody who's necessary to get to the bottom of this is in this room right now. So, let's work to connect you, outside of the hearing room with a couple of folks from the agency to try to work through this, today, because it sounds crazy to me. Let's first, we've got to fix these issues so that this doesn't happen. But for your issue right now, let's try to get to the bottom of it and see if we can't help resolve that today.
Yes,
So
sir.
somebody from my team will touch base with you as soon as you get off the panel.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all for being with us today. I very much appreciate it. Next, witness list, Sunny Desai, Managing Attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Betty Gentile, Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for SUM Incorporated. Cody Austin with the Sierra Club DC chapter, and McKenna Osborne, Senior Policy Attorney with Children's Law Center. Sunny Desai, you can begin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White. My name is Sunny Desai. I'm the Managing Attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. LCE defends and protects district residents ages 60 and over, with a major focus on preventing the eviction of low-income seniors. We work with nearly every major department at DCHA, and today I want to highlight 3 areas that warrant this committee's attention. First, LCE is deeply concerned by DCHA's rising use of criminal activity-based terminations following the rescission of some guidance by HUD. We understand DCHA's need to maintain a safe community, but filing eviction actions based on incomplete, unverified, and irrelevant allegations is not what HUD is guiding them to do. Yet that is exactly what we are seeing. For example, Miss L, a 71-year-old in Ward 8, was violently assaulted in her sleep. She defended herself, and DCHA is now trying to evict her for accusing her of violent criminal activity. Miss C, a nearly blind 66-year-old in Ward 5, is being threatened with eviction for conduct committed by her abusive adult son, violence she herself is victim of. These are just two examples of many more cases that we've seen and heard about from the community. These seniors pose no threat to anyone. We urge the council to require DCHA to report all criminal activity cases and their internal vetting procedures before they file for eviction. Without oversight, and especially with the revised rules enacted by the Rental Act, innocent seniors will continue to face unjust evictions. Second, DCHA's customer service shows some improvement, but seniors still cannot reliably navigate the system. As a witness in the last panel showed, when you go down to visit DCHA staff, it is not clear what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to navigate. We understand that there's perhaps some housing navigators have been hired, but we're not sure who they are. We haven't been provided their names or contact information, or how tenants, DC residents, are supposed to contact them and use their services. Call wait times may be down, but meaningful follow-through is still lacking, which the witnesses in the last panel also echoed. One of our clients, Mr. M, a 68-year-old from Ward 8, is a resident who uses a walker, has needed an emergency transfer since October because he's being physically abused by a neighbor. He was offered units that were inaccessible or the wrong size, and in one case, DCHA sent an offer for a unit with no contact information. It took 18 days until February 22nd for DCHA to give him the information he needed to even view the unit. This is not an isolated experience. Seniors report that they're unable to decipher unclear notices, cannot figure out who to call, often don't get calls returned. DCHA's own data that reported for this hearing shows 1,800 recertifications are currently overdue. There's longer transfer timelines and insufficient inspection capacity. So we asked the committee to demand that DCHA publish a directory of housing specialists with direct contact information, something that I feel like I've testified for many years in the past, yet there's been a resistance to supplying that. There's also been an ask for 3 additional housing inspectors. We think that would make a dent in some of those waits, and a clear escalation path for seniors to get help when frontline staff are not able to. And then lastly, I want to highlight the Senior Shallow Subsidy Program. It's a smaller program, but with a shrinking social safety net, it's become increasingly important for our seniors. The entire process, it remains very opaque. There's no outreach, no instructions on how to apply, who to contact, what happens if you get denied, how to navigate any part of the process. So written program guidelines for that program would go a long way, and additional data. In closing, DCHA reports some progress, but challenges remain, especially for seniors. I highlighted 3 issues, but there are many more, and we know some of my colleagues and counterparts at other organizations will discuss those in more detail. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Betty Gentile, welcome.
Greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentile, and I serve as a Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. SUM is a nonprofit organization working to break the cycle of poverty and homelessness in the district. The coalition, for nearly 4 decades, we've developed and operated affordable housing, and today we manage more than 1,300 units serving single adults, families, veterans, and seniors. Many of these units were developed using Housing Production Trust Fund dollars with affordability for extremely low-income residents, help made possible through LRSP and federal project-based vouchers. These tools are essential to helping the district meet its mandate to dedicate at least 50% of HPTF resources to deeply affordable housing. The DC Housing Authority is an essential partner in our housing work and in the district's effort to reduce homelessness. We offer this feedback as a housing provider that works closely with DCHA and believe stronger operational performance and coordination across the housing system will allow more residents to move into stable housing more quickly. Since 2021, SUM and other nonprofit housing providers have engaged DCA in ongoing nearly monthly dialogue to address persistent barriers to implementing affordable housing. While there have been efforts toward collaboration, significant operational challenges remain. Excessive delays in the application process and the inconsistent communication continue to disrupt the timely placement of residents into available units, showing minimal improvement from the prior performance year. The recent announcement that DCHA is unable to offer security deposit assistance further creates barriers for both residents seeking housing and for providers working to fill vacant units. Even once units are filled, substantial staff time is often required to collect payments. These issues are not simply administrative inconveniences. They impose real financial strain on nonprofit providers and slow the pace at which residents can secure and maintain housing. In practice, our asset and property management teams must divert considerable time and resources away from ensuring safe, high-quality, supportive housing in order to navigate avoidable bureaucratic challenges. We also recognize the potential value of DCHA's online portal as a tracking and accountability tool. However, communication frequently continues to parallel email requests, requiring providers to upload documentation in the portal and then duplicate submissions via email. This redundancy undermines the efficiency and adds unnecessary administrative burden. Additionally, we appreciated that some rent increases were approved in 2025 after several years without approvals. These approvals provided important financial relief amid rising operating costs. While we were not prepared for the subsequent pause announced in December 2025, we remain hopeful that a predictable and transparent process moving forward can support long-term housing stability providers and residents alike. To build on the existing foundation of partnership and improve outcomes for residents, we respectfully recommend: first, invest in staffing and training. Adequate staffing and consistent training are essential to improve reliability and ensuring policies are implemented uniformly across teams. Second, strengthen communication and responsiveness. Timely responses, clear guidance, and consistent messaging at all levels of DCHA are essential to reducing delays and improving coordination with providers. Third, ensure timely application processing and reasonable flexibility. DCHA should meet established review timelines and allow reasonable flexibility when documentation delays are outside of providers' control. Rigid timelines without agency responsiveness lead to avoidable vacancies and delayed housing placements. Last, standardize and adhere to core operational protocols. Inspections, payments, rent adjustments, and portal processes should be clearly defined and consistently applied to reduce uncertainty and administrative burden. DCHA's effectiveness is central to increasing access to deeply affordable housing in the district. We urge the committee and DCHA to continue working closely with nonprofit housing providers to help ensure that available housing resources are deployed as efficiently and effectively as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued focus on improving housing access for DC residents.
Thank you, Betty Gentle. Cody Austin.
Councilmember White, thank you for this opportunity to testify before the Housing Committee today. My name is Cody Austin. I'm an advocate for the Sierra Club DC Chapter's Zero Waste Committee. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. The DC chapter represents 7,000 active members and supporters. For 2 years now, the DCHA has claimed to have plans to issue a contract to provide recycling services for public housing residents. In 2024, they issued an RFP, or a request for proposal, with 6 addendums to provide recycling services for public housing. In October of 2025, the Sierra Club reached out to John Johnson, the Office of Waste Diversion Program Manager, who assured us that the contract is in the final stages and awaiting approval. Despite these promises, however, no recycling contract has materialized, and there is no clear timeline for the review of bids or for a target award date. Further, it is our understanding that composting in district agencies and schools is also required by district law and is subject to funding under Section 8-1031.04A of the District Code. This section, entitled Requirements for District Facilities and Agencies, calls for all district facilities and agencies to source, separate, and haul for processing compostable materials in accordance with Section 8-1031.03. These composting requirements state they are triggered by the DPW, or Department of Public Works, implementing a compost collection program. And DPW explains on its website that it established the food waste collection program in 2024. So today, we are asking the DCHA to issue the public housing recycling contract and to explain why the process has been delayed for multiple years now. The fiscal 2027 budget should include funding for recycling and public housing. Is DCHA seeking funding in the fiscal year 2027 budget to start providing recycling services to public housing? At a minimum, DCHA should issue a new RFP and award a contract to begin providing recycling services to at least one public housing property no later than fiscal year 2027. Likewise, we ask that DCHA issue an RFP to award a contract to begin providing composting services to at least one public housing property in fiscal year 2027. When residents and businesses see public institutions recycling and composting, it signals leadership and responsibility. When participation is limited, it sends the opposite message. In the meantime, we have asked DPW to place the additional smart compost bins it is deploying this year near public housing and to begin compost education for public housing residents. And with a little extra time here, I'm just going to point out that failing to award a recycling contract contravenes the DCHA's stated initiative to provide livable housing to support sustainable communities, as stated in their initial RFP. And the DCHA has fallen drastically far behind even the revised contract date of the award date, rather, of March 2024. While the DCHA can change target dates without prior notice, they have still evaded providing any clear update on the contract status. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this DCHA performance oversight hearing.
Thank you for being with us. McKenna Osborne from Children's Law Center. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a tenant in the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments on the performance of the District of Columbia Housing Authority. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families who are seeking a safe, healthy, and stable place to call home, but cannot afford market rent in DC. DCHA's core mission is to provide quality, affordable housing options to these families. But based on our experience representing clients in public housing and federal and local voucher programs, DCHA continues to fall short of fulfilling that mission. My written testimony, which I will submit shortly, highlights an ongoing agency-wide lack of responsiveness and details how poor conditions in public housing and DCHA's failure to address them in a timely manner are harming the health and well-being of DC children. In my time today, I'd like to focus on DCHA's administration of federal and local vouchers. Last fall, this committee, with the Committee on Human Services, held a roundtable to discuss the persistent bottleneck in DCHA and DHS's voucher administration process. While that discussion focused on local vouchers, many of the barriers identified apply to DCHA's administration of federal vouchers as well. As the committee heard from voucher holders, tenant advocates, and landlords alike, administrative delays and communication failures at DCHA are keeping families in housing insecurity and dangerous, unhealthy conditions and causing headaches and financial losses for landlords. The fall roundtable was an important step toward meaningful improvements for DC residents, but it was just a first step and requires sustained follow-through. Therefore, I'd like to highlight 3 areas where we hope the committee will get updates from DCHA leadership today and track progress moving forward to ensure the agency adopts and implements identified solutions. First, housing specialists need to engage in timely communication and reliable paperwork retention. DCHA directs voucher participants to contact their assigned housing specialist for all questions, from lease-up to transfers to recertification. However, families we work with regularly have questions to their housing specialist via email and phone call go unanswered. And we're currently working with multiple families stuck in poor housing because their specialist did not appropriately handle materials our client emailed to them. The committee should ask DCHA for details on what standards specialists are supposed to meet for responding to residents and handling their paperwork, and what DCHA can do to have more specialists meet those standards. Second, DCHA needs to adopt practices for the proactive monitoring of voucher and RFTA applications and recertification materials. At the fall roundtable, Director Pettigrew acknowledged this and suggested implementing internal tracking tools, or ticklers, to prompt proactive follow-up from housing specialists. There's no update on this in the pre-hearing responses. We encourage the committee to ask what DCHA has done to implement those ticklers or otherwise improve its monitoring practices. And additionally, what the status is of enabling all voucher applicants to track their applications via Rent Cafe or another resident-facing portal. Lastly, DCHA needs to provide comprehensive performance data on each stage of the voucher process, so the committee, stakeholders, and the agency can collaborate to understand what is causing delays and implement targeted solution to address what is within DCHA's control. While Children's Law Center believes DCHA should strive to make this data publicly available, as the performance metrics are so important, at the very least, they should share the data with this committee for oversight purposes. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. So, McKenna Osborne, we are going to dig into timelines, lack of communication, voucher process in a couple of ways. One thing I want to understand better, not that you were unclear, just I think you have more insights than I do. You were talking about the standard specialists are supposed to use around paperwork. What's like a real example of what you're talking about there?
So for example, we have been working with a few families who, over the past few months, are trying to transfer with a voucher and have been told that they can't transfer because their recertification materials aren't up to date. And then they say, well, I emailed those to my specialist
Okay.
months ago. And then some of those families have had to submit them via email 2 or 3 times and just keep getting told, oh, we don't have those, even though they know they did submit them already via
Okay.
email.
I'm with, yes, we hear a lot of that. Okay, thank you. Cody, Austin, there's no recycling happening at public housing right now?
That's my understanding. I know they put in a request for proposal in 2024, and we haven't gotten any status update. When I messaged John Johnson back in October of 2025, he told me that it seemed like it was, in its final stages, but I messaged him again in February, haven't heard anything back, so.
Sure. Well, it's still February. Was it like today or like a week
February
ago?
9th.
Okay, thank you. That's more than enough time to respond. So, we're hearing some themes of responsiveness. I don't like to spend my day on witnesses that don't need to be here, and I don't think you need to spend your day on issues that shouldn't require you to come to a hearing. So this is something that we need to fix quickly. On the composting, they haven't ever done composting. Is that right?
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we got to get recycling right first. I'd like to see us move to composting, and I think one of your recommendations was start with one property, as a pilot. That would seem like the way we would want to move in that direction. Have you gotten any feedback or insights from the agency around composting?
I personally haven't. I'm not sure if anyone else in the Sierra Club has, but.
Okay. All right. Let me keep an eye on the composting, but we've got to figure out what's happening with recycling. That would not be a good look for this city. So I appreciate you raising it, and we'll get clarification on that.
For sure.
Betty Gentle, thank you for your testimony. Again, I'm planning to ask a number of questions about delays in the application processes, lease ups. You talked about adequate staffing and consistent training. What are some of the real life issues that you're pointing to there?
So I think our assumption is that because there is such a lack of response, that maybe there's a need for more staffing. It's such a parallel to the experiences that the folks with the vouchers are testifying about that we have as well. Like even with folks talking about the housing specialist, we may submit an application and it may take a couple of months for a housing specialist to actually be assigned to the application that we submit. So when McKenna talks about with people not receiving responses, with us, they might not even have a housing specialist within those first couple months. And often with emails, sometimes you reach out and you can maybe copy a supervisor to escalate, and that may work, but that's not always guaranteed either. So it's just kind of inconsistent. So it's hard for me to say oh, there's a need for staffing, or exactly what type of training is needed, because honestly, we don't know. But I know usually that may be the issue in a lack of not having enough staff. And I know that when we, like I said, we have a DCHA provider group, and we meet with them on almost a monthly basis. And I know that they said they were looking into staffing, but haven't really had any updates on whether or not they're going to hire more people.
Okay, and I also think they have a lot of vacancies right
Yeah.
now. Although I'm confused, I'll get some clarification on this because I don't see any openings on their website or DCHR website, but I think there are a lot of vacancies. So that's something I'm confused about that I need to get clarification on today. But it's up to the agency to say, hey, we're going to address this either with more staffing, better training, or some grand vision that makes sense. But one of the things that's important with these hearings, as these issues come up, especially as you see themes, we shouldn't get to another hearing and those themes are still there. So I appreciate it. I
Yeah,
appreciate your
and I'll
testimony.
say too, because even in talking about the protocols, like there is an established like number of days where you're supposed to receive a response or you're supposed to, an application should have went through the process. That's just not being adhered to.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry, you said it does exist and it's not being adhered to?
Yeah, so like what is the 28 days? It's supposed to be the application process, but the time in which a process should have completed, sometimes it takes that long for a housing specialist to be assigned.
Okay.
And I'll say, because, sorry, I just want to add this too, because I heard it come up with some of the women before. What happens is we may wait a really long time for a response. And then when DCHA does respond and request something of us to get from a resident, sometimes it can take some time. And sometimes it also causes a little hostility because they're like, I already gave you this.
Yeah.
So that can create some tension.
Yeah.
But once that 10 days is up, if we haven't sent it, they'll just withdraw the application.
Right.
So there's that lack of flexibility in us getting back to them after oftentimes we waited a long time to hear from them. So like I said, there are definitely parallels
Yeah.
between the voucher recipient experience and the housing provider
Right.
experience.
Yeah. You say some of that in your testimony. I appreciate you fleshing it out. Now, did you say there is a like a resident working group that highlights some of these types of things?
The DCH this I guess is our official name, the DCH provider group. It's like the nonprofit and the housing affordable provider, and DHS also participates in that meeting as well. But yeah, we meet almost monthly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I think it's 136 vacancies I see on the org chart. So it's a lot. So we'll walk through that and a number of other things with the director, just step by step today, because we've got to get clarification on these things. I do get really frustrated when I feel like we're going in circles and some of these are not new issues. Sunny Decide, I want to make sure I understand the testimony. There was domestic violence related evictions where.
Yes, so we've seen an uptick this year of eviction filings where DCHA is the plaintiff, and the allegations are that our client, the resident, has committed some sort of criminal activity that necessitates an eviction on the fast track with no right to cure. Consistently. I can think of 3 off the top of my head. I've talked to colleagues around the city who've also seen an uptick. And so far, we represent seniors, so the common theme in our cases has been, it's not the senior who's actually done some alleged criminal activity, but somebody else in their household or something similar to that. But our client is the one facing the eviction. And I don't have official word on it, but my understanding is this is in response to some HUD directives. But the HUD directives are not evict anybody who's been associated with any sort of crime, right? There's still some discernment that needs to take place, in my opinion.
So let's say, because I'm trying to predict what the rebuttal would be. Let's say there's a senior who lives in a unit with his son. Let's say his son commits an assault on the property. How should that be handled ideally?
It's hard to say ideally, but I can say that in some instances, there are other ways to handle that. For example, there are internal grievance procedures within DCHA. You don't have to go straight to Superior Court. There are, in a lot of cases, our clients who are the victims understand and sometimes want their family member they are okay with the family member not residing in the property anymore, right? So there's some least
Yeah,
restrictive
okay.
measures that aren't being
Yeah,
taken.
okay, I mean, that would seem like, in this hypothetical, an opportunity to cure would
Right.
make sense.
Right,
You
right.
know, now if the senior says, I'm not leaving, my son doesn't have to leave, then that might be a different story, but.
Right.
Okay, or if there are a couple cases that stick out that you can send to my team, we'll see if we can like get a correction so that things like that aren't happening.
Right. And I mean, I'll just say quickly, I'm not sure what's precipitating this. In the 3+ years I've been here, I haven't seen these many criminal activity cases. So I assume it's something is happening, but we haven't gotten official word on it.
Okay, I'd like to know too. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then just one clarification for me in your testimony. You recommended that the agency publish housing inspectors or housing specialists?
Specialist. I apologize. There's a request. There was a question in the pre-hearing. The pre-hearing responses. They mentioned that they could use 3 additional inspectors to catch up on the backlog. So I mentioned that. But yes, we've talked in the past, and many other times I've testified about the need to know. Oftentimes our clients will tell us, Miss So-and-so is my housing specialist, but we're not sure how to contact that person. We don't
Yeah.
have a way to. Yeah.
That's another thing that we're here. I mean, we're only 2 panels in. We've heard that a couple times. So, okay. Imminently fixable issue.
Right.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you
for being with us. All right. Next panel, Andy Wasenick, Policy Director with Miriam's Kitchen, Diane Benson, David Smith, and Jamie Lilly. And if I don't read a title or organization that you're with, it's because I don't have it. So, I know that's Andy Wasenick. I want to figure out who's missing here. Diane Benson? You're Diane. Okay. And you're Jamie Lilly? Okay. So David Smith, not here yet at this time? All right. Ron Payton, founder of Payton's Place Real Estate. Josh Williamson. Josh Williamson. Brendan Haley, Director of Single Adult Programs with Everyone Home DC. Excellent. And Andy Wasink, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Andy Wasenick, Policy Director at Miriam's Kitchen, a homeless services provider with the mission of ending chronic homelessness in the district. I am also a resident of Ward 4. By the end of fiscal year 25, DCHA and their counterparts at DHS succeeded in leasing up over 1,300 households across DHS programs, and in doing so cleared a significant backlog of many hundreds of LRSP applications in a relatively short period of time to make this happen. For this, appreciation is both warranted and given. This was quite an achievement and goes to show what really is possible when, with a little bit of pressure, agencies work together to solve problems. As this committee knows, DCHA also hosted and provided a facilitation of several in-person process review sessions with DCHA, DHS, and staff and representatives from provider agencies and individuals with lived experience. These sessions were energetic, positive, and seemingly fruitful. For this, again, DCHA rightly deserves our appreciation and recognition. Many issues raised at the process review sessions were raised in both during the sessions and in the facilitator's final report. The solution to many, if not most of these issues, was going to be found in DCHA's transition to Rent Cafe software system. As was noted during the roundtable hearing on the voucher system bottleneck back in November, the adoption of Rent Cafe creates its own issues, with the 2 main ones being that the citizenship status question in the application and the population, and the fact that the population we serve is largely older, not technologically fluent, and limited or with no access to technology. In other words, case management providers need access to the system as well. To my knowledge, there's been no real movement towards the resolution of either of those issues, and we call on DCHA to resolve these issues in the near term in a way that centers the needs of the populations they serve. It is difficult to determine what positive ongoing effects the process review might have had, given the relative lack of new vouchers in the system this fiscal year. What we hear from our PSH program managers and other providers is that the voucher applications are being approved rather quickly, but there are delays experienced with RFTA processing and inspection times. But again, given the relatively low numbers of resources in the system, we would expect that there not be any delays at any step of the process. Prior to the process review sessions, Miriam's Kitchen, along with several other of our sister provider agencies, circulated an issues and requests document that enumerated the many points of consternation that providers had along the many steps of the voucher approval process and lease-up process in the program. Probably 80 to 90% of those issues that were raised were really matters of communication. However, communication issues still persist. Whether that's individuals or case managers not getting responses from housing specialists, or whether it's the rollout of larger policy or program changes such as freezing rent increases or announcing that there are no more funds for security deposits, it shouldn't take escalating a problem to a program director to get a response or resolution. FAQ should be published or posted when a significant program policy is implemented, and not 2 months after. And it should be standard operating procedure to check in with partner agency with whom you share thousands of participants before making an announcement that might affect those individuals. We call on DCHA to continue to work on improving communications and a collaborative approach. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Diane Benson, welcome.
Good morning, council members. My name is Diane Benson. I'm a lifelong district resident, and I've lived in Ward 8 for 30 years. I'm a part of Empowerment DC Housing Choice Voucher. I'm a voucher holder, and I have been having some issue related to that. I received a voucher about 30 years ago. I'm now leased up currently where I live. Unfortunately, the ceiling in the unit I was living in began to crack. So the landlord moved me to another unit on the same floor in March 2022. And this is where the problem with my voucher started. I reached out to housing to let them know that I had been transferred to a new unit of the emergency issue with the ceiling in my former unit. It was
I'm gonna take a quick recess. All right, we are resumed. I apologize. I want to make sure I can get my full attention if you're testifying. So I'm very sorry about that, Ms. Benson. You can start over if you'd like, or you can pick up where you left off, but.
March 2022, this is where my problem with the voucher started. I reached out to housing to let them know that I had been transferred to a new unit because of emergency issues with the ceiling in my former unit. It was difficult communicating with DC Housing Authority. At one point, they told me that this was not an emergency for them, and I should have notified them before I moved out. But I was in an emergency situation. As a result of this, DCHA stopped paying on my voucher. My landlord started to ask me what was happening, because I was now behind on my rent. To have my voucher so I can find a new place to live. I'm a senior now, so I really need a safe place to live.
Thank you very much. And again, my apologies. I'm going to come back to you with a couple questions at the end of this panel. Jamie Lilly, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. I'm Jamie Lilly. I am a small housing provider participating in the Housing Choice Voucher Program in Washington, D.C. I'm here because the current system can allow a tenant to obstruct repairs, trigger repeated complaint inspections, and escalate serious allegations, while the housing provider is the one facing abatement, withheld payments, and even potential contract termination, often without timely documentation or meaningful enforcement support. In my case, the tenant has repeatedly restricted or refused access for contractors, sometimes directing them to leave mid-job, even when repairs were scheduled and I was present. There have been frequent complaint calls to multiple agencies and utilities, including repeated gas odor claims that resulted in appliances being red tagged and required stove replacements at significant cost. There have also been reoccurring claims of pest, leaks, and sewage issues that are not consistently substantiated when licensed professionals inspect. The tenant also falsely accused me of having lead in the home, despite the property's plumbing having been replaced in 2011. Another example of major claims that escalate agencies without verified support. At the same time, the tenant has repeatedly failed to pay their portion of the rent. ERAP covered arrears in March 2024, and then the non-payment pattern returned. Arrears now exceed $3,400, creating a cycle where the tenant remains housed while the housing provider absorbs financial risk and administrative burden. I respectfully ask the council to take oversight and legislative action to require prompt delivery of itemized inspection reports and deadlines after every inspection, create a documented tenant obstruction or refusal process that poses penalties to the landlord and includes meaningful tenant consequences, limit repeat complaint inspections with a defined window unless objective required criteria are met, and strengthen inspector neutrality and cross-agency coordination to prevent duplicate bad faith complaints. Finally, housing providers need a clear, lawful pathway to exit the program and regain possession when a tenancy becomes unsafe or unworkable without being trapped while payments are withheld. Thank you for your time. I can provide a supporting packet with timelines, photos, videos, receipts, and contractors will testify on my behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brendan Haley with Everyone Home DC. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brendan Haley. I'm a Ward 7 resident and Director of Single Adult Programs at Everyone Home DC. Every year, we work alongside hundreds of households to prevent and end homelessness through our homeless prevention, street outreach, day center, and permanent supportive housing programs. Today, I'm going to focus on the work of our PSH team and its experience with DCHA in administering LRSP vouchers. Our team works alongside 108 households, 33 of which are in the housing navigation process, meaning they are currently searching for a unit and homeless. We have regular engagement with DCHA and appreciate their role in housing not only the people in our program, but also households across the district. That said, challenges remain and more work is needed to simplify the housing process. I will use my testimony today to address the following: self-certification of income, the recent shift to the Rent Cafe system, and communication between our PSH team and DCHA staff. Our team is currently in the process of housing 33 households, 11 of whom were assigned in 2026. So we have recent experience completing applications and have been having regular issues with self-certifying income. We have been told that we can submit the LRSP application with the self-certification, but must provide pay stubs within 4 days of submission. This requirement to submit income documents after self-certifying is not only duplicative, but slows down the process, makes our job as a provider more difficult, and more importantly, frustrates households waiting for their vouchers to be issued. DCHA's recent shift to the Rent Cafe system has created a barrier for us as a provider. To view a client's portal, they must grant us access by providing their login info. We contend that this is a flawed system. Our job as a provider is to get people housed. In addition to identifying units, we are responsible for ensuring that the process moves forward, including oversight of the RFTA packet, inspection, issuance of tenancy approval letters, and the HAP contracts. Before the rollout of Rent Cafe, we worked directly with landlords to complete the RFTA packets and frequently go back and forth to ensure the packets are completed properly. Not having visibility into the client's portal will effectively remove us from this process and in turn our ability to help it move forward. While I'm sure the Rent Cafe portal will work for many tenants, I am concerned about its application with PSH participants. PSH is designed to support chronically homeless individuals who have disabling conditions, including mental health disorders. So making this technology difficult and in some cases impossible. Some people do not have a smartphone and do not want one, and have no interest in using the internet. Even if some of our participants are interested and able to create an account, maintaining current passwords and navigating the password resets is a logistical nightmare with this population. Our hope is that there is a workaround so PSH providers can work directly to access our clients' Rent Cafe portals. Finally, as many others have, I'm talking about communication with DCHA housing specialists. We often have difficulty getting responses without having to escalate the matter to DCHA leadership. While we appreciate that leadership is helpful in getting things solved, we believe this is an inefficient use of everyone's time. As an example, after one person in our program moved into their unit, they did not receive a utility card and the landlord did not receive a security deposit. Our client, the landlord, and their case manager, along with our program manager, all attempted to contact the housing specialist multiple times and in multiple ways, but received nothing. It was not until we escalated the issue to DCHA leadership that it was resolved. This entire situation took 3.5 months after lease up. Again, we are thankful to everyone at DCHA and DHS who plays a role in helping people move into housing. We are eager to continue refining the housing process so that the system works well for everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. What role does Everyone Home DC play in the housing space? Do you manage the unit? Yeah, what role do you play?
We are a PSH provider, so we work with the LRSP program. So we work directly with the clients to get assigned from DHS and help them lease up into housing and then stabilize after that.
And so how does the submission of documents after the self-certification, how does that impact your organization?
So right now, when we have to submit our LRSP, like there's a policy with DC Housing Authority that they will take self-certification of income and be able to process the application. I know this was talked about in the roundtable and kind of facilitating meetings last fall. And the facilitator basically said, this is the policy, follow the policy. But we're currently now running against a thing where we're told to submit their self-certification and then after the fact still submit pay stubs, which for a lot of our clients, it's maybe they had a job previously in the past year, but lost it. So it can be really challenging to then also track down the previous employer if they got terminated. It's a tricky situation to navigate. So
what's the better alternative in your view?
Accept the self-certification so they can process the application. That's why the self-certification exists for this high need population. So allow DCHA to process applications with the self-certifying income.
Okay. would that cause any concerns with, there are a limited number of vouchers? We will obviously want to make sure it goes to the folks who need them most. Do you have any concern that some of those folks would be left without a voucher if there's not documentation required?
I mean, there's many pieces of documents that our clients have to give to the housing authority. I'm not really convinced that our clients are out here making 6-7 figures while they're getting vouchers.
That's not what okay. Jamie Lilly, I appreciate you being with us. You said the arrearages at this point are $3,400? Can you turn on your microphone? How
Yes.
did it get that high? Did the voucher stop? They stopped paying the voucher, or is that all accumulated?
That's just her portion. That's only her portion. And I send a notice every month to pay your rent, and it just keeps stacking up.
What's the tenant's portion roughly?
$434.
Okay.
So it's about to be $3,800.
Okay.
This February, I have stopped receiving my HAP payment.
And why is that?
They say because I haven't abated things, but I have.
Okay.
When I say they, I mean DC Housing Authority.
What's the difference between what they're seeing and what you're seeing?
There is no difference because I keep documentation of everything that I've abated. This is another issue that they come out and they inspect, and I don't get the inspection report. I literally have to beg and, email. And then when I do get the inspection report, although I'm copying the supervisor inspectors, when I go in person, someone gave me what was in the system and said that nothing had been abated, although I had every documentation. And when the inspector came out to verify this, she had everything that I had. So this has been going on since July. In January, I got a third and final notice. I passed the inspection, but then that happened on a Thursday. I went down to DC Housing Authority in person and made sure that they released the stoppage, and they did. And then on Monday, the tenant reported some more violations. She said the oven is broken again, although she sent an email in November about stoves that, these cheap stoves that you keep putting in the property. And then I kind of knew that she was giving us a heads up that she's going to do something to the oven. Of course, she did in January. So I don't know if they are confusing this new violation that she has submitted, and that's why they stopped my HAP payment. I have gone down there as I said, on the 23rd. I went there on the 5th. I went on the 15th. I went on some other dates. I've sent a list of that to a person at DC Housing Authority to say, what's the confusion? What's going on?
Okay. And you mentioned toward the end of your testimony the need for a path to exit the program. I can't remember exactly how you put it, but what's the trouble that you've had there? You've told the housing authority you don't want to participate anymore?
Well, I've asked them this has been going on since December of 2022. And I have asked that tenant, if you're not happy here, please leave. Okay. DC, DOB and DC Housing Authority, are like all these complaints. And, if there's so many things bad with this house, why don't you move? DC Housing Authority has told me that they have offered her opportunities to move, but we can't make her move.
I see.
Recently, just this past month, on February 5th, DC Housing Authority came out. On February 9th, DOB came out. This tenant is now starting to assault me. I've asked DC Housing Authority and DOB for evidence. I luckily have evidence in videos that can prove it. So I'm concerned because if she's doing this in front of inspectors, and I think her game plan was to not to provoke me, but to seeing how I would react. But now I'm concerned when I go over there and I have to make these abatements for my safety and my contractor's safety, which they will again testify on my behalf because they've been there before when her son was there, and they were fighting. Just recently, her daughter
Gotta
is
pause
there
you for
now.
a second. I gotta ask something to Ms. Benson as well.
Okay.
I apologize to stop, but I think I fully understand what
Thank you.
what you're saying and experiencing. Ms. Benson, you had an issue with your ceiling, and then you moved out of where you were. And can you move the mic a little closer to you? Thank you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you alert DCHA that you were moving out or had moved out?
I didn't alert them when I initially moved out, but once I got settled, I contacted them about that I had moved into a new unit. So, like I stated, I should have contacted them before I moved into the new unit. But I also explained to them that the ceiling fell down.
Yeah.
So, okay, I know I was supposed to contact them, and I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But we beyond that now. I'm in the new unit.
Okay.
So I'm trying to, what do I do now to make sure that I'm in here legally? That's where the problem started. I can't get any movement on
Mm-hmm. How long have you been where you are now?
in the unit now. Next month it'll be 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you're still trying to figure this out with DCHA?
I'm still trying to, I'm in the program, I'm not in the program. I have a voucher, I don't have a voucher. So I'm not sure
You're not,
now.
okay.
They working on getting some time back. The communication is poor.
Mhm.
And first you talk to too many people and nobody gives you the same answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
So I've been down there in person. We're gonna get back to you. We're gonna get back to you. Now, the new unit that I'm in September, the bedroom ceiling fell in the apartment that I'm in now. So I'm trying to move, but I don't know if I have a certificate. I'm in the
Yeah.
program, I'm not in the program.
Yeah. But you've been trying to get clarity from the housing authority and you haven't been able to get it.
Forever.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we will assist on that, with that, following the hearing. So we'll make sure we have your phone number. We'll find the right person at the housing authority who can,
Is there a right person?
there's gotta be, it's somebody, yes, there is a right person.
Okay.
All right, we still got about 70 witnesses, so I've got to keep moving, but truly appreciate you all being with us today, and thank you for your testimonies to help us overview the agency. I saw Tyrell in the hallway.
So Sheila's gonna be, her gonna then go to Noah. Tanisha, Tyrell, Sheila, Noah.
Demisha Carter, Tyrell Holcomb, who I saw in the hallway, maybe still there. Sheila Davis. Is Sheila Davis here? All right. Noel Williams. Brian Jackson, president of Leo Impact Capital. Aquarius Van Garcia, who I don't see. Maria Reddick, managing member of BB Realty Consulting. Excellent. Catherine Thomas. Charlene, sorry, I can't. Charlene Castle, Director of Operations at JDOT. Brian Jackson, you are up first. Welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm AJ. I'm the president of Lou Impact Capital. It's a subsidiary of JBG Smith, and we create and operate mixed income multifamily communities in great neighborhoods to expand opportunity for residents, particularly low and moderate income renters. And since 2020, we've made 3 investments in DC in partnership with nonprofits and other mission-driven housing providers to acquire over 1,000 units in existing buildings in wards 5, 6, and 7. That's $300 million of private capital that we put into the district. And we've restricted over 56% of those units to low and moderate income residents. Roughly 300 of our units in the district are occupied by residents using housing choice vouchers, and many of the applicants to our best properties rely on vouchers. And I want to be clear, we welcome these residents. We accept vouchers at all the 3,000 plus units across our entire portfolio. We believe that vouchers are essential for promoting equity and in increasing access to opportunity. However, as you've heard today, the district's voucher program is poorly administered, and that's creating significant operating challenges for us as well as for other operators that we work with. These include long delays in lease approvals, opaque and inconsistent rent determinations, limited case management for residents who clearly need services, and persistent difficulty collecting rent payments from DCHA. As our property management teams have reported, it can take up to 90 days to schedule inspections for new move-ins. Moreover, inspectors have sometimes arrived at properties without notifying management, then left because they couldn't get access to the unit and failed the unit. After the inspection, it can take an additional 45 to 60 days to receive HAP contracts and rent determinations. And in some cases, DCHA has determined that the rent for an apartment is unreasonably high, despite it having approved a higher rent for a similar apartment in the same building. I want to be clear that these issues are occurring in large, predominantly market rate buildings that are institutionally owned and operated, and in which market rate residents are happily leasing apartments every day at rents that are publicly advertised online. Said differently, we wait months for DCHA to decide if they will allow a voucher holder to move into an apartment that a market rate tenant is willing to pay their own money to occupy immediately at exactly the same rent. At other properties, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars on private security to protect staff and residents from violent and unstable tenants with vouchers who are not receiving adequate case management support, even though they've repeatedly harassed the staff and their neighbors. Look, this clunky and overly bureaucratic process associated with the voucher program leaves the voucher holders uncertain about what apartments they can afford and when they'll be able to move in. The process is not protecting tenants or protecting taxpayers. It's hurting vulnerable Washingtonians, and it's driving well-capitalized housing providers out of the district. We've worked with DCHA and several of our partner landlords for several years to try to address these issues, but have not seen sustained improvement. Today, these challenges are materially harming our assets' performance, making it impossible to justify additional investments in the district, particularly when compared to the far more functional operating environments in Virginia, Maryland, and other states that we enjoy across our portfolio. I urge the council to increase its oversight of the Housing Choice Voucher program to ensure accountability, transparency, and basic operational reliability. Without meaningful oversight and sustained improvement, the district risks losing responsible private partners who are committed to preserving affordability and expanding housing choice. I've never thought I'd associate myself with the remarks of the folks from Legal Aid and some, but absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience.
Thank you very much. Maria Reddick, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Reddick. I've been a licensed realtor since 1999 and a broker in the District of Columbia since 2007. I am here today not only as a DC resident, a housing practitioner, I'm also an advocate for a process that treats people with dignity and improved processes. It saddens me that I have to echo so many of the things that everyone here a lot of people here have already said. Voucher recipients face significant challenges in locating rental opportunities. They are stigmatized, they are treated differently in the market. Many of them show up with documentation in hand, like I apologize if this offends anyone, but your modern day papers. They show up with everything to kind of be seen as credible and a possible tenant. They show up in droves. They show up by the hundreds to open houses, to lease ups, and then they are
And even there, they are, again, treated unfairly because often there is a $35 to $50 application fee per person, adult person. There are often multiple adults in the household, and landlord property providers sometimes require 2 and 3 applications. And if you're taking applications for 10 to 20 people, you are making hundreds, if not thousands of dollars per open house lease-up opportunity. I think that this is unfair and disparate. I do not believe market rent tenants are going through anything similar that voucher holders are going through. Most critically, to me, the lease-up process does not distinguish various type of vouchers. So you may go to the DCHA portal, submit your RFTA package, and then be told weeks later, some days later, if not weeks later, oh, this is a DHS voucher. This is a blah, blah, blah voucher. And then it has a different process. You are given by DCHA a template that says, this is what's required. And yet, once you submit that, depending on the third-party voucher process, they may require something else, like a viewing, a sheet showing that it was viewed, where you've got a package signed by both parties. Clearly, the individual is interested in the package. Then, to again echo this gentleman, most recent, the rent reasonableness, the process is too long, it's too cumbersome, and then the rent reasonableness, you go to the lease up, you're told by the training, you can go to lease up, you can send over to the landlord liaisons, the comps for the property and a form. You're given a potential lease rent value. Then when you submit the RFTA, another determination is provided. Most recently, I had a rent reasonableness of $44,666. What was returned was $24.24. I called the day we got the notice, the 24/24 day. This gap does not reflect the market, it's process fragmentation, owners wait, tenants wait, vouchers go unused, and it is unfair. Most recently, we submitted an application in November. We were told it was not DCHA, it needed to go to DHS. It went to DHS. More than 4 weeks later, that voucher was returned saying it had errors in it. We corrected the errors, we resubmitted it. We were then told that the voucher has now expired. We were like, what, it was submitted before it was expired. Didn't matter. They still wanted a new voucher. So the tenant then had to go run around and get an extension to an already should have been told voucher. Once we submitted the other one, the rent reasonableness came back, it was low. November to now, we are still waiting for this process to lease up. And the inspection still hasn't happened. And I apologize for going over. Once we resubmitted it with comps and we got a revised reasonableness, we were told the voucher was expired again. The tenant had to go yet again, get an extension on her voucher. And then we were told it had to go back through rent reasonableness. That's that's overly cumbersome.
Thank you very much for
You're
your
welcome.
testimony. Catherine Thomas, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Councilmember White and team.
Move the microphone closer to you.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Is now good?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. So thank you for having me today. I am a former employee of DC Housing Authority, and I come to you today because I wanted to illuminate a culture of fear and retaliation that directly undermines service delivery to our most valued residents. Retaliation in DCHA is a pattern. The retaliation culture that I described in my November testimony, I stated that we have a workforce that is temporary, terrified, and traumatized. The retaliation cycle at DCHA is thus: an employee may identify a problem, an employee may speak up through whatever internal mechanisms they have. DC management begins to target them. They'll fabricate justifications for their termination, and then the employee is then terminated on false grounds. The results are that their subject matter expertise and their institutional knowledge will walk out the door. Retaliation has direct impacts on DC residents. Retaliation is not just an employee issue, but it's also a barrier to removing housing injustice that have plagued residents for decades. When DCHA retaliates against employees who speak up, What that impacts is service quality deteriorates, systemic problems persist, and accountability disappears. In November, I explained that workforce instability directly impacts vulnerable families during the application process. DCHA deliberately destabilizes its workforce by purging anyone who threatens to expose management failures. Retaliation actually enables every other failure in DCHA. That includes voucher processing delays, of course, workforce instability, rent cafe implementation, software, hardware updates, and training. Retaliation also impacts service failures. When staff know that advocating for better service delivery might cost them their jobs, then residents do suffer. I respectfully urge you to take the following actions. Investigate DCHA's retaliation pattern. Since DCHA seems to be resistant to internal controls, it may be advantageous to consider a compliance function that reports directly to the council. Establish enforceable protections. Mandate anti-retaliation policies and training. Protect employees and residents from retaliation. Connect anti-retaliation to service delivery and acknowledge that workforce terror and housing access are inseparable issues. There's an uncomfortable truth, and this truth I ask you to recognize, is that DCHA's leadership deliberately maintains a culture of retaliation because it shields them from accountability. Thank you for your time and your commitment to holding DCHA accountable.
Thank you very much for being with us. Charlene Castle. Yes, well, Director of Operations for JDOT. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. My name is Charlene Castle. As you shared, I am the Director of Operations for JDOT, a Ward 1 resident, and I've worked on homelessness in the district for nearly a decade. JDOT works on the development and operation of permanent supportive housing, or PSH, in DC. Currently, we work with over 900 affordable housing residents across DC through our programs, including 275 households in the district's PSH program. Last year, our PSH team helped 150 households move into housing. To begin, I'd like to share some bright spots. LRSP voucher approval timelines have improved for our clients in recent months. When we run into hurdles on the lease-up process, DCHA leadership is responsive, and I'm particularly grateful to Anton Shaw and Hammer Gabreyas and their colleagues for attending the DCHA Providers Group meeting that I co-chair each month, ensuring that service providers have a space for our experiences to be heard. I am also grateful to DCHA leadership and staff for supporting and funding a series of process review sessions, which some of my colleagues mentioned, in the latter half of 2025 with DHS, DCHA, PSH providers, and voucher holders to discuss how to reduce the time from referral to lease up to 90 days. Now for the challenges. We continue to experience delays in RFTA approvals and inspections. Though we are grateful that DCHA leadership is responsive, having to engage leadership to get what should be routine updates should be the exception, not the norm. We frequently receive conflicting information from different DCHA staff and are sometimes only notified of policy changes after the changes have already taken effect. The process review sessions help to identify areas of misunderstanding and opportunities for better communication and collaboration as it pertains to the voucher program, but we have seen limited progress on the recommendations that came out of those meetings. One key takeaway from those meetings was that DCHA has a lot of leeway to make the voucher process more accessible for applicants in the local voucher program or LRSP program. This includes things such as allowing self-certifications of income, automatically extending timelines as a reasonable accommodation for PSH clients who are experiencing homelessness and require extra support, among other things. DCHA did an excellent job of capitalizing on this flexibility during the COVID pandemic. In recent months, however, DCHA has moved in the opposite direction in some cases. Self-certifications are inconsistently denied. We've been told that DCHA's new portal for voucher holders and landlords, Rent Cafe, cannot be adapted for two programs, meaning that in effect, the local program must operate in a very similar manner as the more restrictive federal program. Voucher holders must have a mobile device and email to access Rent Cafe, which, as again, my colleague stated, many PSH clients do not have, and there is no way for PSH providers to access the system on their behalf. We request that DCHA work with Yardi to ensure that the Rent Cafe system is adapted for the local program and that there be accessibility considerations for those without access to technology. We appreciate the work that DHS has done in collaboration with DCHA to create a parallel track for this group and look forward to seeing how effectively it works. We also request that PSH providers who are tasked with helping our clients obtain housing be able to access Rent Cafe. This would go a long way in allowing us to track the voucher process and ensure that people move into housing as quickly as possible. We can make the choice to work towards an effective, efficient system that is invested in the needs of all the members of our community. I believe that if we work together to implement some of the changes shared here today, we can get there. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. The Rent Cafe, I can't recall for some reason. I'm drawing a blanket. So why is there a reason why residents can't or applicants can't access it?
Turn that off too soon. They can access it for PSH clients, as Andy and our other colleagues stated. Many of them do not have a smartphone, do not have email. If they do have email, the password gets lost. And so expecting them, the norm now, as I understand it, and this is very new, so we haven't had too much experience of this yet, but what we anticipate is, what we've been told is we must, as the PSH providers, case managers, get the information from the client who has to log into their portal in order to get their lease and then send it to us. These are folks who are in this program for a reason, need that support.
Right.
We cannot expect that they are now our access point to that.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was. The case managers can't access it
Correct.
directly. Okay. And what's the official reason, if you know?
Official reason for
not letting case managers access it on behalf of their clients?
We've been told that the system won't allow for it. We've made this request for many years, including when the old system was in place. We were told the same thing for the old system. So we've just been told that it's a system thing where providers can't access it. And, understandably, there might also be confidentiality concerns, but those can usually be resolved with a release of information, so.
Okay, yeah. That's come up a lot of times in these hearings. Mr. Jackson, has that created any issues on your end as a housing provider? The case managers not being able to access Rent Cafe?
I don't know if that specifically has not been an issue for us. We haven't had a lot of case management support for the voucher holders that we've had who've had other kind of non-financial problems. And most of the folks applying to the buildings do have smartphones.
Okay.
But we do have the same lags around, determination of rent reasonableness and timing for inspection, getting paid, getting notified when vouchers are canceled or expire. All those. We have a lot of other issues.
One of the issues you mentioned was difficulty collecting rent from DCHA.
Yeah.
What's that about?
So a lot of it, I think it comes down to sort of two big issues that we've seen in our portfolio. One is that a residence voucher may expire, be terminated, withdrawn, whatever, and there's no notification to the landlord. We're not clear if there's notification to the resident or not. In some cases, I don't think that there is. And so all of a sudden, payments just stop coming. And we've got to then go through a pretty involved kind of audit process and try to get in touch with someone at the housing authority to determine if the voucher's been canceled, if it's just a mistake. Because the other issue that we have is funds being applied to the wrong accounts, being misapplied or being shipped to the property in bulk, or not being able to transition to a new bank account if we switch banks. And so a similar thing, we've got to go back and try to undo or find out where that money actually is supposed to be. But those are the two big issues. And then a related issue that we have is folks who do have emergency vouchers that then are limited duration and then expire. There's really they're kind of left stuck. right? And we're left stuck because there's no provision for them to move to a permanent voucher payment.
Yeah.
There's also nowhere for them to go.
Yeah.
I understand why they don't leave,
Yeah.
but we also don't collect any rent.
Yeah. And DCHA doesn't assist after the voucher?
If it wasn't a housing authority voucher originally, but the short answer is no. They don't assist after the voucher it expires. We've got to essentially get into an eviction process then with this resident because the balance that was due becomes their balance, right? And if a resident was not notified, so let's say, I know there was a small landlord here previously was talking about not collecting the tenant portion of the rent. If a resident has not been notified and we stop receiving payments, it takes us 6 months to figure out what's going on. And all that back rent is now a balance that attaches to the tenant that we have to go after them for it. I don't want to say it like that, but then you end up in an eviction process, right? And so no one is winning here.
Yeah.
No one is winning.
And one of the other things you mentioned in your testimony was the need for more case management support. Are these for tenants that are supposed to have case management or?
Yes. I mean, we have tenants who have, who have self-described, mental health issues and who are threatening staff, who are threatening other residents and just can't get support from them. What we've had happen on more than one instance is ultimately their voucher is just revoked, right? Because they've had this behavioral violation. And so the voucher is revoked. They remain in the unit, they remain on the property, they continue to harass the staff. And again, we have to get into an eviction process and that accruing rent is now attaching to them as a personal obligation. So again, no one is winning in this situation.
Any chance you have some idea of how other jurisdictions handle issues like this?
We have more proactive case management in other jurisdictions where if we have residents who are problems, the public agencies will help us to either get them support or relocate them. We also don't have the same, and I know the council's taken action on this late last year, but we don't have the same backlog of eviction timeline in other jurisdictions. So a person who stops paying rent is not in a unit for another 18 months if they're doing that. And then maybe I should go over to the other hearing because there's a public safety component to this where residents are commit violence against other residents, are arrested and then returned that day to the property. And so and then do it again and then get arrested again and then get returned again to the property. So there is an issue too of just accountability when it goes beyond just sort of erratic behavior and actual violence.
Okay. There have been some changes in the law. I mean, can't evict somebody for getting arrested, but beyond that, we try to give more flexibility to address the violent behavior.
Yeah, I think we're hopeful that is going to be helpful. But again, that's not, from my perspective, that's not, that's helpful to us as a landlord. The root issue is the residents need help. The residents need case management. The residents have legitimate, mental health issues. Yeah. And it's just, that's not, I think, the housing authority's job from their perspective, but.
Right, but
whose is it?
They're part of the government, and so we got to tap in the agency partners. So, okay. Maria Reddick, I appreciate your testimony. Did you say, so I think you mentioned this as well, Mr. Jackson, but the rent reasonableness, HUD said we had to change it. What we do now, according to the agency, is what most states do. So it doesn't surprise me that there would be somebody with one rent in a building and then they're saying it's not rent reasonable. Those kind of grandfathering out the old batches, but the amount of
we're talking about determinations within the same year.
Oh,
I mean, we're not talking about like somebody who's been there for 5 years. I'm talking about a guy was approved in June and somebody is denied in August.
Okay.
For a similar apartment. Again, in a market rate unit, a market rate building of several hundred units where our rents are go on apartments.com. Our rents are all there.
Yeah.
Like this. So,
Okay. And then Maria Reddick, did you say that there are 2 rent reasonableness processes or determinations? Or did I misunderstand that?
There was
You mentioned that
the,
it's too long, but then I thought you gave an example.
I
of the-
did, I
Okay.
did. So we obtained a rent reasonableness before we went to market.
Mhm.
We got a tenant, we submitted the RFTA. The rent reasonableness that was returned was incredibly low.
Okay.
We then had to pull comps,
Yep.
et cetera, share them with DCHA, got involved because this was a third-party voucher
Mm.
holder, resubmitted everything. And what we were told as of last week was we could not move forward to the inspection until the rent reasonableness is done. And I don't understand why we need to revisit a rent reasonableness when we just literally 3 weeks earlier, 2 weeks earlier, got a rent reasonableness.
Okay. Was there an answer to that?
No,
And then the inspection, has the inspection happened?
has not. This was
so-
submitted in November.
oh,
And we're told that we can't move to the inspection process until the rent reasonableness is completed on the resubmitted. And I don't understand why you would need to resubmit an RFTA that was already in the system and was just going back and forth on the rent reasonableness. In real estate, you execute an addendum saying the parties agree. The rent, it came down. We accepted a lower rate than what we had. Fine, we just want to move this forward. This owner and this tenant has been waiting a while. Why isn't there a form or process in the voucher process that mirrors typical real estate in which you execute an addendum, say the parties agree to the revised rent, move it forward to the inspection? We should be at inspection 3 weeks ago.
The, uh, so what's the holdup now? Like from November to now, you're still trying to do the rent reasonableness?
November to December was voucher expired, need new docs. Oh, no, this is a third party. This isn't a DCHA voucher, so it couldn't go through the portal. It had to go via email to this third party. Once it got to the third party, it took them approximately 4 weeks to look at it. When they reviewed it, they said that they needed additional items that were not part of the RFTA package. Sent them the additional items, got everything done. Then it was, oh, the voucher's expired. Well, it was submitted prior to the voucher being expired. Why does the tenant now have to go back to a service provider and get an updated or extended RFTA voucher? But she did. We resubmitted, and then, so I would say it got resubmitted late December, early January, and that's when we had the rent reasonableness. We were waiting on it. Once it was then mid to late, I'd say January 20-ish, the rent reasonableness came back as low. We then did the comps, resubmitted it. And then once it got resubmitted, we were told again that the vouchers now expired, because I think she got an extension through whatever date. So then she had to go get a new voucher. We uploaded, corrected it, added the new voucher, resubmitted it. And now we're being told, once the rent reasonableness review is done, we can have an inspection.
Wow.
I know. Tell me about it.
Okay. So in all this time with no rental income to support the property.
No rental income to the provider.
Okay.
And the young lady is in a somewhat desperate situation. The unit she's in has failed inspection multiple times, which is why they extended the voucher. And yet all the parties are just sitting around waiting on this circuitous process.
I've seen this story before, unfortunately. Catherine Thomas, thank you for being with us. So for someone outside of the agency, how would we determine if there's a culture of retaliation as opposed to one person who's saying there's a culture of retaliation?
I definitely would use some type of external control to do some type of comprehensive investigation, to interview current and former employees who've either experienced or witnessed retaliation or retaliatory actions. It has to be, and I would not rely on internal controls at all. I would definitely ask for that there be a third-party external. I would review EEOC complaints, any whistleblower cases. I reviewed the cases that DCHA presented and said the cases were in Superior Court. To my knowledge, there are more cases than that, one being mine. I would contact former employees, and I would also advocate for an exit interview policy done by a third party as well. To my knowledge, when people are terminated, they are just walked out and that's it.
And when you recommend, well, when you talk about retaliation, what do you mean by that?
Retaliation could be, it can be the most egregious, which is, termination. It can be someone who was given previous telework opportunities. They're being forced to come back into the office 5 days a week. It can be bullying. It can be moved to another job that was different than the job that they had applied for and that their skills say that they can participate in. It can run the gamut when we talk about retaliation.
Okay. All right.
There are no performance evaluations.
Say that again.
At the panel, someone asked about performance evaluation.
Okay.
And I was just stating that at this point, there are no performance evaluations in DC Housing Authority.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously, this is something we need to look into. I want to thank this panel for being with us today, for highlighting some important things that we need to continue to work through. So thank you for being with us. Tyrell Holcomb, Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing, Inc. Antoinette Lawson. Tanya Rogers, the housing organizer with One DC and Homes for All. Dr. Bruce Purnell, Executive Director of the Love More Movement, Incorporated. Maya Brennan, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition. I don't think I saw. Okay. Ashley Schultz with Legal Aid. All right, excellent. And let me go back. Let me make sure none of these people show. Ron Payton, Josh Williamson.
And I believe we missed Demisha too.
Demisha Carter. Aquarius Van Garzi, I don't see. Is there anyone else who's come to testify in person who has not had an opportunity to testify? All right, sir, you can join this panel. You'll be on the next panel. All right, Tyrell Holcomb, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the performance of the DC Housing Authority and its role in advancing housing stability. As someone born and raised in Ward 7 and who grew up in affordable housing, I've seen firsthand how much it means to have a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home. It is what shaped my path and my purpose and what fuels our mission at Jubilee Housing. Located in Ward 1 at Jubilee, we provide what is called justice housing, affordable and deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods paired with wraparound services for families, youth, seniors, and returning citizens. We believe that housing on its own isn't enough. True equity means ensuring residents have access to opportunities from schools, jobs, healthcare, transit, and the support they need to thrive once they're in housing. As a Jubilee resident shared who works at Capital One Cafe in Gallery Place, after noticing my lapel pin, I grew up in Jubilee. It's home to me, and I'm raising my own family there because of it. That is one of the many ways why our partnership with the Housing Authority is impactful. I'd like to acknowledge the progress we've seen over the past year. The monthly stakeholder meetings continue to be a bright spot and have improved communication. There is stronger engagement, and it is clear that investment in human capital and talent is making a difference. When the right people are in place and empowered to solve problems, we see results. We have also seen that when a building is ready to lease up, it can move. That tells us that the system can work when alignment exists. Where we continue to experience challenges is at the unit level. Leasing up a building goes well, leasing up a single unit does not go as well. From eligibility reviews, inspections, and final subsidy confirmations can stall. When that happens, units sit vacant while residents wait. And those residents are not abstract. They are unhoused, they are house hopping, they are unsure where they will sleep next. There's also growing concern that priority often goes to launching new opportunities and new initiatives while existing operational barriers remain. They remain unsolved. And while we recognize that expansion is important, execution matters just as much. We cannot focus only on what is new if we have not fully stabilized what already exists. One specific recommendation, we are advancing is provisional approval for LRSP subsidies. When a household has substantially met eligibility requirements, there should be a pathway that allows them to move in while final approvals are processed. Delays in final sign-off should not keep someone from accessing housing while the core eligibility is already established. At the same time, if final approval results in a different subsidy amount, retroactively reducing payments places a negative burden on mission-driven housing providers operating on thin margins. We need a structure that allows provisional placement without exposing providers to retroactive financial risk. Predictability is essential to maintaining deeply affordable housing in resource-rich neighborhoods. LRSP remains one of the most powerful tools that we have to serve households at the 30% AMI level and below. The policy works, the financing works. The next phase of improvement must focus on consistent, reliable execution at the unit level. We applaud the progress that has been made. We see the commitment. Now the focus must be on speed, predictability, and operational follow-through so that deeply affordable housing performs as intended for the residents who need it most. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I look forward to continuing to work together and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bruce Purnell.
Love more, let's transform and heal our communities. Thank you, Chairperson White, and esteemed members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the progress and bold vision of the Housing Authority. My name is Dr. Bruce Purnell. I serve as Executive Director and founder of Love More Movement. Over 20 years, our grassroots community-based organization has facilitated holistic healing for individuals, families, and communities recovering from trauma, emotional pain, and toxic stress. We are deeply excited about the partnership with the DC Housing Authority. What we are witnessing is not merely administrative change, it's a paradigm shift rooted in dignity, humanity, and transformation. It's rare to see public systems move beyond compliance and center healing and transformation at the core of their methodology. This is why we are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with this new administration. Our approach is non-traditional. We do not see our journeyers as clients, cases, or patients. We recognize them as medicine, healers, leaders, and change makers within the ecosystem of healing and transformation, and on a journey to joy. Through healing stations, seniors offering unconditional love, which is our soul, transformative life coaches and healing leaders, a certification program, the Paul Robeson Academy for Youth, which is PRAY, and the Overground Freeway framework, we create pathways for healing, empowerment, and generational stability. I'm currently a Ward 5 resident and a fifth-generation Washingtonian whose family has roots traced back to the 1830s in DC. I founded this movement to preserve and uplift a culture of love and hope, a legacy that is not about our response to trauma, but about our love, joy, genius, and transformation. If we fail to create a narrative beyond trauma, we deny our children the language to imagine and manifest love, healing, transformation outside of pain. That is why this moment with the Housing Authority matters so deeply. The new leadership understands that housing is not just about buildings, it is about identity, belonging, and whether families feel excited about future possibilities. I had a young person once tell me, like, why would I sacrifice a present for a future I don't believe in? So it's important to create that scenario and that excitement about doing something next. The Housing Authority's commitment to celebrating humanity, fostering transformation, and creating pathways to wellness and thriving has opened the door for deeper, more meaningful partnerships. This value-driven approach aligns directly with our mission at Love More Movement. In collaboration with the Housing Authority, we are designing and implementing strategies that move away from deficit-based frameworks toward wellness-based models rooted in healing, empowerment, and self-determination. This paradigm shift requires us to rethink our narratives, our language, our mindsets, methodologies, success metrics, as well as resource allocation. Under Director Pettigrew's leadership, we are seeing a tangible realignment of priorities that centers on family dignity and fosters a pathway to independence. We are excited about this partnership because it reflects courage, humility, and an understanding that systems can evolve and that circumstances do not define our humanity. Public housing must no longer function as a regulatory structure, but instead serve as a supportive safety net that prevents family separation and fosters generational stability. This means exploring every possible pathway to transition from dependence to independence, trauma to well-being, and crisis management to sustainable thriving. We refuse to manage what feels to be a social hospice, where families are simply made more comfortable in their struggle without a vision for transformation or prognosis for recovery. Instead, we are building alongside families until they emerge like the phoenix, tried by fire, yes, but reborn by it. Our call to action: we are not spectators in our lives, but social architects and alchemists of change. And this is the butterfly effect in action, where small intentional shifts create monumental impact. Thank you. Press any questions.
Thank you very much. Ashley Schultz with Legal Aid DC, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Ashley Schultz. I'm a supervising attorney at Legal Aid DC, where we provide direct representation of tenants facing eviction and subsidy terminations, and we advocate in support of DCHA residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. DCHA has reported progress, and they have genuinely improved in some areas, but the key questions for us are whether tenants are leasing any faster, receiving basic day-to-day service, whether they're properly represented on the Board of Commissioners, and then I just have a note on the publication of applicable laws. The recertification backlog continues to be a source of instability for our clients. I've heard a lot about that, so I'll edit what I have, but the most common scenario where this plays out for us is where an eviction case is filed and we come to find that the tenant has lost income, has requested a recertification to recalculate their share of rent, but that request has sat for months while a higher rent has accrued and the whole family is suffering while the tenant is trying to keep up with those rental payments. Families will fall through the cracks sometimes without representation or any response from DCHA, and they are evicted. So we call on the council to require DCHA to provide a regular backlog report and include completion dates for the recertifications that are currently in the backlog. On the same theme of delay, which we've heard about, is the lease-up times for transfer vouchers and also to place new vouchers. DCHA reported a slight increase from the leasing time from 62 to 74 days, and this understates the harm to tenants. And the scenario where this plays out that we see at Legal Aid DC is, well, I have an example of a tenant who was ousted from his unit under the guise of the landlord making minor repairs. Once the tenant was out of the unit, the landlord gutted the apartment and embarked on a complete renovation that the landlord was not qualified to complete, and it rendered the place uninhabitable. The tenant was issued a transfer voucher from DCHA when the house, of course, failed inspection, but Now the tenant is facing delays at every stage, at the rent reasonableness stage, going back and forth at the inspection stage, and in trying to lease up. If he takes too long, he'll be found to be out of compliance with the program requirements and could risk losing his voucher altogether. We urge the council to continue its oversight of the time to lease up and require DCHA to track the lease up times for new issuances and vouchers. DCHA reported a shifting over to customer service and day-to-day. They reported a decrease in caller wait times, but that's no victory when callers are simply redirected to dead ends or directed to leave messages that go completely unanswered. And then just a quick note to ask for the Office of General Counsel to please post which emergency regulations apply currently. Ideally, we'll land on final rules or rules that are complete and published, but in the meantime, we've seen DCHA's own staff attorneys struggle to cite the appropriate laws, and we have very smart attorneys at Legal Aid DC that are still asking questions between cases of which emergency regulations apply, having to cross-reference those resolutions with what's in the DC register. So I will close just to also add that the residents' elections are still pending, and we ask that the council hold DCHA to its Q2 resident commissioner election deadline. So I am available to answer questions, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Is it Michael Coleman?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. And you may have to move a little closer to the microphone.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Michael Coleman. I'm a longtime resident of DC. In fact, I've been in DC since 1969. I've also participated in the ICH People with Lived Experience process for years. And one of the reasons why I'm here is I've seen this agency go from an agency that was able to close DC General, which was a major accomplishment, to an agency now who is unrecognizable. One of the things I participate with Lived Experience, the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and one of the things with this agency is it's really lost its way. When it talks to retaliation and things like that, I'm experiencing that right now. I tried to get a seat back on the council and was denied for no good reason because they didn't have time, but yet still the people that they have on the council have no experience and really shouldn't be there. And when it comes to case management, years ago, case management and people being behind on the rent has been something that we saw 5 or 6 years ago with the program called the Housing Navigator, which is people with lived experience being able to make sure that the people in their buildings are rent current. And these things are just done by the wayside. It's like I don't know, it's like the ICH is really not geared to helping people, but just being there. And another thing that I don't understand is when it comes to mandates, bylaws on the ICH, there are rules that there are supposed to be certain people with lived experience. This isn't happening. Now what's happening is other people are putting other people on the ground. There's just a lot of incompetency in this group. And it's a group that for years I worked, and the closing of DC General and getting people housing. These aren't complicated things. A lot of these things that was mentioned today, we have problems, but we just don't have the people in the right places to solve these problems. There's a lot of incompetency in the Department of Human Services when it comes to the ICH level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Mr. Coleman, if you could make one change with regard to the ICH or Public Housing Authority, What would that one be? The one that would make the biggest impact?
You know what I would do? I would do what one of the former directors did, is Krista Griswold. She had a housing navigator thing. And I think what she did is she made it a professional thing, which it should have been with people with lived experience. Like, example, I live in a mixed rent building, and I've lived in this building for 8 years, and I've done well. But there's also tenants in the building that are experiencing a lot of things that receive no case management at all. And I know there's a lack of case management, but a lot of this is just people just overlook things. They just don't. So if I was to change anything with the housing policy, it would be having people with lived experience actually being housing navigators and actually having a mandate to check up on people. Each person would have a housing navigator, which is a person with lived experience. He doesn't have to be paid a regular job, but there are people who wants to do this work who's not allowed because of the atmosphere that's created on the interagency councils today as of now.
I appreciate that. Ashley Schultz, in terms of voucher backlogs, recertifications, lease-up times, we're going to get into all of that with the agency. So I appreciate you testifying around that. The request to post which emergency regulations apply currently. Is there a place? Is there currently a place on DCHA's website where that should be?
I would look for it on the Office of General Counsel's page. If they could just link to the DC Register, follow up after Board of Commissioner meetings and have a clear notice of where to go to look at the regs, then I think it would save people a lot of time, and it's relatively low-hanging fruit.
Okay, I appreciate the recommendation. Dr. Bruce Purnell, and I apologize, I missed this. I understand the types of things that you do, but what do you do with the Housing Authority? Do you contract with the Housing Authority, or are you at certain properties?
Yeah, so almost the core properties were Southwest, 37th, Kenilworth, Lincoln Heights. But we've been for the last 20 years, we've pretty much been throughout the community. But the piece is to add healing and transformation to it. A lot of people speaking about now, I guess healing's a buzzword. Before it was almost like some mystical thing. It's like, nah, healing's a part of mental health. We have to heal from this past trauma piece. And they're understanding that. So as we did the campaign, they had Rebuild Community campaign and then Reclaiming Community. So hit every community, music, food, come on out. Like we had a mobile healing station. We came out so people could come and actually talk about what's going on. And the social hospice piece is big because it's like, well, if you keep people comfortable and there's no prognosis for change, that's a hospice. So moving is something else. So what does it take to move to independence? If that's what we're going to do, like this is not a destination, it's a process. And so it's going to be a shift and it's going to feel different, but hey, man, we're losing the land right now.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? And, so it's like, it should be a state of emergency in our minds about getting it together. So which is a different piece. So that's kind of what we bring into this piece and why we're excited about this partnership.
I appreciate it. Tyrell Holcomb, were you recommending that we allow people to move in while approvals are still happening? So after the initial determination, you said sometimes there are approvals that still need to happen, but we should allow people to move in while that's happening?
So what I was getting at is, so a family receives an approval, but there's still dynamics around back-end perspectives related to shoring up what that final amount looks like. We've experienced where there's dynamics of final approval not allowing them to move in. And so the thought process is that, or our thought process is once they receive an approval, that be conditional and allow them to move in. And if that So say hypothetically, the approval is reduced, their final approval reduces the amount by $1,000. On the back end, that amount be deducted as it relates to what the provider receives moving forward. So it's not necessarily that we're asking for a major change, more than it's thinking through what it means to ensure that when that initial approval happens, that residents are able to then be able to move into housing.
Okay, that makes more sense. And then on the inspections piece, it's constant concern. Is it the amount of time it takes to get it scheduled? Is it scheduling it and nobody showing up? What are the main issue or issues?
Yeah, so I would, before I respond and say that our housing czar, as I call her, Ms. Shalette Davis, is not able to be here today. But she certainly would be the person who has more in-depth back and forth and relationship experience with the agency. I think a large portion of it, we recognize on our end, there has been some challenges with communications internally. And so that's something that we worked over the last month or so to make sure that we had fixed and addressed to be able to, share with the housing authority, these are the units that we have that are prepared for inspection, scheduled, and making sure that the dates are then scheduled. So I think at the end of the day, I think the culprit and solution, if you will, is really related to communication.
Okay. I appreciate that. Lots of conversation around communication today. Thank you so much to this panel. I appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
All right. We're gonna call the next panel. I think is gonna be the last in-person panel. Ricky Clements, Judith Taylor.
Anybody who can later.
And is there anybody else who has come to testify who hasn't had an opportunity to testify? Public witnesses? I know we have a lot virtual. All right. So what we'll do is after this panel, we'll take a brief 15-minute recess and then we'll resume with our virtual witnesses. Is it Ricky Clements? You can begin your testimony. Welcome. You hit that button on the microphone. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you for letting me testify. I was also one of the people who emailed your office, and you were the only office that responded, and you also bid an email for me to housing. So thank you, and I appreciate that very much.
Got a good team. Absolutely.
My name is Ricky Clements. I'm writing this today as a desperate cry for help, hoping that anyone would listen to my story and offer a glimmer of hope in my path for permanent supportive housing. I'm a proud single father, a determined individual, a survivor of unimaginable, I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush through it. Unimaginable struggles. Alongside my family, I've been navigating the complexities of the rapid rehousing program, which to our dismay abruptly ended in August last year. The reason, funding dried up, leaving us high and dry and the daunting task of figuring things out ourselves. As I sit to pen this letter, my heart is heavy with the weight of my circumstances. I'm not just fighting for myself for permanent supportive housing, I'm fighting for my daughter, who deserves a stable and loving home. You see, I've been dealing with the aftermath of pre-existing mental health conditions, which were further complicated by work-related injury during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The pandemic was a very challenging time for everyone, but for me, it was a perfect storm for adversity. As a new business owner, I was already under tremendous pressure, and the added stress of numerous shootings in the Rig Parks area, where we had just relocated, pushed us to the brink. The subsequent eviction, job loss, and separation from my mother and daughter were the final blows that forced my daughter and me into shelter and eventually into the rapid rehousing program. I want to emphasize that I'm not one to give up easily. Despite the numerous setbacks, I've been tirelessly working with the Gauss & Fentress law firm to secure disability payments, which would provide a safety net for me and my daughter. However, since 2021, I've been met with denial after denial, and the government shutdowns has only added to the frustrations, leaving me without any response or support. The latest blow came on December 17th, 2025, when my landlord served us with a notice to quit. The clock is ticking and my daughter and I are staring into the abyss of homelessness again. The thought of going back to a shelter or starting the process all over is nothing short of devastating. I know I'm not alone in this struggle. There are countless families like mine fighting to stay afloat in a system that seems designed to fail us. I've been on the DCHA waiting list since 2012, and the irony is not lost on me. I was working hard to provide for my family, and I didn't think I needed any additional support, but life had other plans. When I was selected for the federal PBV program, I thought it was a beacon of hope. I completed the in-person interview on July 19th last year, despite fainting in 105-degree heat. The interviewer assured me that it would take 30 days to notify me of the next step, but the government shutdown has left me in limbo once again, with no update or guidance from anyone from the DCHA. And when I reach out, I'm told it's nothing to do but wait yet again. The mental health support system, I'll go ahead and end it there though, because it's a long letter. I actually sent the copy to you. And this is one of the reasons why Neighborhood Legal Services contacted me to speak today.
Okay, well, I'm glad you came, and I'll, bless you. I have a couple questions for you in just a moment. Judith Taylor, welcome. Turn your microphone on with that button at the bottom. Yep.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to testify and tell you my story. Okay, my name is Judith Taylor. I own a house at 1313 Delafield Place Northwest. I've had a long-term tenant, 6 years. She receives a housing voucher from DCHA, which covers most of her rent. My basic problem is that the property was placed in abatement without my being notified, and I was not notified until 4 months. And here are I would like to go over the 5 major things. And I have had many communications with DCHA. For some time, they didn't even tell me I was in abatement. All I knew was that my payments had stopped. Okay, and they actually stopped after the abatement period had ended. Let me see how much I can get through in the next 3.5 minutes. Okay, so the first thing that I think DCH did wrong was they conducted an inspection on October 8th, 2024. And I contacted them 3 times saying, please, let's postpone this. My tenant said she had a doctor appointment, could not do it. I did not get a response from them, but I assumed, since I heard nothing, that maybe they were going, that they were going to postpone it. The tenant had gone to her doctor appointment. As soon as she got back, someone came and they did an inspection. Apparently I did not pass. But I noticed soon after on my portal, I got no inspection, no notice that I had not passed or anything. On my portal, it showed that on October 25th, I passed an inspection. Okay, so I thought, okay, I'm done. This year's annual inspection is done. I was told later by Miss Catrice Rivers in a phone conversation, which I really hate to have phone conversations with DCHA because then they will deny everything and they'll misspeak. But she said that even though I did pass the October 25th inspection, it did not matter, it did not count because it was a contractor that did it. This was in a phone conversation. I have almost nothing in writing on this. That makes no sense. Why would anybody, if they send someone to my house and then have it not count? So I thought that I was in the clear. That's why my portal never showed any other inspections or anything, and I didn't get any other notifications. And I have, proof of all this. And then number 3, DCHA, they had an obligation to let me know on November 1st that they had conducted another unexpected inspection on October 30th, and that put the property in abatement. But they didn't give me notice until February 11th, 2025. An email again from Ms. Catrice Rivers, at which time I immediately ordered another inspection. on February 28th, so I could get out of the abatement they had apparently put me in. Okay. I would have avoided losing several months' rent if I'd been notified sooner. The fourth thing is DCHA had paid me as usual during the entire time the property was in abatement, thus giving me no reason to suspect my property was actually in abatement. Number 5, DCHA stopped payment suddenly without any notification and did not pay me from March through July. And they didn't, and it took me forever to figure out what's going on. I just kept sending emails and later found out, well, they took that money because they had not taken it out earlier. So they decided, well, we just won't pay her for the next 4 months. So my problem is I am out of $18,508. I'm going to have to sell the house and get it out of the voucher program, which I very much enjoyed. I love my tenants, and I feel like I'm doing a good thing. But this is a big mess, and they've been very uncooperative.
Okay. Let me start with you, Mr. Clements. I'm sorry to hear about what you and your daughter have been going through. The rapid rehousing program run through Department of Homeland Human Services, it has had a lot of issues. It's meant to be a temporary program, but the agency is putting folks in that program that aren't a good fit for that program, put them into properties where you're never going to be able to pay the market rent. And so really setting people up for failure. But you said you have been on the voucher list since 2012?
Yes.
You hit the button on your microphone?
I'm sorry. My daughter was born in 2010.
Okay.
At that time, I started another business then, landscaping, but since that time all the way into 2020, I've been working. I started another business. I do detailing. I do a number of things, even with maintenance for my own self, opposed to working for somebody else. But 2020, I went and worked for somebody else again, and I got hurt, unfortunately, at work. Right after that, I was in 3 car accidents. I bought a work truck. Like I said in the letter, Riggs Park, I was living, the first day of bringing the work truck home, it was shot. Next door to us in Riggs Park, over 150 shots was shot into somebody's house. My daughter's room was right there. So it triggered a lot of things with PTSD and stuff. So I couldn't work again. So now I'm under my medication. I'm back in to the DBH system, which is really
Have you been able to get an update on where you are in the?
I've been emailing. I've been down there. I have been in contact with DBH. I put in a complaint. They telling me the same thing. I have all my proof. I have all my emails of being in contact with them. One woman, she passed away in September last year. I was in constant contact with her. She was the only one getting back to me.
But you've been there on that list for 14 years and they can't tell you.
They never emailed me. They never sent the letter or anything. I was selected for low rent or something, and it went to an old address. I haven't been there in over 8 years, 9 years. So when it went there, I'm missing on that.
And
but at that time, I was still working as well. So it wasn't really, too complicated for me at that time. But after I, got hurt and stuff, and just being denied for Social Security for so long, I went back to Virginia Williams and tried to get some type of help. Because, I had my mom living with me. She has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Her and my daughter are very close. So that shook our foundation, like everything just fell apart since then. There was no way for me to pay rent and take care of my mom and my daughter and myself.
Which voucher list are you on?
I was selected in July last year, July 19th, I completed the in-person interview for federal PBV.
Okay.
I've been in contact with someone named Ms. Deborah Green, and like everybody here, they saying the same thing, like they just don't care. And me having a mental health issue, some people may look at me, oh, he can speak well, he can do this, he can take care of himself, but that doesn't you know, justify you telling me that it's nothing wrong with me. And her name is Miss Deborah Green. That's who I've been in contact with from DCHA. I put in the complaint with Fair Housing, and she got back to me and said basically, you know, someone else would get in contact with you from here on.
Okay.
I haven't
you
heard anything else.
Okay. All right. Well, following this hearing, we'll try to help get an assessment of where things are so you can hopefully get clarity for you and your daughter.
Okay.
Ms. Taylor, this is, very concerning and unfortunate situation. My heart goes out to you. You had our home, and I know you've been in touch with my office. Not getting rent, find out that apparently you had failed inspection but didn't know, and so they didn't pay, rent. You still have to pay the mortgage, and it seems like the communication is has been unclear. Now they have a policy of not paying rent when abatements have been made, which makes sense because you don't want bad landlords. But if you don't tell somebody that they failed inspection, then you put everybody in a terrible situation, and we lose places where people need to live. I'm going to have to talk to the agency to figure out what can be done here. I know my team has tried, but their policy is clear. But here, it seems like the agency was not clear, and I think you have shared some of that correspondence with my team. So let us see, work with the agency and see if there's anything that can be done, because it's a very unfortunate situation. Again, I understand the reason for the policy, but if you're not told that you failed inspection, you can't fix it. And if you don't get paid rent, then it makes it a lot harder to fix the issue. So this seems like a thing that really has spiraled. And coming back to something we just hear in every panel: communication.
Right, exactly. And miscommunication.
Yes.
And, actual false information that I'm getting from them, which is very disconcerting.
Yeah.
And I've been a landlord for a long time, and I've always done well with my tenants and never had any problem with DCHA. And I'd like to continue, but if I don't get refunded the money, then I'm not going to be able to.
Okay. Well, we will see. I know my team has been working on this and has hit some roadblocks, but let's see if there's a way to elevate it and get some clarity here. And Mr. Clements will work between you and the agency to try to get clarity there as well. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you being with us. It is 12:30. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will resume at 12:45. We are in a brief recess. All right, we are resumed. We're going to move into our virtual witnesses. Pat Malloy, Kenneth Council, Susan McClanahan, Fair Housing Director with the Equal Rights Center, Misha Petway, Karen Shepard. Martarina Salazar, and Detrice Belt. And Patricia Malloy, you can begin. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and committee members. My name is Patricia Malloy, former Lincoln Heights Resident Council President. Today, I'm here to speak on the lack of respect and privacy when residents visit the Lincoln Heights rental office. When they visit the office to discuss business, they have to do it in an open environment with other residents listening. Tenant ledgers are not correct. Both the manager and HMA, per some residents, they have called me, said that they make them feel really bad. Some residents want to go to court. Reason why? They have their documents. They have maintenance issues. They have pictures. They want to explain to the judge how they are spoken to and how they are treated. Staff have attended conferences or completed training related to their job title. Customer service is very important. Obviously, it doesn't apply to them. Residents, Lincoln Heights is one of the 9 properties, the first 9 properties to be renovated under the Barn Revitalization Plan. Also, Lincoln Heights is still a new community initiative. ACOG administrative plans, some residents of Lincoln Heights don't know what I am talking about. If it wasn't for Daniel with Empower DC and his team going door to door in Lincoln Heights, residents would not have knowing about changes happening in DCHA. Lincoln Heights have no resident council. For the properties that have no resident council, why can't the appointed or elected resident commissioner on the star board hold a meeting on the properties that have no council to make sure they are getting information about changes to DCHA policies? Myself, I am a member of Empower DC. I also was relocated off the property to the Strand residency under the new community initiative. The important thing that I would like to take away from this meeting today is respect for the residents, privacy when the residents come into the office to transact business, communication, keeping residents informed. Believe it or not, for 3 weeks, I called the 202-724-8534, the phone number in Lincoln Heights rental office. As of today, no one still answers the phone. Can someone please tell me why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenneth Council, welcome. Kenneth Council, see you with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. At our last public meeting on February 11th, 2026, I asked about the status of the inquiry of the inspection of the fraud allegations, which there was no response and I'm hoping that the council can get a response from the board today, from the ED today. The Attorney General lawsuit that was against DCHA contractors. We still have multiple contracting issues at DCHA. I am curious about the credentials of the Senior Vice President, Gene Somerville, since there have been numerous complaints about the incompetence of mismanagement of DCHA's contracting funds. It's a problem that will hold the agency as a liability for non-compliance with the contract law. For example, the contractors complain that they are not getting paid, or DCHA has failed to follow the law during the selection. There are complaints about steering bids to certain contractors, and certain contractors are being chosen even when they are not qualified. How is that possible? So what is the compliance oversight for the contracting department? Since there seems to be a lack of real experience in knowing how the department is under this current leadership, we all listened to in January 27, 26, the roundtable where DCHA looked like a group of incompetent staff. And the constituents are telling me that there's no reason and there's no way that they can file anything anymore. I understand that Ms. Cooper and her deputy was placed on leave. I'm also told that this so-called interim is not available on most days when in the past. Ms. Cooper was responsive to the residents and staff. The concerns is that since the interim is so overpaid contract, the interim does not have time to fill the supervising of the Office of Audit and Compliance. As often, the interim, sorry, my thing cut off. My concerns is that the interim of the contract administrators are doing what they're supposed to do. The Office of Compliance was created to keep the office in alignment and in compliance following the rules and regulations, which that has not happened. We can see clearly today that the DCHA has gone down terrible. What are we going to do about it? It's crystal clear that something needs to be done, along with the funding is disappearing. The residents are saying it, the staff is saying it, and I've been saying it for over a year now. We need a forensic audit done. And it starts with the top down to the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan McClanahan with the Equal Rights Center.
Hi, my name is Susie McClanahan, and I'm the Fair Housing Director at the Equal Rights Center. The ERC is a civil rights organization that identifies and seeks to eliminate unlawful and unfair discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations in our home community of Greater Washington, D.C. and nationwide. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'll focus today on the need for DCHA to overhaul its reasonable accommodations process and improve its rent reasonableness process. First, DCHA has obligations to serve people with disabilities and grant them reasonable accommodations under various federal and local civil rights laws, including the Fair Housing Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, and DC Human Rights Act. While DCHA made some improvements to the ADA Section 504 office last year, the agency is still not effectively serving people with disabilities. While some ERC clients received more timely approvals of their reasonable accommodations, others have continued to wait for months. One ERC client submitted a reasonable accommodation request last November for assistance with identifying units that meet her household's accessibility needs, including step-free access and access to parking. DCHA hasn't approved the request, claiming that the agency, quote, can't search for housing on the client's behalf. Another client has been waiting more than a month for DCHA to consider her request for more time to search for housing. DCHA will not make a decision until a medical provider verifies the client's disability and need for the request, despite both being obvious. The client uses a cane and needs additional time to find accessible housing. Guidance from HUD and the DOJ states that when an individual's disability and need for the accommodation are both apparent, the housing provider should not request any additional information during their review. Additionally, it's critical that all DCHA staff who interact with program participants, not solely those in the ADA Section 504 office, are aware of the agency's obligations to equitably serve people with disabilities. DCHA reports it received only 299 reasonable accommodation requests from HCVP participants in fiscal year 2025. This seems extremely low given that about a quarter of HCVP households include one or more people with disabilities and could be a sign that DCHA is failing to properly handle reasonable accommodation requests. For example, last year, a voucher holder contacted the ERC after an inspector denied her request to reschedule her home inspection due to a conflicting medical appointment for her disability. The inspector said her voucher could be terminated if no one was present for the inspection, causing her to fear she would have to cancel her medical treatment or risk becoming homeless. It was only after the ERC assisted her with resubmitting the request to the ADA Section 504 office that DCHA allowed her to reschedule the inspection. DCHA has an obligation to ensure that any reasonable accommodation request is given proper consideration, regardless of whether it is submitted to the ADA Section 504 office or not. It is unconscionable that people with disabilities languish in an unnecessarily complicated and confusing reasonable accommodations process. DCHA must ensure that people with disabilities receive the reasonable accommodations they need for their safety and well-being in a timely manner. Second, the lack of transparency of rent reasonableness assessments has created significant confusion amongst participants and housing providers. While DCHA did not share any data about rent reasonableness assessments in this year's pre-hearing written responses, it deemed 55% of units in fiscal year 2024 to not be rent reasonable. This lack of transparency results in voucher holders spending additional money on application fees and significantly prolongs their housing searches. DCHA must make it possible for housing providers and voucher holders to better identify whether a unit is likely to be found rent reasonable. DCHA should also publish rent ranges by neighborhood and bedroom size regarding what rent rates are likely to be found rent reasonable. It should also review its prior assessments for any patterns regarding whether units in certain neighborhoods are more likely to be rejected as not rent reasonable, as that could indicate poor quality data or inaccurate calculations regarding what rent is reasonable in a neighborhood. These steps are critical to unduly and unfairly restrict the fair housing choice of voucher holders. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Karen Shepard.
She left.
All right. Margarina Salazar.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Margarina Salazar, and I am a Ward 7 resident. I am here today to share my experience with DCHA and how repeated administrative failures have harmed my family. I have been a housing voucher participant since 2012 or 2013. Throughout that time, I have done everything required of me to remain compliant, submitting documents on time and following all procedures. Despite this, I have repeatedly experienced unanswered calls, unanswered emails, lack of follow-through, and prolonged administrative inaction. In May 2024, I was notified that I had been selected from the Federal Housing Choice Voucher waitlist after waiting 16 long years. I immediately submitted all required documentation. In early June 2024, while hospitalized and preparing to give birth, I received additional paperwork. I gave birth on, can you hear me? I gave birth on June 4th, 2024, and shortly after discharge, I gathered the requested documents, obtained notarizations, and submitted everything exactly as instructed to the designated housing email addresses. Over the following months, I made every effort to resolve the matter properly. Constant emails requesting clarification because I got denied, them saying that I did not turn in any of the paperwork that they were asking for. I had a meeting with Ms. Robinson at Housing where I showed her through emails that I had already sent. She said that she would accept them even though they were now outdated. But she said because they were outdated and that I turned them in on time, she would still accept them. I didn't hear back from them for weeks. When I did get in contact, they said, hey, we didn't get your paperwork. So, and it's outdated, so now we can't take it. So nevertheless, I did my part, steady, getting paperwork done or whatever for months, when ignored. I reached several supervisors, Miss Ashley DeRosa, Miss Bilal, Mr. Wayne Waller, Anissa Jones. And Miss Anissa Jones told them to reinstate my voucher. That never happened. I filed for a hearing 3 times. Never happened. I was asked to come in the office because when I did reach out to them, finally, they told me that I would have to come in so that they can do a recertification because I didn't do that. I did the recertification. I told them that I was healing from a broken toe injury. I was on bed rest for 6 months. Despite that, they said, well, we can't help you until you come in. I come in and leave with false hopes. The worker that I was assigned to see was not even there. So basically, I'm just asking that the department be held responsible. And right now, I have not received my utility check in 3 months. And they said because my recertification was late, but I turned it in months that they asked me for, but they couldn't find it, so it didn't get processed till November. So since November, I haven't even had utility assistance. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. Detrice Belt.
Good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon.
My name is Detrice Belt. I'm a lifelong DC resident. My daughter and I were displaced from Berry Farm in 2019 because of the promise of redevelopment there. I am the president of the Berry Farms Tenants and Allies and a member of Empower DC. I have been waiting for years now to return to Berry Farm. I miss being there. I miss my community and have been advocating for my family and neighbors for years now. The only update on what is happening there is that a second building is coming, but I'm not sure if former Berry Farm residents will be able to return. A big question for me is how are the former tenants being tracked and how will they hear about the second building and their ability to return? A major problem I've noticed throughout this process is communication. We were told many years ago about this plan to redevelop Berry Farm, but once we were moved out and the site was demolished, we are not told what is happening and are not clear if we will be able to return and when. When I was displaced from Berry Farm, I relocated to a new community's property, the residence at Hayes. This past December, during the week of Christmas, the ceiling in my unit caved in. It took a while for the issues to be addressed, and I wasn't sure what role of responsibility DCHA has here since many of the tenants are former public housing residents living in subsidized units. This was difficult for my daughter and me, and really made me think, what options do I have? I can't return to Berry Farms yet. I wasn't able to get a voucher when my name came up because of issues outside of my control. And now I feel stuck in this unit that is not safe for my family. I hope DCHA can improve the way it communicates with its tenants who were displaced about what is happening and when we'll be able to return. I am disappointed that this redevelopment we were promised so many years ago still has not happened, and me and my neighbors are still all over the city not knowing when we'll return and what we'll return to. I also hope that DCHA has more oversight and takes more responsibility at the properties where their displaced residents end up. While we wait to return to our promised redevelopments, DCHA should ensure that we are not living in bad conditions and there needs to be a way to directly communicate issues we are having to DCHA, especially when management at these properties is not being responsible. I'm Detrice Bell. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Shepherd, and you will need to click accept promotion. You can begin your testimony, Karen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Karen Shepherd. and I'm a DC resident, Ward 8. Um, I actually walked in the Southwest location for housing where I was told that I was eligible and my name had been called from the list. So on May 19, I went to the H3 location and completed, to my understanding, was an application for housing. Immediately, Ms. DeRosa told me that the process would take 45 business days, and I turned all my documents. They told me they had units available and whatnot, and I was assigned to Miss Carmen Thomas. Well, she had dead in her family, and because of her dead in the family, I didn't hear from her. I kept calling housing and going down there, turning in my documents 5 to 6 times, emailed them to different workers. Later on in July, I received a letter from Ms. Thomas stating that if I didn't turn in the documents that I previously taken to housing numerous times, that my application was going to be completed, abandoned. And that was in July the 10th. I didn't hear from Ms. Thomas until August the 11th, when I went back down there to request they give me something in writing, and that's when I found out that I was deemed eligible for a public-based voucher, and I was assigned to Ms. Stokes. Ms. Stokes is very unpleasant. She had conversations about me in front of other clients, saying that 5 years since she worked for housing, she never seen somebody get a 4-bedroom unit. I called her numerous times. She doesn't answer my phone calls. And as of today, which is March, February, I'm still haven't been received anything from them. Now, I did speak very briefly with Carmen Thomas yesterday, and she told me that Ms. Stokes is out the office. I see why she never answered phone calls or emails. And me and my family have not been placed. Me and my kids, I got my kids split. Some of them live with my sister. I live with my daughter. And that's the issue that I'm having with housing. They saying that they don't have no 4-bedroom units available to place my family. Then they told me last minute, oh, your daughter turned 18 during the process, which she did turn 18 May 23rd. Oh, she got to sign the lease. Oh, you need an ID. Like, they not communicating what is needed. It's all last minute, a lot of attitudes, and no work getting done. And like I said, I don't appreciate when I go down there in housing and I'm going to speak to a specialist and she's screaming from her cubicle to somebody else, my business, in front of other clients. And that's my issue with housing. And like I said, up to today, I was on the list since 2006, and me and my children still do not have a place to live.
Thank you very much for being with us. So I want to thank this panel. At least 5 out of the 6 panelists, I would say the main issue is communication. It's Patricia Malloy. I mean, there was a discussion about lack of respect, but no one answering the phone in the rental office. Marta Salazar, communication, having to come in person only for the person for the person who told you to come in to not be there. Detrice Belt, communication about the status and future of Berry Farm, and Karen Shepard, communication around your case and a voucher, applicant since 2006. Let me just clarify a couple of things with folks from this panel. Patricia Malloy, I feel like you have testified to this issue before about property managers and respect shown to residents. Am I recalling that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Has anything happened? Have there been attempts to fix this, whether successful or not? Has it improved? Has anything happened since the last time you were here to testify about this?
No, the residents, they just feel as though they're treated like they are nobody. and they have no one to talk to. The residents are calling me 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. Lincoln Heights had issues during the snow with the busted pipes, and they needed water. No one answered the phone. It's just a lot. And if it wasn't for Daniel, his group goes to Lincoln Heights. Whenever I asked him if they would go or just to go to see what's going on, and the residents, I feel that they're just being pushed aside. And Lincoln Heights needs a strong management team. And I hate to say it, I would rather see the agency go back into receivership. At least the communication and the respect. You know, I don't want to call the manager's name nor the HMA. The staff, the residents did give me.
Let me ask this, have there been any changes in management over the past, let's say, year?
Lincoln Heights have had 4 or 5 managers. Yes, they have. And some of the other managers, they retired or they left the agency. But for the last 3 managers Lincoln Heights have had, it hasn't been pleasant.
Okay. And Kenneth Council, you're hearing that the interim auditor is not usually available?
In all respect, I called this morning to make sure, and nobody could tell me who he or she was because I would like to meet with them. Audit and compliance was put in place when we came out of receivership in 2000. It was literally put in place to keep the agency in alignment. That department alone deals with staff as well as the residents. It's the rule, it's the Bible that we used to tell us if we're in compliance or out of compliance, or to tell us be careful to make sure it's not conflict of interest, or I call it clean hands. With the bidding of the contracts, even with you bringing someone in, that stuff goes through. Basically, you heard today so much about the mold and lead. That's what they did. I was over audit and finance when I was the commissioner at large there. And I was over both of those departments. So I know what I'm talking about. I know how I ran the shop, and I know of the reports that we gave. Factual. You've watched this new regime. They intentionally don't have a quorum, so they don't have to go live to have these committee meetings to let us know what they're doing. Now, you all called us dysfunction, but I've never in my life seen a board that says yes to everything, but never asks pertinent questions. It's always been yes, 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 until this much BOC. They pushed back because it was something that they can sit here and say, you all just told us about this a day ago or this morning. We need to have time to have a discussion. They didn't want to have one. The chair and the ED discusses, but it doesn't trickle down to the board. You saw that when they saw you last month. All of them looked like they stuck, in a light bulb because they didn't have their lives together. You've seen what we're saying honestly with integrity, and you see what people are saying goody goody for them because they've been asked to come down and talk. It's unfair. I've always said, a lie can't live. It only lingers. It has a beginning and it has an ending. And we need to put an ending to this.
I appreciate that perspective. I have heard other concerns about out of office responses with regard to new auditors. So we will dig into that. They haven't been there very long, so I'm not sure what's happening.
And you see the money flow. Every time you turn around, there's a shortage of money. No, they're taking the money.
Susie McClanahan, the rent reasonableness accommodation, the uptick of complaints on that is increasing again. So there are a lot of confusion there that we've got to work through. On the reasonable accommodations, can we go back into what you're saying in terms of timelines and difficulties of getting that taken care of?
Yeah, so we've had to get cases where, for instance, once a request goes to the Section 504 ADA office, it is getting approved relatively quickly. For instance, the example I gave where the individual was initially told she couldn't have a reasonable accommodation, but once we made the request to the office, it was approved rather quickly. However, we've had multiple clients whose requests are either just indefinitely paused until they provide unnecessary and potentially illegal documentation, or that essentially we're going back and forth with the DC Housing Authority about whether they can actually, like, whether the request is within their purview. We've heard a lot of great things about the agency about housing locators and how they can provide individualized assistance. We requested in November that a housing locator work individually with a person with a disability to try to identify accessible units for her. And DCHA has still not approved that request, saying that it would be a drain on their capacity and resources.
Was it, I'm trying not to get too deep into the specific request. Was it a generally like common request, like, ADA accessibility? Was it something that, yeah, I'm having trouble imagining what the request would be that would be so difficult it would drain the agency's resources.
So my understanding is that DCHA generally does not track accessible units that would be available to Housing Choice Voucher Program households. The individual in question needs a request with step-free access and access to parking, which we've outlined, but we've been told that the housing locators could not help her individually review ads to try to identify properties that would meet that need, that is her responsibility and hers alone to figure out.
The housing locator doesn't locate housing. Okay. All right. We will have to dig into that. Martarena Salazar, sorry to hear about everything that you've been through. What is the current status of your issue?
Crickets. I'm still in the same spot I was in 2024. I just recently reached out to the agency, and again, they said that they would look into this, do that. I just recently tried to get another hearing set, and the lady from the hearing office, Ms. Green, told me that I had already did 2 or 3, and they still haven't responded. So I'm just still where I am and without my utility allowance. So, and I just talked to them about that recently, and no answer.
What was the last time you were in contact? When was the last time you reached out to the agency? When's the last time you heard back from DCHA?
Last week I contacted my worker and about my utility check because she's not federal, so she says that she can't help me with the federal part. But the utility check, she just said that basically I guess had an overpayment even though my income has been the same. And I had got in November, didn't get it in December, didn't get it in January or February, and no notice, no communication, just nothing.
Okay. And is that the only remaining issue, the utility issue?
No, my federal voucher.
Okay, that's
I was
what I
on the
thought.
list 16 years, and I got
Okay.
called, and they're saying that I didn't turn in paperwork. I have over 300 emails with several supervisor, ombudsman, like open dialogue. So I just don't understand. It only takes to say, hey, well, Ms. Salazar said she turned in this. Can you show me, what you received, or make them look for the stuff, produce it. To have so many people, I mean, I've been in contact with over 8 people at the agency since 2024. So, and then my DHS worker contacted them back last year sometime, and she never got nothing back.
Okay. All right, we will try to assist there. Yeah, I mean, we've clearly got a communications issue. So we will try to assist there, Ms. Salazar, and try to help get information and get things on track. The trees belt, you are consistent, which I'm glad about. On Berry Farm, when was the last time you've received communication about the status and timeline?
I just got a call yesterday, because they knew that I was going to be speaking and being consistent. So they were giving me some update as to November the 2nd. Something's going on in November of this year about the second building. But I am worried because the first building that went up, they specifically told me I would have went into that building because I want to get back to my community. But I said, I want to go in that building, but am I going to be able to be still up for the house? Because when I left Berry Farms, I was in a house. And now I'm in an apartment, and that does not work for my household. I want to be in the house. They said, no, that would be you being placed. So the second building, that's still my concern. But I do want to get out of this building that I'm in. And I want to get back to my community.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And before yesterday, what do you remember the last communication about the timeline and status?
No, I don't.
Okay. Karen Shepherd, how long have you been in pursuit of a 4-bedroom unit?
Since May 19, when housing took my documentation and told me that I have been pulled from the list, they qualified me in August, and they sent me to one unit, which was a 3-bedroom, was occupied, and they said that they already had told housing, but nobody responded. And since August 2025, I have called Ms. Stokes at least once a week or email her, and I don't get no response. When I went down there to speak to her directly, since she wasn't answered, that's when she was yelling from across the desk that they don't have no 4 bedrooms available. So I need to sit down and I could be in the waiting list up to 10 more years.
Mhm. I heard you right, 2019?
I applied in 2026. I've been waiting for placements since August 2025.
Yeah, okay, okay. All right. And you are living with a family member. Some of your children are living with a family member. Obviously,
Co-
not an
co-
ideal situation.
Correct. And this been going on since last year when they told me that they had a voucher, but they didn't have a voucher.
What happened there? Did they said they had a voucher and then what?
Well, what she stated to me was that they wasn't unaware that I needed a 4 bedroom, as I have 2 girls, one is 18, and I have a boy 18. So they said everybody need their own bedroom, and DC does not have any 4 bedrooms available to place me and my family.
I see. Okay. Okay. When you fill out the form, does it ask the age of your children?
Yes, it do. It asks everyone age, and I apply on May 19th, right before my oldest daughter turned 18. Now my son Naquan is 18. So I got two 18-year-olds and a 10-year-old in the household.
Okay. All right. Well, we will we'll see from the agent. We'll try to make sure they give you clarity there. I'm not sure why you're stuck in limbo. It sounds like everything's been approved. You're just waiting for a 4-bedroom unit. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll help move things along with the agency.
Thank
Um,
you.
Absolutely. I want to thank you all for being with us today. Again, I don't like that we have an 80-person witness list for things that just shouldn't require coming to a hearing for, but we're going to work through it. All right, we'll move to our next panel of public witnesses, Misha Petway, Brandon Barrett, Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place, Dr. Janet Phoenix with the campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma, Tawana Johnson Sellers, and Michelle Bonner. All right, Misha Petway, good to have you with us. You can begin your testimony. Misha Petway. All right, we will come back to you. Brandon Barrett. You can begin your testimony. Welcome. I think you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, awesome. Thank you for having me today. I am speaking on behalf of landlords, and not all landlords, but a particular cohort of landlords that I've had an opportunity to speak with. Let me start here. So there needs to be much better tenant accountability. There has to be some resources or some recourse for those who delay repairs by denying access. We must create exceptions for small landlords, being those that have less than 2 units, who don't have deep pockets to go months without receiving rent and having to make repairs beyond normal wear and tear. And if tenants call the Department of Buildings, they must cooperate in order to get repairs actually done within the property. So what we're dealing with is a situation where good faith landlords are being forced to subsidize bad faith tenants. And of course, I'm not talking about all tenants, I'm talking about bad faith tenants. And what's often labeled as tenant advocacy in the district functions more like a government-backed system that provides protections without accountability. There's no support for small landlords, and result feels less like advocacy and more like a financial war on property owners who are simply trying to operate responsibly. As a real estate investor, I considered investing in Washington, D.C. However, after reviewing the current laws and hearing about real landlord horror stories like the DC squatter and personal accounts from close friends who rent in the district, I have decided that I will not. The regulatory environment is fundamentally unfair to landlords and actively discourages new investment for small landlords like myself. DC has become extremely unattractive to me as an investor because the current policies expose landlords to unlimited financial risk. The delaying tactics of calling the Department of Buildings to obtain citations and then being uncooperative when the repairs are supposed to be implemented, combined with a slow court process, allows for those savvy tenants to remain in the house without paying rent or the water for well over a year. If a landlord cannot perform inspections to do preventative maintenance, then how is it a condition of the property the landlord's fault? In many cases, landlords are required to continue paying mortgages, taxes, insurance, and utilities while having no meaningful ability to enforce lease terms or regain possession of their property before it becomes financially disastrous. I've personally heard of multiple accounts of tenants occupying properties for years without paying rent. Meanwhile, landlords are left to absorb the cost. The worst case I heard about includes over $27,000 in unpaid rent, and it's all revolves around a friend of mine's childhood home that he currently rents to a tenant that is not paying mortgage or not paying the rent and neglecting the water bill. In this particular case, the tenant doesn't pay the rent, doesn't pay the water. The tenant keeps more than 6 dogs, which violates the lease. The tenant constructed an unauthorized fence, which violates the lease. The tenant installed unauthorized solar panels, again violating the lease. And the tenant denies and delays access for service or repairs. Yet, the landlord remains responsible for the property and powerless to effectively enforce the lease. A lease is a contract. Landlords are required to maintain the property and comply with regulations and cover major expenses. Tenants, in turn, agree to pay the rent and the utilities and to care for the property. In DC, however, tenants are effectively excused from their obligations while landlords are held to theirs, no matter the cost. The human impact of this system is devastating. The stress, the financial strain, and the emotional toll that I've seen those take is very severe, to the point that he actually had to call the suicide hotline to be talked off of a ledge, seeing his life go down this tube. Owning a rental property is supposed to be a process that generates a reasonable return on investment. It's not supposed to require landlords to subsidize tenants until they are financially and emotionally destroyed. A housing system without balance or accountability does not create stability. It drives responsible landlords away, reducing the housing supply, and ultimately hurts everyone. And to that point, there are people who would be very excellent tenants that I've seen come before this panel, this group today, to talk about the issues that they're having. And while the particular property that I'm discussing was in excellent condition and could have been a great home for many of the people who testified here today, unfortunately, they're not going to have that opportunity because it's currently being occupied by a tenant who isn't maintaining their responsibilities, not paying the rent, not paying the water, and thus living free of charge, while other responsible tenants are struggling to find a place to stay.
I appreciate it. Ms. Barrett, let me pause you. You were about 2 minutes over, but I'll come back to you for some questions. Lynn Amano with Friendship Place, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White, for allowing me to testify today. I am Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving more than 5,000 participants last year. We work with DCHA in conjunction with DHS to house clients through local tenant-based and site-based permanent supportive housing, and directly with DCHA for clients with federal vouchers. Friendship Place testified a couple of months ago about the housing choice voucher process, and we participated in the DCHA-DHS strategy session that took place this fall to improve the process. The facilitator has released the report from that effort, and DCHA has provided responses. However, the responses failed to meet the needs raised during the session. As a result, I'm unfortunately testifying to this committee facing the same challenges we faced last year, now with visibility of known solutions, and which we are again asking DCHA to implement. We have asked repeatedly for an online portal accessible by clients, landlords, and providers that allows each party to contact the assigned housing specialists and track how long the process was in each stage of the approval and lease up. DCHA has instead moved to unify the local and federal housing voucher process under its online Yardy Rent Cafe program. This online program still provides no visibility to our housing caseworkers. Our unified system request included housing specialists designated by provider with chain of command supervisors to allow for accountability and follow-up. The report states DCHA is to provide DHS with a list of specialists and caseworkers in tenant-based and project-based LRSP, which we have not received and which lacks both direct assignments and supervisors. Most recently, we tried to escalate 2 protracted cases whose housing specialist had failed to respond after months of outreach consistently by our caseworkers. In one case, the housing specialist failed to respond to repeated emails over a period from October to February. And the second case had a response gaps forcing a voucher extension and an exception when the client's voucher actually expired due to DCHA response time. Thanks to additional escalation by Jenna Sabasco at DHS, we were finally able to learn the details of the holdup for these individuals. Lack of staffing or oversight at DCHA should not risk any chronically homeless individual their opportunity to receive housing. We appreciate that DCHA participates in the monthly meetings with providers and took part in the voucher improvement process with us, but we are disappointed that the outcome reflects no meaningful change in process. DCHA's primary responsibility is to fulfill its HUD requirements, dealing with federal vouchers and the challenges of public housing. DCHA could clearly use additional help in managing its local vouchers. We continue to encourage the STAR Board to outsource this process, a change that should be easier at a time when there are a few local vouchers in the system. Additionally, we echo others' concerns that DCHA's new policy against rent increases without deposits for voucher transfers will lead to individuals re-experiencing homelessness. Thank you, Chairman, and the Housing Committee members for helping us serve our most vulnerable neighbors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janet Phoenix. Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the chair and other committee members for allowing me to testify. I appreciate the opportunity. And I also want to thank those personnel who I have had conversations with over the last year about specific housing conditions that are impacting children with asthma who are being referred to the Asthma Home Visiting Program that I manage for Children's National. I am still receiving a steady stream of referrals, and that's the reason why I'm coming back today to continue to raise some specific issues before this committee. Today, I'm really going to focus pretty specifically on pests and rodent infestations, although I support comments that others have made about other housing conditions that are linked to health conditions like asthma for people living in public housing, whether it's directly managed by DCHA or whether it's housing that's privately owned that people are living in with vouchers. I have shared these recommendations with DCHA. I haven't had an opportunity to walk them through these recommendations in detail, but I look forward to having that opportunity. I think the most important point, and this is reflected in the written testimony that I submitted yesterday, is that there really needs to be a point person within the agency who can wrap their arms around this pest and rodent issue. The kind of flipping back and forth between a strategy of relying on external contractors or relying on an internal team, it's clear that without a point person within the agency who can coordinate the activities across construction and property management, that you're not really going to be able to tackle the severe issues that continue to exist. The properties, many of the properties are deteriorating, and without the ability to kind of seal up holes and cracks effectively, you're going to have pests migrating from the outside to the inside of buildings easily, and also you're going to have pests migrating from unit to unit. And that's why you have approximately 30%, I think, still of units that have some kind of pest infestation or rodent infestation, or both. This is a concern. But if there were someone who could really kind of take this on for DCHA and develop a strategy, train maintenance staff who are not necessarily directly involved in pest control or rodent control, but who could be doing things like monitoring infestations and making sure that the conditions that exacerbate infestations like holes and cracks, for example, are addressed, that would, kind of be a more all hands on deck approach to the problem. The recommendations that are included in the written testimony, I did not come up with on my own. In preparation for the webinar that we had in December that the campaign sponsored, we consulted technical experts across the country. We talked with folks who are managing pest control programs in large housing authorities like Boston and New York City. So almost all of these recommendations come from them in terms of what would work. But to a man or woman, they recommended having a point person within the agency who could take this on and really focus on it and coordinate the resources and coordinate the different parts of the agency that need to be involved. My last point is that this is not solely a problem for DCHA, especially when it comes to rodent infestations. The whole city is grappling with this. And one council member has strongly suggested that there be a rodent czar for the city. This is a similar recommendation I'm making at a micro level for DCHA, that there needs to be a czar, but there also needs to be coordination across the city in terms of outside approaches that entities like DC Health are engaging in through their rodent control and vector program, and indoor approaches, with the recognition that the pests are moving from outdoor spaces into residences and causing problems for the people who live within. I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Misha Petway, welcome.
Good afternoon, council member. And thank you for the opportunity to speak before you and the Housing Authority staff today. I have several things that I wanted to touch bases on today, but I'm just going to give you a synopsis of them, and I'll be available at the end to take any questions. I also have some examples as well. The first thing I wanted to touch on is the recertification and inconsistencies with the Housing Authority. Residents have been asking, the HMAs have asked residents to provide documentation outside of HUD guidelines as far as like the effective date of the recertification. They're requiring residents to obtain third-party verifications when in the ACOP, it says that DCHA staff will obtain third-party verifications. We know that we should be able to give some pay stubs and things like that, but in the case that the residents cannot do that, the ACOP clearly states that the Housing Authority will send those verifications out. They've also required full recertifications during transfers when only an interim recertification is appropriate. We just had a transfer at Potomac, and I was told that she had to do a full recert, and it's not her recert time. These practices create delays, improper rent calculations, and unnecessary burdens on residents. We are simply asking DCHA to follow its own ACOP policies consistently. The second one is flat rent compliance. In 2022, HUD found that DCHA was not properly offering residents a true choice between income-based and flat rent. In my research, I found that though the Housing Authority is a move to work program, they still have to go through HUD to have things approved. And the flat rent was not, it was approved, but at the time, the 2022 Move to Work program was implemented and it became obsolete. So that meant that the flat rent was obsolete. So at this current time, in my research, there's no flat rent policy that is aligned with HUD standards. The third one is the lack of communication. In 2024, DCHA removed the playground from Potomac Gardens and not informing the resident leadership or residents. In the summer of 2024, a resident came up to me and asked me where was the playground. At that time, I didn't have anything to say. Upon researching and asking the Housing Authority, I was told that the playground itself was not safe and the ground where the playground was not safe. To this day, we still do not have a playground, leaving the children to do things that are just not childlike things, such as vandalism of the property. The next one is vacant apartments and rodent infestation. There are a number of vacant apartments at Potomac, and the residents are concerned that the rodents in these vacants are entering into their homes. Not only that, with these vacants, the Housing Authority is losing revenue, which is a concern because we need monies to complete the maintenance request. On January the 22nd, it was a fire at 700 on the second floor. It took 3 weeks for the Housing Authority to get somebody out to make or start even doing any cleanups. And that includes moving residents from that floor. The residents are concerned that the alarm system is not fully functioning because they didn't hear any alarms go off during that time. The residents want to know what the Housing Authority's plan of action is for fires going forward. I also wanted to talk about the resident election. So the Commissioner Blackson has been a consistent and strong, dedicated voice for the resident leaders. And when faced with opposition, she remained steadfast in her advocacy. For several years, Ms. Blackson has hosted President to President, block by block, and in the past 2 years, chat and choose in all jurisdictions for all residents under the DCHA portfolio. While Ms. Blackson has these meetings, she does invite the Housing Authority staff to come to the meetings, but a lot of the answers go unanswered and unresolved. We want to know what it is that the Housing Authority is going to do consistent for the residents. When it comes even with the commissioner elections, the head of the commissioners stated that the elections had something to do with the Rental Act. In my research, I didn't see anywhere where the two had anything to do with either. Thank you for this time. I know I went over, but I'm available for any questions that you may have. And thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. Tawana Johnson Sellers, welcome. Tawana Johnson Sellers, we see you on our end. All right, we'll go to Michelle Bonner, and hopefully Tawana, we can figure that out in the next few minutes. Yes, Michelle Bonner, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you for having this hearing today. My name is Michelle Bonner. I am a 30-year resident of the District of Columbia and resident of Ward 7. I have also been a provider of renter housing east of the river to the Housing Choice Voucher Program for over the last 2 decades. Fortunately, during much of this time, I've had knowledgeable long-term residents who bore the brunt of dealing with the DC Housing Authority directly, basically insulating me from a lot of the obstacles and challenges that you've heard about today. And I do feel horrible for the tenants and the other small property owners who have done this yeoman's work on a continuous basis. My experience, particularly over the past year, has been horrendous, and I can see why so many people avoid dealing with DC Housing Authority if they can. But so many people cannot rely on the Housing Authority for housing and safe, affordable housing. And so I'm hoping there's some way that we can begin to hold DCHA accountable to the residents who rely on them for housing and also the housing providers who are also needed so that we can continue to have affordable housing in DC. My life partner and my partner in rental property passed away last year in May. And on June 3rd, I gave the tenant a notice to vacate to repossess the property in Anacostia that my family still intends to move back to. The tenant in that property has been lovely throughout the entire process. He immediately went to DCHA to get a new voucher so he can begin to move out. They did not give him a voucher. He went down there repeatedly until they gave him a voucher on August 4th, which was 60 days into the 90-day notice to vacate. He has submitted numerous properties to DCHA to move back into. He has been also, these properties have been denied repeatedly after much work from him and from me and from the prospective landlords providing information to DCHA repeatedly, and being denied for reasonableness of rent, again, that we've heard about often. without explanation, even though the rents have been in the same units, in the same complexes, and they've reduced the rent and it still has been denied repeatedly without explanation or information. My tenant, upon expiration of the 6-month voucher, has finally identified a unit that has been approved. He's expected to move in March 4th. I'm not holding my breath. But I refused to file an eviction notice for the tenant because it was never the tenant's fault for why I have not been able to move back into the Anacostia property. And I am interested in we can find ways to hold DCHA accountable so that the tenants nor the landlords be punished for their ineptitude. If I'm open for questions, so we can brainstorm this. Office of Administrative Hearings is not an option right now. If it can be, I'm willing to help in any way I can to make that possible or other ways possible to hold DCHA accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tawana Johnson Sellers. We're able to. All right. All you got to do is unmute now. We can see you. Yeah. Okay. And there's no one mute button at the bottom. All right. How about this? Ms. Sellers, take your time. We got more panels, so hopefully we'll get you on the next panel. All right. So take your time. We'll figure it out though. No problem. Right. I think Brandon Barrett had to go. So I won't ask any questions. Obviously, a number of things that we've heard from other panels at this point. Lynn Amano, what's the current response from the agency on the online portal that would allow every party to contact the housing specialist? Is there a reason that that's not happening?
I heard you ask this question of Charlene Castle earlier today. We have never really been given a reason. I mean, there was initially, as was previously mentioned, this idea that perhaps there was HIPAA information involved, but we all know that that can easily be taken care of with a waiver, a signed waiver for the caseworker. And as was previously mentioned, we work primarily with chronically homeless individuals who, by definition, have a disability if they're receiving permanent supportive housing. So it's a challenge for us to have to rely on having that communication go through them for a whole list of reasons.
Yeah.
And the accessibility is built into that as well. Some people just don't have good familiarity or ability to access email or be able to respond to that.
But is the agency saying no, or are they saying maybe and then just leaving it there?
So my understanding during the discussion process was that from a vendor perspective, that it would be possible to do so. We're not, and I have always made the case that, universities are able to do this where they have even accessibility points for different parties. So like my daughter can view her grades and I can't view her grades, but I can pay her bill, right? Like all of those kinds of things. Like it is possible to design portals to do that. So honestly, don't think there is a good reason why we shouldn't be able to do that.
And are you part of the working group? I always forget the name.
Yes, we are. We are there, and I say that we're there organizationally. We actually, for participating in the sort of strategic process that happened this summer, we sent, we wanted to send the people who were doing the work. So I do the advocacy. We have caseworkers and caseworker supervisors that, were participating directly to make sure that they were conveying all of the issues that they were having.
Okay. And you mentioned significant failures to respond from the housing specialists. Were there multiple examples you were pointing to, or was there
Yeah, so
one?
we have multiple examples, but those were two of the most significant examples. When I went to my team and I said, how's it going? They said, we have these two cases that had been happening essentially over at least a 6-month process in both cases. One of whom had essentially lost her voucher and required some hoops to jump through to be able to extend the voucher by a day so that her HAP contract could go through. And the other one was just sort of a lack of response from the caseworker, as other people, who've testified have mentioned as well. And it's really hard because I'm sure they have caseworker turnover, or I'm sure there's other challenges going on, but that's why we keep asking for specifically like chain of command and some sort of accountability for responding.
Okay. All right, this is something we're going to have discussions with the agency about. Obviously, it's come up a lot. Dr. Phoenix, I appreciate your ongoing work, and glad that you're getting referrals into the clinic, and appreciate you sharing the information around rodents and with respect to health and safety. Misha Petway, I assume you've raised the issue around the playground. Have you gotten a response or clarity around why there's no playground?
So recently, I got an email or a call, I should say, asking for some information about the playground, but that's all. I wouldn't even say recently, maybe I guess recently, November, December. I got a call somewhere around there, but we've been waiting all this time and nothing.
And the vacant units, I know I toured some of the units that were being rehabbed there some time ago, but still a lot of vacant units now. Do you have a sense of how many vacant units there are?
So I can tell you that from the walk-ups, which is the garden style, where you came and visited when they did the renovations at 1216 and 1218, there are at least 2 buildings maybe that have 1 or 2 people in them on that side. I can't tell you where the other vacants are, but just hearing from the residents, because they have had rodents and things coming into their apartments and they know which apartments have been vacant. I can tell you one apartment that been vacant. It was a fire unit, been vacant for like 6 or more years, and it's still probably the same way. We just want to know, like, what's the time frame for the apartments to be, cleaned and things like that. I've been told that the contractors that were on the property were no longer there to conduct the work, but they have this ATP program where they're training resident staff to do some of these things. I think in the past they were utilized to clean out the apartments and start to turn on them. I feel like that's something that the DC Housing can do again, if that's,
But so
that's a
these
suggestion.
units, I mean, these are units that you believe are going to be utilized in the near future? Because some stay offline for a long time, and that becomes part of the agency's plan. And some of them, they rehab and get them ready for new tenants. You think these are units that are supposed to be made ready for new tenants?
Of course,
Okay.
by all means, it's too many vacant apartments to just be offline.
Okay.
I've been in Potomac Gardens 25 years and I've never seen it like this. Um, it's bad.
Roughly how long have they been vacant?
We have some apartments. I know one in my building where I live. The lady moved maybe back in 21 during COVID, and nobody has been up there to take care of that apartment. She said she turned her keys in and everything. We've constantly been getting excuses about the vacant apartments. Maybe somebody passed away and they have to go through the courts to get possession of the apartment. Per HUD, it's only 14 days. And I know in every situation is different if there's no emergency contact and things like that. But if the keys have been turned in, I don't see what the issue is with getting it turned and occupied again.
Sorry, I gotta make a note. All right, thank you for that. We'll get an update on that property as well. Michelle Bonner, want to make sure, do you have multiple properties or is there just one? All right, might have lost you. Okay. Okay, well, I want to thank this panel again. Some things we already needed to address with the Housing Authority, some additional things that we will address with them today. So thank you very much for being with us today and for your patience as we work through a long witness list. Our next panel will be Beverly Barrow, Dean Hunter, CEO of SMOA, Will Doyle, Vice President of Housing First Pathways to Housing DC, Sandra Mills with the Committee of 100 of the Federal City, Heather Day, and Nicole Green. And Tawana, hopefully we'll be able to hear you this time. So you'll be on this panel if we can figure out the mute situation, but we will start with Beverly Barrow. And you can go ahead. I think you're with us by phone.
Yes.
Excellent. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members and DCHA staff. My name is Beverly Barrow, and I thank you for allowing me a platform to voice my concern. I'm a Ward 7 Richardson dwelling resident, and my reason for testifying today is regarding the longstanding issue around my federal housing choice voucher. In February 2024, after more than 30 years on the waiting list, I finally received my federal Section 8 voucher, and I was told the process was expedited due to the redevelopment of Richardson dwellings in Lincoln Heights, and during the briefing, we were assured that the extensions would be available if needed. And in good faith, I searched for housing, but many of the landlords wouldn't accept the voucher at that time. And I was instructed to email Ms. Harvey and Ms. Jackson before the voucher expired to request an extension. I did so, but I never received a response. So my voucher expired before I was able to secure housing. I then went in person to 702 H Street and I spoke with a housing inspector who advised me to continue using the expired voucher and call once I found a unit, which was very confusing and also rejected by two landlords that I presented the expired voucher to. The DCHA housing inspector also suggested that day that I email him to be re-enrolled in a more detailed housing choice briefing session. He felt that it was pretty rushed. So I sent that email to the address that he provided, and again, I received no response from him. Later, I was told that due to funding issues, the voucher program is now closed and that I would have to return to the waiting list, which is also closed. And then last week, I called in and I was advised by a DCHA employee to return to 702 H Street and stay on the neck of the inspector in order to get assistance. And as a resident, I just don't believe it should require repeated in-person visits or pressure for a case to be addressed. I'm simply asking for a clear process and accountability because it's now February 2026 and I'm facing displacement if I don't right size and move from my current residence to another public housing complex. And after 30 years for this opportunity and waiting, I'm just simply asking for clarity, accountability, and a fair resolution. And so I thank you for your time and for holding this hearing today to hear our concerns.
Thank you very much for being with us, Beverly Barrow. Dean Hunter with the SMOA. Welcome.
Good evening, Councilmember White, members of the council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I appear today not just as an advocate for small housing providers, but to propose a structural solution to a growing risk inside the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Small landlords are not just participants in this system, they are the infrastructure. They provide the majority of naturally occurring affordable housing, they absorb risk, they maintain aging housing stock, and they're essential to voucher participation and utilization. Infrastructure is only stable when the system around it is predictable. I recently met with Director Pettigrew and outlined concerns regarding many of the issues raised here today: leasing delays, inspection bottlenecks, recapture actions, mediation inefficiency, landlord attrition. And I do also congratulate the director on accomplishing a great deal as it relates to rectifying many of the issues in the audit. I appreciate the engagement the agency he's engaged in, but engagement enough is not alone. It doesn't create stability. I've submitted with my testimony a report, the DC Rental Housing Report, the State of DC Rental Housing Report of 2025. The report documents measurable strain within the small rental housing ecosystem, declining participation trends, rising turnover, increasing financial increasing financial strain and stress. If landlord participation continues to erode, voucher utilization and affordable housing preservation in vulnerable neighborhoods will suffer. But today, rather than simply critique, we're going to offer a solution. I'm proposing the creation of an affordable housing infrastructure stability pilot. You talk about what is done in other jurisdictions quite often. We often talk about it, but unless we put the resources and the timing in place to actually do the work, to look at that, it never gets done. That's why we're here now, still talking about many of the same issues we talked about every oversight hearing. Through our nonprofit arm, the Small Multifamily Institute, we propose a 12-month pilot partnership with DCHA focused on 5 functions: landlord retention, voucher utilization, inspection failure reduction, abatement mitigation, provider landlord coordination. This is not support for landlords, this is stabilization of the system. This pilot would provide structured inspection readiness coaching, develop standardized access and documentation protocols, reduce preventable abatement triggers, train providers on compliance expectations and landlord economics, and provide early stage dispute documentation and structured pre-escalation review. It would track landlord retention and inspection matrix quarterly. There's some other goals that we'd like to publish quarterly as it relates to provider interaction too. But the goals are measurable: fewer failed inspections, fewer retroactive abatements, fewer lease-up delays, higher landlord retention, and improved voucher utilization. This is system intervention, and it matters financially. Even if a modest percentage of small landlords exit the program, which is not happening, it's a lot. You heard Mr. Barrett, and I'm going to tell you that conversation about mental health triggers and suicide, Councilmember, I get those calls quarterly, literally. Voucher utilization is not theoretical, it is a budgetary consequence. Even with small declines in landlord participation, it can affect lease-up timeliness, administrative workload, and overall program efficiency. A modest program in the range of $250,000 would represent a fraction of the Housing Choice Voucher Program administrative expenditures, but could protect millions in subsidy flow and housing stability. This could be done in multiple ways. It could be a performance-based contract from DCHA, or it could be funded directly from the council as a small landlord stabilization initiative. The structure is flexible. The objective is stability. Affordable housing policy in this city has focused heavily on tenant side subsidy expansion. We provide millions for the tenants. We don't do anything for the landlords, small landlords in particular. Tenant stability depends on supply side stability. When small landlords exit the program, the loss may be invisible at first, but the impact is felt by tenants immediately. SMI is prepared to serve as an operational infrastructure, not opposition, not an opponent, but to stabilize participation and improve measurable performance outcomes. We're ready to collaborate constructively. I ask that you enter that report into the record, and I look forward to meeting with you and your staff, Councilmember, to discuss those details, the details of the report in further detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we were able to get Tawana Johnson-Sellers off mute. Fingers crossed. Tawana Sellers. All right, keep trying. Will Doyle with Pathways to Housing DC. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. To illustrate performance concerns in FY25 and FY26, I want to highlight the rehousing journey of one of our PSHP clients. She returned to homelessness on August 15th, 2024, and was finally rehoused on February 9th, 2026, after 543 days. When she began that process, she had a housing choice voucher. So we supported her in navigating DCHA processes to get rehoused. After 481 days of significant efforts and regular communication and follow-up with DCHA staff, she was still homeless and enduring her second winter without a home. On December 9th, 2025, we assisted her in applying for one of our sponsor-based LRSP vouchers, as it was clear that we could no longer depend on the DCHA to complete the process through a tenant-based program. After just 62 days, her voucher application was approved, she identified a new unit, it was inspected, and she was rehoused on February 9th, 2026. During this unnecessarily long rehousing journey, Pathways to Housing DC staff contacted DCHA staff by email at least 65 times in regards to this client's housing process. We only received responses to about a third of these emails, although the majority of the responses were to add other DCHA staff rather than addressing a specific issue. Pathways staff also called the DCHA several times and visited in person with the client multiple times. In total, we interacted with approximately 20 DCHA staff throughout the process and had to resubmit a release of information multiple times. It is difficult to relay exactly why the client was not able to move forward with housing, given the lack of communication, inconsistencies, and varying information we received. However, she was matched to a unit from August 2024 through December 2025 and had an RFTA pending review for a substantial amount of that time. Given the lack of feedback on the RFTA, we did our best to meet with the landlord and make all corrections we could assess independently. At one point, a recertification was requested, which we promptly submitted. Instead of moving forward with housing, the client unnecessarily took up a shelter bed at CCNV from August 2024 to February 2026. DHS staff at CCNV assisted in securing toll time in April 2025 for a request that we submitted several months prior. DHS staff also advocated with the DCHA about scheduling an inspection in September 2025, but the DCHA never scheduled it. Finally, we assisted the client in submitting a request to the DCHA for a good cause hearing on January 16, 2026, but we still have not received a response to that request. I wish that this client's story was unique, but unfortunately it is not. While we know and utilize a variety of methods to navigate the DCHA on behalf of our clients, the challenges I have described happen far too often. Even when our supervisors or I get directly involved, these inexplicable and inexcusable situations ensue. The lack of responsiveness, poor communication across DCHA departments, and inability to resolve issues leaves me with no confidence that our contact with the DCHA regarding challenges will result in anything. In this absence of appropriate functioning, we urgently need contacts, internal and external to the DCHA, to whom we can escalate issues. I urge this committee to establish these point people so that no DC resident has to endure unnecessary suffering due to the failures of the DCHA. In this time, when new vouchers are not being funded, we have to do better to support voucher holders in maintaining their vouchers. Far too often, our support of clients in complying with voucher requirements meets barrier after barrier. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will have to transfer to phone at this moment, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Understood. Sandra Mills with the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. All right, hold on. Tawana Sellers, are you able to unmute now?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, Sandra, I
Okay.
apologize. We worked so hard to hear from
Yeah, I apologize about that. Took me a minute, but I got it.
All right, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. So I would first like to say thank you again, Chair and your committee, as well as Daniel, his team, for providing this platform. I didn't want to go through my whole spiel because so many of the voucher holders, we have the same concern, well, some of the same concerns as far as communication. I believe that a footprint needs to be put in place, like accountability needs to be in place, because I learned from the panel today that there's no performance evaluations. So that would explain no consequences. So if they don't live up to their responsibilities, there's no consequences that they need to face. So I think a lot of things get lost in translation. So the footprint that I came up with, I don't even know if they will even incorporate it, but just to have something electronically, and I'm not sure if the Rent Cafe covers this, but to state who you're corresponding with, the date and time, the matters discussed, the documents submitted or requested, and the solution. What are next steps? What is it completed? And it all should be done in a time frame. I've, as well as myself, heard so many other voucher holders state by the time they do gather information, you know, the time frame has expired for whatever reason because it's such a long process that's not being taken care of. And if they don't have accountability, again, one of the other voucher holders is your word against my word and so forth. Don't have it in writing, speak to them over the phone. I think with this footprint, you cannot deny accountability, and that's for the voucher holders and for DCHA employees. Um, Several times I've submitted information in person and wrote out on the receipt what I'm submitting, took a picture, had it stamped, everything. Lo and behold, I have to resubmit the same information. And I believe if a worker, a DCHA employee signs off on any information submitted, then accountability can be held. I've also heard that they have a huge workload. And I don't deny that, and they may have, but at the end of the week or the end of the month, can you actually show exactly how much you committed to each one of your clients? So that is my thing, like accountability. That's it. That needs to happen because other than that, we're going to be over and over, round and round, the same issues. So I would commission DCHA to see like what if the roles were reversed? What would their expectations be? And I know it's a process and it takes time, but how many more meetings do we have to actually show progress? When is it going to get off the ground and make it happen? Now, Mr. Pettigrew, I believe he's putting his best foot forward, but he cannot manually pull an 18-wheeler if it had flat tires. And that's my whole stance, accountability.
Thank you very much. Glad we were able to hear from you. Sandra Mills, thank you for your patience. You can begin your testimony.
I think I'm here. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Tawana Sellers, it seems to still be on the screen.
No, you're on my screen.
Oh, I'm on the screen. All right. Thank you. I'm Sandra Mills, and I'm presenting testimony today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. I'm a trustee of the Committee of 100, and I'm also serving as the co-chair of its housing subcommittee. The Committee of 100 isn't a housing provider. It doesn't represent tenants, but we remain extremely concerned about, excuse me, the DC's public housing programs that are administered by DCHA. So we want to thank the committee, this committee, for the many hearings that it has held over the years, particularly since the new director, Keith Pettigrew, came into the agency. We also want to thank all of the tenants and the housing providers and the housing advocates who have taken the time to testify today about the problems they are experiencing with DCHA. I also want to thank this committee's staff for actually going ahead and downloading all of the documents that were referenced in DCHA's pre-hearing report that were inaccessible to the Committee of 100, and I gather to the rest of the public. There's been a lot of commentary about communication problems with DCHA in this, of course, of the testimony today, and I would count that as yet another problem. So since Keith Pettigrew assumed responsibility as director for DCHA, the Committee of 100 has observed how this committee and the council members serving on it have endeavored to remain extremely patient and constructive in their dealings with DCHA's leadership, as they reportedly sought to remedy the many appalling conditions in DC public housing that were documented in the September 22 HUD report. Director Pettigrew developed a 3-year recovery plan to bring DCHA into compliance with the law and to provide safe and habitable housing for those in need. Unfortunately, at least as it appears to us, the council's forbearance has not really been adequately rewarded. We now find that DCHA's chief compliance officer, Petuna Cooper, has alleged that she documented over $60 million in financial mismanagement or potentially fraud within DCHA. In a September 2025 report to the agency, Cooper detailed the findings, which included things like $60 million in unapproved transfers, $101.4 million in uncleared transfers, $2 million in stale checks, and even voucher payments for deceased residents. So during a recent roundtable that this committee held, it appeared that this committee views this as a very serious problem. One or two of you referred to it as grave. So where are we now with this agency? It seems to us that we have reached some sort of a crossroads where the council really has to take a hard look at what's going on with this agency, and we certainly recommend that they take all necessary steps to understand whether or not DCHA is actually financially mismanaged. It still doesn't have a permanent chief financial officer, and whether it is actually meeting its stated objectives. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Heather Day, you are up. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Day. I'm a resident here at James Creek. I'm also a member of Empower DC. I mainly want to touch on lack of communication and follow-up. After years of unanswered emails, phone calls, and formal complaints, I'm reaching out again. I reached out to the Fair Housing and the Ombudsman's office in August. I received a response from Deborah Green saying, "We received your information, we'll get back to you." 6 months later, still no communication. I wanted to address a few things. I wanted to get a response because I received a notice to intent to file the claim to recover possession and a notice of past due rent, which intensifies my fear of eviction and homelessness. Rent abatement to eliminate the alleged balance owed in recognition of unresolved housing code violations and the emotional trauma that I've endured during my tenancy. Compensation for my property loss resulting from the fire at Elvis Road that happened in 2020 due to a false event that I have work orders and I made complaints about. Reinstatement or reconsideration of the housing choice voucher opportunity that I missed after 23 years of waiting. I missed the opportunity because I was deemed not in good standing based on incorrect rent balances. And also I want some access to mental health services and housing support to help me and my family recover from the trauma that the situation caused. Since the beginning, from Potomac Garden to Elvins Road, now to James Creek, I've endured all types of housing code violations, rat and mice infestations, rats hanging out of my vents, in my kitchen, and just rats, not mice, rats. Defective bathroom vents, hot water and maintenance issues, poor communication, unresolved ledger discrepancies. I've submitted numerous complaints through our various channels, and everything has still been unaddressed. My rent ledger when I first moved in was incorrect balance. I was told by DCHA staff that there was an accounting error and they would be corrected. Yet that's still unresolved. Tragically, all my rent receipts and supporting documents were destroyed in the fire December 2020 at Elvis Road, making it hard to dispute some of the alleged balance. I asked DCHA to consider their loss, consider this loss with compassion. These records were lost due to a traumatic event, not negligence, but the fire displaced me and my family, because of neglect of the event. I'm pretty much asking you guys to review my situation and acknowledge the changes that me and my family have faced to resolve these matters in good faith. After the fire, I was told that the unit would be repaired. Me and my family could return. No repairs have been made. I received no updates. The property was a part of the RAD redevelopment project, which has not happened yet. Now I'm being told that James Creek is about to go through the same thing. So we're going to go through even more issues. I requested an audit, and during the time that I requested an audit, not only were my concerns ignored, but additional charges were added years later due to DCHA's own accounting errors, which added more money. Then I was offered a payment plan, but I was told to put down $9,000 up front and then pay up to $600 monthly added to my rent, which is unrealistic and unaffordable. And let me be clear, I'm not avoiding my responsibility as a tenant. I understand the importance of fulfilling my obligations and things like that. But how do you expect me to resolve a balance rooted in years of administrative error, hardship, and neglect? I've been patient. I've been resilient. I've reached out to all levels of DCHA. I mean, Greg Mays, Andrea Powell, Larry Williams, Anita Bonds, everybody, you name it, I've talked to them. The situation is really taking a toll on me and my family, mental and our physical health. And it's like I've dealt with stress, anxiety, emotional breakdowns, and then it's just more stuff after another. Um, During that time of the house fire, my mom passed away, leaving me to care for my disabled brother, death of my emotional support dog, having to deal with all of these other issues. Me and my family still holding our head high, just not getting any support. If eviction is the outcome, what is the plan for me and my family? Will we receive support, or will we be forced to go back into the cycle of homelessness again, which we know there isn't no issues? There's no help. Why not resolve this matter while we're still housed, rather than we be displaced or in another crisis? I feel like the system is supposed to be designed to prevent homelessness. However, it's not. Um, it's just, I don't know what else to do. I mean, of course, I can come down here, yell, curse, and act a fool, but that gets me nowhere. I've been patient. I've done everything. I followed the protocol. I went through the chain of command. I've got on these calls and still nothing. Like, I really don't know what else to do. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what do I do? I mean, what do I do? I've already asked this question to you guys. It's not just about correcting a ledger. It's about restoring peace, safety, and dignity for me and my family. I urge y'all to act with compassion, urgency, and accountability. Like, the communication and the disrespect, and it's all too much. And as you can see, everyone has these issues. Like they said, there's no accountability nowhere. We're being, we'll look into it, we'll get back to it. It sounds good for the record, but it doesn't happen. I've been on these calls since 2016. Nothing has happened. However, you guys send me a notice trying to get possession of the unit, but no one's doing anything on their end. I'm coming.
Ms. Day, I'm
Yep.
sorry. We're about 2 minutes over time, but I am going to come back to you with some questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Final person for this panel, Nicole Green.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Lynette Green. My last name has an E at the end, if that could be respectfully documented. And I am a tenant of Hopkins Apartments here in Ward 6. I have 2 daughters, and we've been residents of Hopkins since 2011. I've been on the voucher list to receive it since my first daughter, who's now 20, was 1 year old. I also applied for all of the others. I was approved for the income-based one when my younger daughter was born 15 years ago. So I've been in housing for that long, but I didn't realize I was still able to possibly get the voucher. So last year, I'll just go with my full testimony. For at least the past 2 years, my household has endured growing difficulty of receiving on-time responses from my direct property manager in their office, specifically regarding recertification requirements, and their non-responses to my emails when needing confirmation of receiving my paperwork and documents, and sometimes very untimely. Also, since receiving my voucher of last year, May 2025, being approved for a home in mid-October 2025, the owner of my approved home abruptly pulled the rug from under my household because they wanted to exit the program. They are actually upset with housing for not responding quick enough, like us tenants who experienced the same. And this occurred after my voucher expiration date um, ended without any notice from for my household of the people who approved us of their home. They just pulled the rug and said, we don't want to deal with DC housing anymore. We don't want to become people who rent to tenants because we just don't like the program. They're taking too long to communicate. So we suffered that. I also attempted, that was back in November 2025. It ended on the 28th. So I attempted and successfully communicated this dilemma to multiple DCHA, HCVP representatives, about 7 of them to be precise, all in one email, several emails and phone calls, as well as joining virtual meetings with Empower DC and the HCVP meetings just recently about not knowing where my voucher status stands at this present time. This last portion of major concern also stems from my email sent to several specified representatives on December 16th to add my voucher extension form, stating my unique dilemma of my extension request occurring after the initial voucher deadline date. And not one of the 3 or 4 representatives responded to the email, not even up to this present time. The only persons who were accommodating were Mr. Daniel Del Pialago with Empower DC and Mr. Anton Shaw, the head of the housing voucher program, to get the ball rolling. They've been very accommodating, especially Mr. Daniel. I must speak of him highly for that. And still now, the known specialist from the department under Mr. Anton, when I was told the other week or 2 weeks ago that they would respond to me the next day, they did not respond to me the next day. And I had to reach out 2 days later to get their attention of how I haven't been reached out. I've been told you're supposed to. I could say names, but I could share it later if needed, if you ask me questions. After reaching out to them, they finally responded within an hour of me emailing them, and they said they would check with the colleague about my progress. That has still not been followed through by them. The person they were supposed to check with, who I'm familiar with, is Mr. Rosa. Please know that I am fully aware of others undergoing the same, similar, and/or differing circumstances. However, my responsibility and priority is for my household. After being on the waiting list for almost 20 years for the voucher and being awarded the voucher, I want to be able to use it and not be forced to lose it from irresponsible and low-grade work ethics and non-communication / ultimately communication of certain representatives on my behalf. Thank you for allowing me this time and space on this forum to plead my case and share my testimony. I will be expecting more concrete assistance from each Department of Housing. Again, my name is Nicole Lynette Green, Greene, tenant of Hopkins Apartments, Ward 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, so look, we've got a long list of folks that need help with clarification on various things with the agency. So we're going to add to that long list. Ms. Green, we will work to assist getting clarification there. I'm sorry to hear about the lack of responsiveness in this long saga. The landlord you mentioned, was that like a small landlord, or are you in a larger building?
I'm not sure you exactly mean by small landlord, just I guess the landlord of the home I was approved, my family and I were approved to start solidifying the voucher, because I have a voucher, but I haven't been able to, officially solidify use of it, since I understand that when you receive it, you have to use it for a year in DC, and then you can port if you want to move anywhere else in the United States. So I'm in that position of what's going on there. I was looking forward to using it. They were ready for that. There's other issues too. The RFTA packet or something
Yeah.
it wasn't handled at all. A lot of emails went back and forth between me and several people on through housing of how this needs to be done. Are you all dealing with this? This hasn't been met yet. So the people who were wanting to be landlords of this program, they just pulled the rug and said, "We're tired. We don't feel like waiting. You all are taking all day." And I'm already after the expiration date. I wasn't even given a toll. I didn't even know what that was, never heard of it. So I just don't know what to do, how to go about it, except join these meetings that I'm now joining the past few weeks. So I can see what's going on with this voucher. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to end up with
Understood.
any other people. Yeah.
Okay, well, we will assist there and getting clarification. And then Heather Day, um, are you, so let me start with you mentioned that you missed your housing choice voucher because of an error on the agency's part. Were you able to clear up the issue you say was wrong?
No, because right now, due to my incorrect rent ledger, it shows that I'm not in good standing.
Okay. And you don't dispute that there is a balance. You just have a dispute about the amount of the balance?
Correct.
What's the rough difference between, I'm sorry, I was trying to follow all the numbers, but rough difference between what they say you owe and what you believe you owe?
Probably like $50,000.
Okay, okay, significant. Um, and then the fire is what happened where you were living before now. Is that right?
That was at Elvins Road. I was a part of the ABLE program that
Okay,
appeared.
okay. And in terms of when was the fire?
It was December 2020, December 8th.
2020?
Correct.
Okay. And the agency has not given you clarity on whether you can go back to Elvins Road?
The unit is boarded up. The whole property is boarded up just about. Maybe 5 or 6 families living up there. Everything has those metal things on the door and on
Got
the
it. Okay. Okay.
and they're building up stuff all around it. So I doubt if anybody's going to return back.
Okay. All right. And so you have to clarify the ledger issue and develop a feasible repayment plan. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Okay. And where are things left with respect to the ledger? So they say you owe one thing, you say you owe another thing. Do you have documentation you've tried to share with them?
I had some documentation. Most of my stuff was lost in my house fire.
That's right. Okay. And what's your understanding of the next step at this point?
I don't have one. I mean, I sent the letter back in August, and I followed up with the Fair Hearing Office and the Ombudsman's office. Still no other responses outside of the initial response from Deborah Green saying we received it. Other than that, there's nothing. And I'm trying to resolve this stuff here. I'm not like running away, changing my number, doing it. I'm trying to get this stuff resolved because it's causing issues for me and my family. And
Yeah.
then a notice to intent to file the claim to recover the possession of the unit. And, you guys are coming at me with all this stuff, but nobody's responding with anything that I'm coming at you guys with trying to resolve.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, we will help get clarification there. And I'm sorry this has been going on so long, but we will help get clarification.
Okay.
Sandra Mills, I hear you. I hear you. We got a long list of folks we're trying to help now, but again, we shouldn't have to come to a hearing for this. Sandra Mills, we've been digging into these issues. I'm glad folks are paying attention. We are as well, obviously, and going to ask some more questions to the agency today about some of the issues you mentioned as a follow up to the hearing we had just a few weeks ago about these audits. So we are steadily working to get to the bottom of things and make sure the agency is in a good place. So I appreciate your testimony and your focus on these issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Tawana Sellers.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on the list too. So we're gonna try to get clarification for you as well. I know you mentioned you've had to submit the same things multiple times. So we'll just try to help straighten things out there. Communication.
Yes, communication and accountability. So that's my main focus, accountability, because it doesn't make sense for this to be continuing on. It took me 5 years to get my voucher for me to move.
Yeah.
My husband passed away during this process. I was trying to bring him home. That didn't happen. Apparently, it wasn't meant to be, but it still shouldn't have taken 5 years to get my voucher. I
Yeah.
just want to see the DCH, all parties involved, not just DCHA, the landlords, the voucher holders. I want to see some accountability. If I give you a piece of paper, I shouldn't have to give it to you 5, 6, 7 times.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to do that. This couldn't be private industry. It's our government. How's it being ran like that?
Will Doyle, I just want to make sure I understood one part of your testimony clearly. The client, well, I assume, are you on by phone now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The client you mentioned, so after the period of over a year, you moved that client to a different voucher, a PSH voucher?
Well, Pathways to Housing has some of its own contracts for vouchers.
Mm-hmm.
So because clearly after all this time and effort, it was not moving forward. She had been home. I mean, in total, she'd been homeless again for 543 days, way more than anybody should endure. So we did use another voucher that we had available. But that means that somebody else right now who is chronically homeless is not using that voucher because she
Yeah.
used it.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And then, this, something you put on the record is call and email at least 65 times. I think that is indicative of some of the testimonies we've heard today. Dean Hunter, I appreciate the pilot idea that you rolled out. Do you have an approximate cost on this?
Filled out initial ask of about 250, but it's flexibility there. I did provide that in writing to you, and I do want you to take a look at that report. That survey, it has a survey of some 750 landlords. I think you and your staff will find it very interesting.
How would let's take landlord retention as an example. How would this pilot help to increase landlord retention?
I think we need to look at it systematically. And part of the issue is that, we come in, we advocate, we complain about a problem. The agency's responding to the audit. No one is dedicating the time and resources to do what's necessary to look at what are best practices, right? What are other people doing in other jurisdictions? I've done some preliminary research, and there are a number of innovative ideas that public housing authorities are implementing in order to improve provider stability. We'd like to have the resources to recommend some of those things here.
Okay, I see. Okay. All right, well, we will look at that. We'll look at it seriously. Beverly Barrow, same thing. We've got to help get you clarification. So we're gonna have to have a solid list and be clear with the agency on the follow-ups for the folks who have testified today needing help just with communication, get clarity on where things are, and I'll request a status update on each of them to make sure these are moving along. And we'll ask to hear back from anybody who's not getting the help they need. I can't guarantee the answer, but I can guarantee we should be able to guarantee that you can get clarity in communication. So Beverly Barrow, we will work with you on that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, we will move to our next. Okay. Next panel of public witnesses, Sheena McGill, Gerota Keslaw, Reginald Black, Housing Policy Liaison with Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid, Rochelle Ellison, Director of the People for Fairness Coalition, Robert Warren, Housing Advocate with People for Fairness Coalition, Aaron Athey, and Sherry Kitchens.
The next panel.
Sheena, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. At the hearing, I didn't heard a lot of people's stories on here. And some of these stories I have never experienced with housing, so I cannot relate. I've always had my issues addressed. I've had stories with, I am a housing choice voucher recipient. I have an awesome caseworker. My caseworker is Ms. Sade Red. She's awesome. She always answers when I call. So I can't really speak on everyone else's experience. Not saying that they haven't had these experiences. I've had issues with things in my home, breaking down and floods and stuff, but I have renter's insurance, so that covered it. I can't suggest anything, but if I have any suggestion for housing choice voucher holders is, try to obtain renter's insurance. It only costs me $10 a month. I know some possibly can't afford it. But if you can, try to reach and get some renter's insurance. It's not that expensive. And I want to elaborate a little bit on just some concerns. Now, we're going through a lot in the world, dealing with Trump and changes and just stuff out here, So I can't really say anything bad because, like I said, I haven't experienced anything, but I do know a lot of stuff. I try to be patient with housing because I know it's a lot of stuff that's out of their control and out of their hands. And I do know that some of this stuff was going on way long before this director came in. But just to give my experience with housing, I haven't had any issues. Now, with the old administration, oh my, very depressing, very emotional. It took me through a lot. I had to seek therapy, but this administration, I can actually breathe. And I just want to also give a thanks to Miss Denise Blackson, the commissioner, because every time I called her or asked someone or sent someone her way, she was always there to assist them. Mr. Anton Shaw as well, and so as well as my caseworker, Ms. Sade Red. That completes my statement of what I have to say. And I haven't had too many bad experience with the old administration. Yes, this administration, I haven't. That's all I really want to say.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you.
Gerota Keslaw, you have to accept promotion. Reginald Black with Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on Housing.
and District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I am the Housing Policy Liaison for Ward 6, Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. We at Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid are committed to the continued leadership of lived experience persons who face housing instability. In my role, I encounter many people who have needs, and DCHA has a role to play in serving those needs. We continue to hear story after story of people who are bogged down by bureaucratic inconsistencies as it pertains to lease up efforts. Clients face long wait times to hear back about tenancy agreements between DCHA and landlords. Clients are then blamed for waiting for two parties to coordinate their response to each other. Residents are unclear about inspection scheduling, RFTA packet submissions, rent reasonableness determinations, how toll time works, etc. At the end of last year, DCHA advocates and persons of lived experience and DHS entered a facilitated process in which there was some emphasis on how to expedite lease up. The facilitator pointed out many guidelines that are non negotiable. They are law, and what clients hear are all kinds of reasons why they are not getting this service or that service, which by law or guidelines are provided to them. This is especially acute when residents are attempting to accentuate their well deserved and earned housing subsidy. DCHA needs to do a better job. We must do better by our poorest people. They represent the backbone of our city. They are the ones who are doing the grunt work of this city and should be getting way better service than currently. Please request information as to why DCHA paperwork is taking so long to review. Ask the director, Keith Pettigrew, to explain what toll time is and what does that mean. Please ask why don't clients have information about RFTA packet reviews? Why are clients blamed for egregious DCHA processing wait times? Why are inspections taking too long to schedule? Our clients deserve better. These clients are our neighbors, family, friends, etc. They are people, human beings, and they need to be treated with dignity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Rochelle Ellison, welcome. You are on mute. Rochelle Ellison. All right, we will come back to you. Rochelle. Robert Warren, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Robert Warren. I'm a lifelong District of Columbia resident, the founding member of the People Fairness Coalition, a large DC Poverty Commissioner, and a long-term participant in the Consumer Engagement Work Group of the NH Council on Homelessness. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today regarding housing and DC Housing Authority. Each year during our annual vigil and memorial service, the People Fairness Coalition submits a budget proposal to the Wilson Building for fiscal year 2026-2027. Once again, calling for a creation of a fully funded tax-based universal voucher system. This system would ensure that residents born and raised in DC, long-term district residents, and residents over the age of 55 years of age would not be economically discriminated against when seeking safe, affordable, and sustainable housing. We believe such a voucher system would represent a meaningful step towards housing reparations and housing justice in the District of Columbia. At the same time, we must fully fund the rebuilding of our public housing infrastructure. In previous testimony before this City Council, it was acknowledged that DC public housing faced over $2.2 billion in disrepair. That level of neglect did not happen overnight. It reflects years of underinvestment that have disappropriate harmed low-income and long-term district residents. When we look at communities like Berry Farms and Southeast, we will see that years after demolition, rebuilding remains incomplete and residents are still waiting for clear answers. Lifelong and long-term Anacostia residents deserve transparency, accountability, and concrete plan to restore what was lost. That said, we are encouraged by the current leadership of DC Housing Authority and recent announcements about bringing repaired units back online. We're also encouraged by efforts to expand permanent supported housing for our unhoused neighbors. However, if we are serious about making permanent supported housing successful, we must provide DHA with additional resources to ensure strong wraparound service for voucher recipients. We also support the creation of the district registry and urge that all public housing units be included. Furthermore, we believe that any residential development receiving public support should designate a meaningful portion, ideally 1/3 of units as universal affordable to low-income and low-wage district residents. Lastly, I ask that the council revisit the DC Poverty Commission first report and reconvene a public hearing on its housing recommendations as we move into 2026. We are committed to cutting poverty by 50%. Expanding access to safe and affordable housing must be central in that effort. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for being with us. Rochelle Ellison, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, Councilmember White, my constituents and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm the Director of People for Fairness Coalition and on a peer mentoring team where we meet our house constituents in the community and place them into the HMI system and track them to support them to lease up. We believe housing is a human right. Here at People for Fairness Coalition, we have a universal right to housing policy campaign. I'm an individual myself with 17 years lived experience and have multiple years clean, and now I reach back on many different platforms to help people that are trying to get leased out from being unhoused. I am very excited and was very excited when we did the expedited lease up. It's been something we've been advocating for a very long time. I'm actually one of the people that doesn't get the bad side of DCHA. I have movement and this positivity, and they're always moving so quickly and trying to get things accomplished when I'm reaching out to help people that I'm trying to help. So I've seen the growth in the rebuilding with community trust and redevelopment of properties, and I can't deny the increased occupancy rates for the large number of families that have got resources with the limited budgets that we've had over this past 2 years. It's been disheartening at the front door services to see that we haven't made much progress. There are a lot of bumps in the road, but we do know that there's still work to do. But I'm truly grateful to this administration that has truly moved the needle and is making a difference. And I really want to thank Director Shaw, Director Pettigrew, and even Director Pierre for moving and doing the best they can with these expedited lease ups. The progress has been made. And like I said, in any area, we still have work to do. And I'm trying to undermine any other experience that people have had with DCHA. It's just not my experience. And I have seen the great work that they are doing. People don't understand that there's other areas and other agencies involved. So DCHA takes the blame for a lot of things that are happening that really is out of their control. And I'm just here to uplift and speak life into DCHA. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And Aaron Athey.
Yep. There I am. Hello. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and the Committee on Housing. I am Dr. Erin Athey. I'm the founder and CEO of Community Concierge Care, which is C3 Cares. C3 Cares is the first of its kind. It's a nurse-led model. It's community-based healthcare organization, and we are offering full primary care services to children and adults directly in DC housing apartment units. So I first wanted to start by saying a deep appreciation to Director Pettigrew and his team for the ongoing partnership and to the commitment to our team and to the residents. His support of this model and collaboration makes it possible for the care to be delivered not just near residents, but inside their apartment units down the hall from where they live. So at C3 Cares, we're guided by 5 core our values: equity, empowerment, care, trust, and collaboration. We really believe the residents in public housing deserve the same quality of care as anyone else in the district. And our vision is really to eliminate the paradigm that a person's zip code determines their health more than their genetic code, and instead build a healthy, connected community where every individual has resources they need to achieve optimal health and well-being. So by embedding the care where people live, we're actually advancing health equity and strengthening the district's community health infrastructure. And, this isn't an abstract mission. This is really operationalized daily during in these properties. I think previously I'd mentioned we were formed during COVID because the traditional clinic models were not reaching the public housing residents, and we were running mobile clinics then, and this has evolved into full primary care clinics. Instead of asking residents to navigate complex systems, we brought the care into their homes and neighborhoods, and now we have 4 fully operating primary care clinics, one at Langston Terrace in Ward 5, at Greenleaf Senior in Ward 6, at Benning Terrace in Ward 7, and at Highland Dwellings in Ward 8. In those units, we are providing full primary care. We do prescriptions, we do immunizations for children and adults. We have on-site LabCorp services, so we can do labs. We do care coordination and chronic care support. So these are not satellite offices. They're actually wellness hubs that are designed to be trusted, accessible spaces within the community. And just for a little bit of data, from year 2024 to 2025, since we've had support from DC Housing, we've grown substantially in all sites. The Greenleaf, we had grown from 1,300 residents to serving almost 1,800 residents last year. At the Highland site, from 430 to almost 1,350 residents. Benning site from 68 residents to 436, and at Langston, 27 residents up to 624 residents. We also offer telehealth services, and we grew from 34 telehealth visits in 2024 to almost 600 telehealth visits in 2025. So this growth really shows us that we have increased resident trust, stronger engagement. We're reducing the barriers to entry, and we're really doing chronic disease support. Since I have a minute left, I just want to also touch on the Rebuilding Our Communities events. We look at those as a really great way to build trust with residents in the community. We're able to connect the residents to the services and tell them about our services as well as the other service providers. We were doing preventative health screenings, vaccinations, and we're also talking about health education at those events. So I really strongly support those. I think those are a great way to engage and just show residents that we care and that we're there to support them. We're going to continue on in 2026 to do more chronic disease education, interactive workshops. We're looking at digital health tools, remote monitoring, telehealth expansion, and all of this, as we continue to get more patients and more residents in the door. So we really are believing in this model, and we think it can go a long way. And it's really about providing healthcare to everyone that comes through. I'm running out of time. I have comments from residents and feedback, but I'll just skip that. And I'll just say that we're really, really, really happy and really grateful to the director for supporting this initiative. And we hope it can continue to grow together. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And Gerota Kesslaw. And you have to unmute.
Can you hear me okay? Because I'm outside.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm just going to make this very brief because I had a wisdom tooth yanked out my tooth yesterday. But it took me 5 months to get into the apartment that I am now. I'm a first-time voucher user. I want to say that I applied for the apartment in November, and then it wasn't until I applied for the apartment in September 15th, and it wasn't until around October 31st that I got an email from the apartment that I applied to. They're like, hey, DHA hasn't done anything whatsoever, and we got to cancel this application because we can only hold this apartment so much. So I had to keep changing my move-in date. So when I changed it to February, I actually got an inspection date for February, 3rd, even though my move-in date was February 1st. So they had to change the move-in date again to February 15th. And even with the inspection date, They rescheduled it to February 9th. So like I said, it's just been this whole big runaround. My story is I'm hearing my story from other people that have been going through the same thing. Like they're pushing back, things that they need to do, that they're supposed to do. And at a certain point, it's like, I don't even want it anymore. If I have to keep going to the DHA office on 7th Street, if I keep arguing with them, I feel bad for my leasing agent because she has a lot of problems with voucher holders because of this, because people are not doing their job. And I just have to question, if with the vouchers, it seems the constant theme is the vouchers are getting to a point where they're getting almost expired or they'll get expired because people don't want to do their job, and therefore the tenant and voucher holders are penalized. And I'm like, are they doing this on purpose so they don't have to pay the voucher anymore? Especially when you mentioned that, y'all don't have a chief financial officer and there's like $2 million paid to deceased residents. That really just makes me, scratch my head a little bit. Like I don't want to say fraud, but there's something not right, especially if they're allowing people's vouchers to expire, and us as tenants and us as Section 8 holders, we are doing what we need to do. We're chasing these people down to get the work, done. So I don't know if I've run over my time, but like I said, it's been very, very stressful. This has taken 5 months. It's supposed to take like roughly 25 days or a month to get me moved in. I've had people tell me, they've had a year in order for them to get like into an apartment. So I'm not sure if I went over my time. I can't see my time counting down. Like,
Nope, you're good.
Left, but I'm pretty much done.
All right.
But
Well,
yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. I mean, we're hearing from a client similar things that we heard from landlords. I mean, a landlord can't go 5 months without rent and still pay their bills. So it's a system that's not working on every side. So I appreciate you being here, although I'm very sorry to hear your experience. And want to thank.
I also had a question about toll time as well, because that was my issue with toll time. Like I got my toll time, but I unfortunately couldn't find that email for toll time. I was able to apply again for the same apartment complex the last day that my toll time would expire. So I'm being told that when it's time, I guess, for me to move or find another apartment, that I'll only have 1 day to submit an application to find an apartment. Is that true?
I don't know. So if you're not able to get an answer from the agency, then reach out to my office and we'll help you get an answer.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I
fine.
apologize.
That's
I
all I
don't,
had
I
to
don't
say
know
for now.
offhand.
It's okay. I know the answer, but I was just hoping, like I said, the way they define toll time or do toll time, it needs to change. But I just feel so bad for listening to everyone, but it's the same problem. I think it's more than just you guys need more staff, but the staff that you have there, they're just not doing their job. So yeah, that's all I have to say for now.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. Sheena
All right,
McGill,
thank you.
appreciate your testimony. I'm glad to hear that things are going well. You're not having issues. That is, testimony we want to hear. Reginald Black, really focus on the people we serve, treating clients with respect and dignity. That has to be the bottom line expectation. Robert Warren, thank you for your testimony on the need to fully fund our public housing infrastructure. There certainly is a big bill that gets higher with every delay. We also need the services and operations side to work very well as well. So thank you for your testimony. Rochelle Ellison, I'm glad to hear that you're having positive experiences with DCHA. As much as we hear most of the negative stuff in the hearings, there are people who who are having positive experiences, and most of the time the people with positive experiences don't show up to hearings. So I'm glad to hear that report. Aaron Athey, you contract with the Housing Authority?
Yeah, we have a contract with the Housing Authority. Yep.
Okay. And how many communities did you say you've been operating in?
We're in 4
Okay. And
4 locations.
You all started during COVID, so you've been operating, you've had contracts with the Housing Authority about how long?
So we have it. So this is our second year with the contract with DC Housing Authority. Before we had a licensing agreement to use some of the space when we were doing COVID vaccines. And that's when we sort of learned about the need to have these on-site primary care clinics.
Okay, excellent. Well, I've enjoyed hearing about your work a couple times. So thank you for being with us. We are going to move to our final public witness panel for today. So we are going to call up Sharice Liu, attorney with the Washington.
One quick question in before you move forward.
Yes, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I mentioned the rent registry, and I'm just wondering if will public housing units be listed there too?
I don't believe so. Those are market rate housing units. If I'm wrong, I'll get clarification. I'll have to ask the DHCD, but I don't think so, Mr. Warren.
Thank you.
Sharice Liu, attorney with the Washington Legal Housing Clinic for the Homeless. Morgan Denny with the Crisis Shelter Manager of DC Safe. Sherry Kitchens, Veronica Hedgens with Nelson, or Veronica Hedgens Nelson, there we are, and Maya Brennan with the Coalition. And Sharice Liu, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. We strongly recommend that this committee use its oversight authority to ensure DCHA adheres to all applicable laws and establishes policies and systems for better access and preservation of affordable housing. This committee should also use its oversight authority to ensure that all DCHA proposals for public housing renovations contain a clear organizational plan and a resident engagement process that centers the need of the residents. DC Council should protect displaced residents and codify the right to return by reintroducing and passing the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act of 2020 and include the language in the BSA. Additionally, we continue to urge DC Council to invest in the repair and maintenance of the dilapidated public housing infrastructure that so many families have had to endure. While funding is critical, it is also crucial that DCHA is efficient and transparent in its use of all funds. After many proposed iterations of the admin plan and the ACOP, DCHA engaged advocates in work group sessions where advocates could detail comments and discuss solutions to problematic regulation changes. While we appreciate the opportunity, DCHA failed to demonstrate meaningful consideration of the feedback and solutions provided. Some of the proposed final regulations increase barriers to affordable housing and further restrict eligibility. DCHA has proposed a dramatic increase of the criminal record look-back period. DCHA now wants DC residents in need of affordable housing to overcome a more burdensome look-back period of 5 and 7 years for the ACOP and admin, respectively. Not only are these increased look-back periods draconian, but they are also arbitrary, confusing, and ignore the well-known and documented relationship between racism, poverty, and over-policing. Now, when DC residents are facing unprecedented obstacles to affordable housing access, DCHA has opted to be more restrictive than is required. Additionally, DCHA must cite in its regulations the applicable federal and local laws under which DCHA staff and its residents are governed by and expected to comply. DCHA staff, applicants, and residents must be able to review, understand, and apply the rights and regulations correctly. DCHA must improve communication, efficiency, and transparency. DCHA continues to fail its obligation to produce required records before hearings, a barrier that further diminishes agency accountability and violates due process rights. Additionally, applicants and residents still find it incredibly difficult to contact the appropriate staff member or even identify which staff members are assigned to their housing matter. Rent reasonableness implementation remains confusing. DCHA only informs prospective landlords of the rent reasonable range and whether the required documents are submitted appropriately.
The lack of transparency reinforces barriers, encourages housing discrimination, and results in prolonged homelessness. Applicants waiting to lease up are not provided with timely updates during the RFTA process and cannot view the portal, leaving many confused and at a disadvantage. This contributes to inefficiency and the loss of vouchers. Improved use of technology and clear communication would allow for agency accountability, applicant access, better collaboration with DHS, and a faster lease-up process. At the most recent STAR Board meeting, the board postponed the vote to adopt the proposed final admin plan because the agency failed to provide the document in advance for the board review. Overall, DCHA must execute systems and policies to be more responsive to and transparent with its residents, applicant stakeholders, and its oversight bodies. Finally, we know that Washington, D.C. is pleasantly distinct. This body specifically enacted legislation and funds local programs to provide deeply affordable housing to residents without the limitations of the federal housing program. With the guidance and oversight of this committee, we implore DCHA to continue to manage our local housing programs in a manner that complies with DC's laws and values, including appropriate record keeping, eligibility standards, and reporting mechanisms. DCHA must be an agency upon which all DC residents in need of safe and affordable housing can rely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morgan Denny, Crisis Shelter Manager at DC Safe.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember White and members of the committee for letting me testify. My name is Morgan Denny, and I serve as the manager of DC Safe's Crisis Shelter. DC Safe provides 24/7 crisis intervention for domestic violence survivors across the district. Last year alone, we served over 12,000 survivors and their families, including housing 476 families and 549 children in our emergency crisis shelter. Our emergency shelter serves as a critical safety net for survivors in the immediate aftermath of a domestic violence incident. But after that immediate need is addressed, we face the continual challenge of helping survivors find more permanent and stable housing options. We've successfully partnered with DCHA for many years now, particularly through our lethality assessment program and the Domestic Violence System Review, or the DVSR. Our lethality assessment work aims to identify those most at risk for assault, serious injury, and homicide. Through the DVSR, we review the most complex and escalated cases and address their needs, while also examining broader system gaps and challenges for survivors across continuums of offender accountability and survivor support systems. Over last year, we've seen renewed participation from DCHA in the DVSR, and we hope to build on that momentum with this critical agency in the coming year. We see real value in reviewing cases and looking honestly at how our systems service survivors. However, we're looking for a deeper collaboration with DCHA on how to best support survivors who may be connected with their housing supports. Trying to secure housing and move can be a stressful time for anyone, but particularly so for survivors of trauma. Finding ways to continue to expedite that moving process is highly needed, particularly for those at most at risk. While emergency transfer approvals can happen quickly, the reality is that a survivor's ability to identify a new unit, move through the bureaucratic processes of approvals, navigate inspections and general paperwork, and actually move often is going to take far longer and is filled with lots of roadblocks. For public housing residents in particular, moving can be really challenging due to the limited housing stock and location-based nature of the housing itself. This often puts our survivors in a position where they must choose between retaining their affordable housing and their safety. We recognize that part of these challenges exist because of the limited nature of deeply affordable housing stock in the district itself, and we urge the Council and DCHA to continue to prioritize the preservation and expansion of affordable options in the city. But we also urge DCHA to explore ways to overcome bureaucratic hurdles and preserve safety for families as they work on emergency relocation. There's also a need for further training and collaboration with DCHA staff, particularly the DCHA Office of Public Safety and DCHA Special Police Officers. In addition, resources and accountability for things such as building or unit maintenance can be essential for addressing security issues. The ability to secure front doors to forever buildings, fix windows, and add things like stronger locks or window bars are critical to survivor safety and the broader community of residents in those buildings. We hope that as we continue to strengthen our partnership with DCHA, we can explore ways to collaborate more closely around high risk and persistent domestic violence cases. Fast action and a more responsive system of support with DCHA is critical to survivor safety, but we also hope to build on ways to develop creative interventions for our most at-risk clients. We hope in the coming year we can strengthen our connections to DCHA and uplift their critical role for survivors. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. County Gilliam, President of AFGE Local 2725.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is County Gilliam. I'm the president of AFG Local 2725. I am here today because I do not accept the narrative being presented by the agency that attempts to place blame for financial failures on my members. I want to be clear. The employees within the Office of Financial Management at the agency did not dismantle internal controls. They did not authorize the commingling of restricted and unrestricted funds. They did not approve unsupported journal entries, as well as they did not plug bank reconciliations. All of those was management decisions. For years, the agency has received unqualified audit opinions. Trial balances were reconciled. Documentation was maintained. Financial schedules were prepared and submitted. The record changed only after management began removing segregation of duties, placing key financial personnel on administrative leave, and outsourcing core accounting function to contractors, specifically BDO. It is deeply troubling to watch management now suggest that the very employees who historically maintain compliance are responsible for the breakdown that followed management's intervention. You cannot remove experienced financial personnel, bypass established controls, shift accounting functions to outside contractors, and then claim surprise when reconciliations do not tie and discrepancies grow. The 22.6 million general fund discrepancy did not appear because line employees suddenly forgot how to reconcile accounts. It arose during a period when management altered processes, changed authority structures, and permitted reconciliation plugs by the contractor BDO instead of resolving underlying variances. Accountability must begin at the level where decisions were made. This is not simply about numbers on a spreadsheet. When benefit payments are delayed, when deposits are mishandled, when documentation is created after the fact, that reflects leadership choices. And when employees raise concerns and are admonished instead of heard, that reflects culture. Oversight must distinguish between operational execution and executive decision-making. If management made the policy changes, authorized the transfers, approved the entries, including plugs, and supervised the contractors, then management owns that outcome. But what concerns me most is the attempt to rewrite the record. Publicly attributing these failures to employees without acknowledging management role is not only inaccurate, it is unfair. My members deserve to be evaluated based on documented responsibilities, not political convenience. Chairman White and members of the committee, the record should reflect that the breakdown in financial controls occurred after management altered established processes. If accountability is to mean anything, it must follow authority. My members deserve fairness. DCHA residents and DC taxpayers deserve transparency, and this committee deserves the full truth, not a shifting narrative. I stand ready to answer questions and work towards solutions that restore integrity to the agency's financial operation as it relates to my members in the Office of Financial Management Division. I'm available for questions if needed.
Thank you very much. Sherry Kitchens, you have to accept promotion. All right, Sherry Kitchens, you accept the promotion. You can unmute and turn on your camera.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. I'm having trouble with my video right now.
No
So
problem.
I cannot get on video right now.
No problem.
But
We can hear you.
thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sherry Kitchens. I'm a district resident and a vendor who works directly with the DC Housing Authority. While I don't disregard any residents' testimony today, I would like to offer and provide positive feedback regarding DCHA and also regarding the leadership of Commissioner Blackson. I witnessed several community events under her leadership that's been successful and beneficial for the residents, including the elderly, children, and families. Ms. Blackson has hosted movie nights, creating fun and engaging opportunities for the residents and children. And she's also had game trucks and concessions for the children, providing a safe and enjoyable environment for the families. Thousands of families have received essential food resources, free attractions for children, clothing giveaways, and events that I have personally contributed to and seen impact the community. I've also participated in rebuilding communities events, which have also been very resourceful, providing residents with access to household items, food, toys for the children, and support programs. I also would like to commend and just speak on Housing Authority Police for ensuring that all events were safe and well managed. I also would like to speak on a way that things can be changed just a little bit for some of the residents that have any type of concerns and or complaints or that would like to get additional information because I see a successful turnout with some of DCHA's events within the community. And I would suggest that maybe DCHA would have representatives available at these community events that turn out really large, where some of the communities members may have concerns or complaints or additional information that they can receive from these representatives at this community event. Because sometimes, like some community people were saying, like residents don't always have access to email. They might not have access to the phone, but if they're the type that engages in the community hands-on, that this will be a good opportunity for them to be able to express their concerns or complaints and or to get whatever information that they need pertaining to their voucher, whatever living conditions they're in that's unsafe, however they feel, so that they'll have somebody they could talk to directly. And I just have the pleasure to serve the community. And I just, like I said, I just would offer a suggestion that DC Housing Authority would just put people in place at these community events because they turn out very nice. And I think they're very beneficial to the community. And it'll give some of the community a chance to, have hands-on experiences with the representatives so they don't always have to go down to H Street. And as a vendor and a resident, I see leadership that prioritizes community presence, accessibility, and giving back. And while there's always room for growth, I believe it's important to acknowledge the meaningful process and positive impact being made. And also under Commissioner Blackson's guidance. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you for being with us. Maya Brennan with the Coalition.
Just getting myself all set. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition. I would like first to thank you and your staff for your flexibility with my odd schedule quirks today. I'm glad to be able to spend some time with you now. The DC Housing Authority has been a longstanding partner of the Coalition through its moving to work status, public housing properties, and administration of federal and local vouchers. DCHA is uniquely positioned to address the housing, workforce, and economic development needs of DC. DCHA does this work while navigating continual federal underfunding, one of the nation's highest cost housing markets, and increasing political pressures affecting its programs and budget. The Coalition has the utmost respect for DCHA and its staff's persistence and quality under these challenging circumstances. DCHA has had a longstanding commitment to communication with our members and others in the affordable housing space, and I would especially like to acknowledge here the dedication of Director Pettigrew, Hammer Gubreyes, Anton Shaw, Allison Berto, and Manuel Sistrunk. They exemplify professional communication and partnership. Over the past 3 years, the agency has been hard at work addressing each and every HUD finding. The changes have been a lot for our members to navigate and for DCHA staff to plan, implement, and communicate. Despite the comments that we will offer here about lingering growing pains and challenges, we want to be crystal clear. DCHA is doing tremendous work balancing HUD's requirements and the needs and expectations of its stakeholders here in DC, including the coalition and our members. So we would like to specifically request oversight in 3 areas. The first is rent reasonableness. HUD's required changes to DCHA's prior rent reasonableness process came at a time when DC's housing providers were already struggling. Our members report having no sense of what rent level may come back as reasonable after DCHA puts their unit information into affordablehousing.com. The website does offer paid access for housing providers to be able to check and find comparable rents, but there is no assurance that the rents provided through those comps will be the same as what comes back as reasonable, either a week or a month or even a day later. Without a more transparent database to understand what rents could be considered reasonable, the process remains frustrating and challenging. It can also add around a week to the voucher lease-up process just to be able to get the input back from affordablehousing.com. Now, HUD's rent reasonableness guidance does note that third-party databases such as affordablehousing.com are a common way to ensure compliance. So we do understand why DCHA took this route. We simply request that DCHA continue to work with the housing provider community to seek ways to improve or replace its database choice. The ideal solution would ensure both HUD compliance and predictability for those renting through the voucher program. So please do inquire about the state of that process, ways to reduce its time, and any other future modifications. Briefly, I'll touch on the next 2. One is the freeze on rent increases. DCHA has been very clear and forthcoming about the budget realities that have led to freezes in the rent increase process. Our members, however, are unclear when those increases will be allowed again, and many of them are still hanging on by a thread. So please ask for clarity about how long that freeze may last and what amount of local budget assistance might be able to help with covering the gap. And finally, I believe you've heard this already from many of our members. Service providers in our membership include folks who are actively partners of DCHA and appreciate DCHA's partnership. There are 2 issues that have a little bit of challenge. One is about mid-level communication access. Because we know who the housing specialists are and we know DCHA senior staff, these service providers often lack an ability to appropriately escalate. They believe it would be helpful to know the chain of command for these housing specialists so that they do not accidentally over-escalate too high. And they also believe that they can be stronger partners with the ability to access the Rent Cafe database, which only residents and not their service providers can access. That process does lead to service providers being less able to quickly assist with tasks that require highly sophisticated executive functioning skills, and that could be another way to help smooth that process. So we would further just like to extend our gratitude to you all for the chance to testify and to DCHA for their continued partnership. I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for being with us. Noel Williams, would you accept promotion? All right, and you can begin your testimony.
So sorry, sir. I will go ahead and sit this one out. I did have something prepared, but there were so many people that had my same points that I agree with all of them. So I will just continue to just listen. Thank you.
All right, well, I appreciate you being with us. Just a couple quick questions for this panel. Maya Brennan, on rent reasonableness, which we've heard a lot about today, and your specific recommendation that DCHA review their database choices. What do you mean by that? Do you mean like what they use as comparables, or you're working with, I think it's apartments.com?
So they work with affordablehousing.com. There are a number of other options for databases that you might be able to use, including ones that are listed in HUD's guidance. Another potential opportunity is down the road a little bit that the rent registry site does appear to actually collect enough of the information that is on HUD's list of what they want a unit to be compared against. So if we reach a point where that is populated enough for various neighborhoods, that could be a reasonable place. But I'm happy to also send along to your staff the HUD guidelines around rent reasonableness, which do have a variety of options in there. It includes things like, looking up on Zillow and apartments.com and other things like that for comparables, as long as you do know that it has enough information on what amenities are involved and that you're not accidentally including assisted unit rents in the rent reasonableness calculation. It's supposed to be all based on market rate, no assistance, no rent control involved, so that you do truly see what the market would have asked for.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. County Gilliam, we have heard a lot of testimony today about lack of responsiveness from DCHA staff. From your perspective, where does that come from? Is that not enough people, not enough training? What do you think is the root of that?
Well, Chairman White, to be completely honest, and I was listening to the concerns from the public. What the primary issue is incompetence in leadership. And if you give me a few, I'll explain that. My members that work in the ACVP division, they actually are overworked. They're always behind. Their caseloads are not consistent across the country. Now, Director Shaw may come up here and testify that that's the case as it relates to him providing you those numbers. But I talk to my members every day about their working conditions. So I was hearing some positive things from the members of the community, but what the public doesn't understand is that some of my members are actually taking their work home to stay afloat because they worry about getting retaliated against, getting written up. But it's just disorganized chaos. Something happens, like I already know what's going to happen from today's testimony. Management's going to go change up another procedure to try to take care of these concerns that came up, but they actually going to take the work and just put it off. They're going to delay more work just to take care of this, and it's a revolving door. And but the primary thing is what the public needs to know is my members that work there can never actually get caught up. So I empathize with them, but Chairman White, I would say it's just incompetent leadership at the helm.
What could leadership be doing differently that would result in more responsiveness for residents?
Well, I heard some members of the public talking about they've been waiting for a couple of years. They still have cases open from COVID. And from my understanding, last time in my discussion with my members there, it's like they hired some contractors in, but they sitting on cases that they haven't actually processed. And that creates through the pipeline. But Chairman White, to be honest, it's just every day is something. My members got to put out fires, and they're being pulled. They actually gotta meet with the public almost every day of the week. People that's coming into the agency to get service, that's taking them from their case management, and that's what the public don't understand. I think when Director Pettigrew first came aboard, there was so many complaints. He wanted to provide the public a chance to come in and actually take care of their problems, but that takes my members away from dealing with their case management, and that's what causes the influx.
All right. Thank you for that. Morgan Denny, thank you for your testimony around looking for better collaboration with DCHA to better support survivors of domestic violence. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you say that the conversations or collaboration is coming today?
I think it's less the, I guess, amount of engagement, but the quality of engagement that we're looking to improve. It sounds like DCHA has been participating and showing up, but maybe not quite to the level that we're looking for. I think really doing some additional training around domestic violence specific lenses of looking at housing might help. So I don't know if I could give an exact number range, but I think it's more about, really beefing up what that contact looks like right now.
When you say training for staff or residents?
For staff, I think particularly, like I had mentioned, like the special police officers and things like that, but even the staff who attend our domestic violence systems review right now, we recognize not every case we go over is always going to be applicable for housing, but I think having them really engaged still can help a lot so that they can see how these survivors' experiences can intersect with the systems, and maybe even if they're not a direct DCHA housing, participant, that they may still have some sort of encounter with housing.
Thank you. Sherry Kitchens, thank you for your testimony. I'm glad to hear that the events and Ms. Blackson's work are going well, and appreciate your recommendation about DCHA staff being at larger events to be able to answer questions or address concerns. Sharice Liu, the number of concerns or recommendations in your testimony, do you have a way to communicate these concerns with DCHA? Because we usually do get like a list of things from you in your testimony. Do you have ongoing conversations with the Housing Authority?
So as I said in my testimony, thank you for asking. As I said in my testimony, we do have a work group, an advocates meeting that we have with DCHA. Pettigrew, Director Pettigrew attended when it started. I think he attended 2 meetings thus far. And we do get to express our concerns, write them down, submit them, but we never see the operations of anything changing or responses based, they hear us. But we don't see how things are changed, if they're going to be changed, timelines, what is the problem, what's the problem, on why it's this way. We don't ever get to, we just do not get that information, and more importantly, neither do the residents and the applicants.
Is there an opportunity to get that through the working group? Like, obviously, like if
Yes.
all the members of the working group come with, 15 different concerns, then there's not going to be necessarily a resolution. But if the working group can say, hey, let's come together around these core number of concerns, and we're asking the agency between this meeting and the next meeting to give us, a status update and a plan. Would something like that work for the working group?
Well, thanks for asking. We do that. We're quite organized on our end. So we send the information beforehand. We have sent matrices of issues. We've done things, we've definitely write comments in response to regulations. And then we speak in person about our responses. We have yet to see the responses to our comments. And yes, like we said, we definitely have a system where we send the information beforehand, questions, certain problems. And as you've heard in this testimony today, there's certain themes over and over again that have been there for years. So, there's certain things that they do know already. So yeah, we've tried that. If you have suggestions, or anyone else has suggestions on how we could be more organized and provide more room for preparation, we'd be glad to hear it. But we have done what you have suggested.
Okay.
We do.
But like at a meeting, the group comes together and says, okay, like these 3 issues, these 4 issues, these are what we want to discuss at the next meeting. We want to understand, here are the issues we're laying out. Okay. And then they come to the next meeting unprepared?
I wouldn't say unprepared.
What would you say?
Well, like I said, you've heard the same themes throughout this oversight hearing. I've been at multiple oversight hearings. We've heard these over the years. How much information do you have?
Well, the reason I'm asking is because I have less control. I know for a fact when I'm not at all, I hope it doesn't sound this way, trying to disparage the working group or critical.
No,
I'm
I
trying
don't think
to
so.
problem
No.
solve. Okay. So folks will hear in all of these hearings, we'll hear 20 issues. We're not going to be, I need to make sure I'm hearing everything people want to hear. I can't ask witnesses to say, hey, let's just focus on a few. I do try to focus on a few with the agencies. But just wondering if there's ongoing meetings, if there's an opportunity to come together.
We can hear often, we'll get back to you, or if we use an example of use an anecdote or an actual example. So Mrs. X will be handled, will be handled, but not systemically, right? So if we bring Mrs. X up in the meeting, then yes, my client gets handled this one time, but not a systemic change. And so, we, like I said, we put it in writing beforehand. We even, like you just suggested, we've done, we're only going to work on these 3 regulations or this one regulation for the next meeting, but we're not getting, we don't get anything back in writing. That's one. And we have asked so that we understood our progress and where we still conflict. We get very much, a lot of the same answers of we'll look into it and we'll look into it. And so we still are happy for the amount of dialogue that we have. But yes, there needs to be more transparency and communication, as almost everyone here has testified about.
Okay. Well, thank you for being with us, and thank you to this entire panel. We're going to move to our ANC Commissioner, County Gilliam. Yes.
Yes. One thing I want to press upon you that I feel like maybe can help all parties involved. I think, and this is something that I feel like you probably need to start calling the board in instead of just getting all your testimony from the director and him providing his responses. Because the way law is set up, DCHA is supervised by the Board of Commissioners, but I done reached out to them several times. I've been quote unquote stating fire, but don't nobody believe in accountability. I think that may be an approach the council and the committee may want to use, and maybe some of these problems that's affecting my members and the public can get resolved at a quicker pace.
I appreciate the recommendation. I wish I shared your your optimism. This is actually my first oversight hearing where I've not required the board to come, because I just didn't see, really honestly, any addition to the hearing. And so I hear you. I do stay in touch with the board, and I meet with the board chair, talk to the board chair sometimes separately. But this is the first time I've not required them to come to the oversight hearing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chairman White. Appreciate it.
Thank you all so much. Thank you. All right. And want to welcome ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel. Commissioner Patel, we did have one public witness who just made it in. So I'm going to ask, Veronica Hagens Nelson to provide her testimony, and then I will come to you, Commissioner. Thank you. All right.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am a service disabled vet. I purchased a home during when I was serving for Afghanistan and Iraq. And the home is in Ward 6, and it's just 2 units. I am the landlord. I had a DC housing person tenant there, and everything was going smooth and everything. So the tenant died. He died in September. At some point, his girlfriend moved in there. And on October the 1st, because I have received a letter from DC Housing Authority saying that he was going to move and take the opportunity to get the keys. That's what the letter said. I changed the lock, and the girlfriend went downtown, filed against me, said she was a legal tenant because she had been there over 30 days. So the judge said that I had to move her back into that apartment. Now, that's been since October. I haven't received any rent. She's not trying to pay rent. The water pipe burst. There's no running water in there. And she still refuses to leave. So now my home is in jeopardy of foreclosure because I can't make any money with her being in there. Now, here's the problem with DC Housing Authority. Here's what I suggest. I suggest there need to be some kind of orientation for landlords and tenants so we'll know what we're getting ourselves into. That's number one. Number two, we cannot possibly look every 30 days to see if somebody who's not on the lease has moved in. And that's exactly what happened here. And then thirdly, you all can't give out a letter that says, oh, take this opportunity to get the keys back. And then the judge holds me. She said she had never seen a form like that before. And then she threatens me for jail. So, and then lastly, when for the DC Housing Authority, I did not have to have a business license. But when I had to go to court, they told me I had to get a business license, which meant that I had to go back and get a clean hands and then a RADS report and then another inspection from DOB. So I don't understand why we weren't required to get a basic business license before we even were approved for DC Housing Authority. So that whole process took me at least an additional 2 months. So right now I'm in a real bad situation. I'm almost at the point that I'm gonna lock my house up and check into the mental over here at VA because this don't make no sense that I'm stuck in this freaking position. And I just got a notice from OAG talking about I need to get an attorney. I had an attorney. They wanted 3,000. Then they wanted an additional 10,000. If I can't fix my pipe in my cat and pick in the house, how am I supposed to get a lawyer? And I think really all of this could have been prevented if DC Housing Authority had a session to say, hey, listen, this is what you're getting into. So I go to court this Thursday. Channel 7 said they're gonna go with me. But I am a veteran, a disabled veteran. And I'm just in a real bad situation. And I need to get out of this situation.
All right. Thank you for being with us. Hold on one second. I'll come back to you with questions. I want to welcome ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel. Welcome.
Councilmember White, go ahead and go with the previous witness. I'm okay to wait. I sense the urgency with her. I'm happy to wait.
Very much. Ms. Higgins Nelson, first, I'm going to make sure we get your contact information so that we can work through with the agency what we can do here. So it seems like this is, I mean, I'm not sure why a landlord would be able to operate with DCHA without a business license. I believe that all landlords need that in DC, which will become a problem once you try to go through the eviction process. But I want to I want to see if we can assist in any way here. So my team is going to contact you to get your contact information and connect you with the housing authority so that their folks can try to help sort through this. Yeah, I mean, I sense your pain. I can't fully understand it, but can only imagine, how heavy this is right now. So we're going to try to help work through it as best we can.
And I appreciate that. And if you want to imagine the pain, imagine somebody comes in your house and stay for 30 days, and then they go downtown. That lady has taken me to court 5 times saying I'm harassing her. I'm not harassing you, lady. I just need you out my house, And could you just imagine having somebody that does not pay any rent? This lady is older than I am, and I am literally paying for her living. I'm paying for her living. So yes, I desperately need y'all help because I think, at first I was down on myself. How did I get into this predicament? I'm a military officer, 27 years. And I'm like, how did I get into this? More so, I'm at how do I get out of this and don't get back in?
Yeah.
That's what I need. I literally need help. And I'm not going to lie to you. I can't take a judge telling me that this lady can go back to my house. I'm telling you, we have this court case on Friday. I can't do it. I can do a lot of things, but I can't do this. Yeah, somebody take her. I don't care where she goes. She is not my responsibility. So that's
So I believe my executive assistant has your contact information, but I want to make
Yes,
sure
sir.
because we added you, but you didn't go through the hearing management system. So I just want to make sure that we have your information. So we will get that and connect you with the housing authority so we can try to help here.
okay. Somebody who can really help me with this. I definitely appreciate it. I'll be standing on your doorstep.
All right. I cannot guarantee an outcome. I can guarantee we'll work to help. So my team will be in touch shortly.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Commissioner Patel. Welcome.
Chairperson White, before I begin my testimony, I just want to really acknowledge what you just did a few moments ago. Your compassion and empathy does not go unnoticed. And I wanted to say that too. In addition, I also want to say how much I appreciate you as the chairperson of a committee, that you've given your undivided attention to every single person that has testified. It's been a world of difference in the hearing that I attended earlier, where the chairperson of that committee was texting and looking at their phone the entire time as people were testifying and sharing their stories of trauma with law enforcement. So I just want to let you know that residents are watching, they take notice, and I have taken notice. So I just wanted to say that to you with a lot of appreciation towards you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for holding this performance oversight hearing and for the opportunity to submit testimony for the permanent record. My name is Trupti J. Patel, and I'm a 4th-term Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner representing Single-Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom, and I'm the chair of ANC 2A. I submit this testimony on behalf of residents who continue to experience the consequences of long-standing performance failures of the DC Housing Authority. DCHA's operational challenges have been extensively documented over multiple years through district and federal audits. These findings are consistent and in many cases remain unresolved. Incident audit number 1, 27 HUD Office of Inspector General audit. In 2017, the HUD Office of Inspector General issued an audit of DCHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program that found 3 things: failure to administer the voucher program in compliance with federal requirements, weak internal controls, and inadequate oversight, delays and inefficiencies that place federal funding at risk. The audit concluded that DCHA lacked the systems and management controls necessary to ensure effective program administration. Number 2, 2019 DC Auditor Report. In 2019, the DC Auditor reported that DCHA found 3 things: failed to complete thousands of maintenance work orders within required timeframes, Number 2, lacked reliable data to track repairs and capital needs. Number 3, did not have adequate oversight of contractors or capital projects. The auditor warned that these failures contributed directly to unsafe and deteriorating living conditions for public housing residents. Number 3, 2022 HUD OIG follow-up and maintenance management alerts. In 2022, HUD OIG issued follow-up findings and management alerts indicated that 3 things: prior recommendations had not been fully implemented, deficiencies in governance, financial controls, and procurement persisted. DCHA remained at heightened risk of federal enforcement action. These findings confirmed that earlier corrective action plans had not resulted in sustained improvement. Number 4, 2023 DC Auditor follow-up review. A 2023 follow-up review by the DC Auditor again identified ongoing maintenance backlogs, continued weakness in performance management, and last, limited progress on recommendations issued years earlier. This pattern demonstrates not a lack of diagnosis, but a lack of execution. This has real world impact on residents. For these residents, these audits translate into 3 things: prolonged exposure to unsafe housing conditions, delays in voucher lease-ups and inspections. 3rd thing, confusion and instability caused by inconsistent communication and case management. ANCs and council offices are routinely forced to intervene in matters that should be resolved through basic agency operations. Oversight actions requested. Given this extensive audit record, I respectfully urge the Committee on Housing to do the following 5 things. Number 1, require DCHA to publicly report progress on all open audit findings, including those dating back to 2017. Number 2, the executive leadership accountability to measure performance benchmarks. Number 3, mandate routine disclosure of maintenance backlogs, inspection timelines, and voucher utilization rates. Number 4, strengthen resident and ANC engagement requirements, including response deadlines. Number 5, evaluate DCHA's current government and operating structure is capable of meeting its federal and local obligations. In closing, Chairperson White, the district has spent a near decade documenting what is wrong with the DC Housing Authority. The audits are clear, the findings are consistent. What remains missing is sustained accountability. Performance oversight must now move beyond acknowledgement and into enforcement. District residents, particularly those living in public housing or relying on vouchers, deserve an agency that meets basic standards of safety, transparency, and competence. Thank you for your leadership and for your continued oversight.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate your testimony and your attention to this. We are going to continue to dig into the audit issues mentioned in my opening statement between the HUD audit a few years ago, the OIG audit, and then the concerns raised by the agency's auditor. We want to make sure we continue to stay on these because there are patterns. We need to make sure the issues are actually resolved. And then to your point, responsiveness, included to commissioners. So thank you very much for your testimony, for your attention to these issues.
You're welcome. And I do want to make a note for the record that I do realize that you were not the chair of the Committee on Housing for the earlier part of this. And I do know that there have been improvements since you have taken over. But when there's been such deep systemic inefficiency and operational failures, you can't correct almost a decade's worth.
Yeah.
When you've only been chair, I think now for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So I do want to say, I do appreciate that you've kind of been handed a complete cluster and you've been trying to fix it all this time. And, I do want to acknowledge that I do know Director Pettigrew does have a huge mess on his hands and it doesn't take overnight to fix. So I do want to make it clear that this was not directed as a personal attack against you as the chair or at Director Pettigrew. It's just oversight.
No, it is. No, I appreciate it. And as I said in my opening statement, better than before is just not the yardstick for very long. So we've got to keep working to get it where it needs to be and not say, oh, it's better than before. So all good. So I'm with you and I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
With that, we are going to move to our agency testimony and questions. So I want to welcome Director Pettigrew and his team. All right, as is the practice of this committee, I'm gonna swear in our government witnesses. So I ask that you raise your right hand if you may be answering questions, which could be any one of you all. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Director, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the DC Housing Authority today. Before I begin my opening remarks, I want to thank all those who testified today. The feedback helps DCHA understand how we can better serve our community. For those individual concerns, please know that my staff will be reaching out to assist you. When I began leading the DC Housing Authority in November of 2023, I knew the agency had a lot of work to do. Like you, I was familiar with the 2022 report released by HUD that identified critical issues that needed immediate attention. After several months in the job, once I was truly able to peel back the layers, I found that DCHA was in worse shape than those reports showed. Property conditions, customer service, internal processes, and more needed to improve. At the same time, we needed to increase the number of families receiving housing assistance. The situation was daunting. DCHA was an agency in recovery. That's what I said in February of 2024 when I sat before this committee for the first time. That day, I also said that lasting change takes time. In the 3 hearings and 3 roundtables since, I've reiterated these same points. DCHA is distressed and a transformation will not happen overnight. Today, 2 years after our first hearing, I'm proud to say that DCHA has made significant progress, even as we continue to encounter unexpected challenges and discover more areas of concern. Over the past 2 years to date, we have successfully leased up more than 4,000 new vouchers. We now have more than 14,000 families subsidized by the federal HCVP program, which is above 100% utilization, and nearly 10,000 families receiving local subsidies. Our public housing occupancy rate stands at 86%, and we have rehabilitated more than 1,400 units. Last summer, we announced our revitalization plan, a $700 million project that will fund comprehensive renovation for more than 3,000 units across 19 properties. Currently, we are finalizing the scope of work for the 9 communities in phase 1. The newly constructed Kenilworth and Parkmore apartments have opened. At Berry Farm, the Asbury is fully leased up. The Edmondson is on track to open this year. And last month, construction began on the Hillside Flats. We invested in customer service, expanded our call center from 13 to 18 agents. Today, customer inquiries are resolved during the first call 97% of the time. A new customer service center opened in Chinatown in 2024. One of the 3 locations for in-person appointments. Together, they have handled thousands of visitors each month with more than a 90% survey visitors rating they've experienced positively. These advancements are not the result of quick fixes or Band-Aids. They came about in part because DCHA spent the past 2 years in an intensive recovery effort. We reimagined processes, we implemented new systems and technology, and reorganized departments to try to maximize capacity. This demanding workload created an infrastructure that supports long-term sustainable operations at DCHA. As you know, the FY26 HUD budget was approved a few weeks ago. DCHA has not yet received our specific budget, but it is clear that there will be cuts. HUD already informed DCHA that the inflation adjustment or budget increase for our FY26 voucher fund will be 0. Last year, it was 12%. Meanwhile, increases in construction costs, operating expenses, utilities, and insurance, as well as uncertainty around the interest rates are exacerbating already challenging market conditions. These new circumstances mean DCHA must take a hard look at spending throughout the agency. We must minimize expenses while continuing to provide affordable housing assistance to as many families as possible. These financial constraints will not derail DCHA from its mission to provide, preserve, and expand affordable housing throughout the city. Led by that purpose, we will continue to put the city's families and their affordable housing needs first every time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Let me run through a few things that came up in testimonies. For Richardson dwellings, what's the status of that redevelopment? I'm going to ask the same about Greenleaf.
Good afternoon, I guess almost evening. My name is Erin Wilson. I'm a Senior Vice President for Capital Programs and Development. Richardson Dwellings, he was part of a planning process with Lincoln Heights. Lincoln Heights is currently moving forward in the bond program that Director Pettigrew just spoke about. Richardson Dwellings, we need to go back to the drawing board in terms of financing to identify financing sources to address that property.
And Greenleaf? I'm sorry, no. You said Richardson Dwellings was moving with Lincoln Heights, and then, yeah. So what about Greenleaf?
Currently with Greenleaf, we are still finalizing negotiations with our current development partner. So that is still underway and they're still in place.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. So we had selected them through an RFP. And when Director Pettigrew came into his current position, Greenleaf residents made it clear that the revitalization plan that had been established didn't meet resident needs. And so that was changed so that some of the existing buildings would be redeveloped. That was signed off on by the DCHA board almost, not quite, last summer, I believe. And so we've been trying to finalize negotiations with our developer partner around that.
Okay, and how long have conversations been ongoing with that development partner for Greenleaf?
It's been a while. I don't have the number of months off the top of my head.
But it's months and not years at this point?
Yes, given the changes to the revitalization plan based on resident feedback.
Oh, is this, okay, when did that revitalization plan get finalized?
I believe the DCHA board, I believe it went to the board in April 2025.
Okay. And so we're now at about the 10-month mark. What's the next step?
Continue negotiating with our developer partner.
Negotiating what?
I mean, I would rather not get into details in public just because we are.
Cost, structure?
I think all of those things at this point.
What timeline do you expect for that?
I think we will get back to you on that. I don't have an answer for you today.
Months or years?
I would say months.
I think our board has made it clear that they want us to wrap this up pretty quickly, though. So I think it's short. I mean, I think it's safe to say that they would like us to figure out a path forward pretty quickly. Is that safe to say, Keith? I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Lincoln Heights, you said back to the drawing board.
That was Richardson.
No, I'm sorry, Richardson. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Richardson. Sorry, no, Lincoln Heights moving with the bond.
Right.
Richardson dwelling, that one's back to the drawing board?
It is, yes.
Okay, so what's the next step on that?
The next step will be doing some financial feasibility, looking at financial feasibility for different sources and looking at procuring a development partner for that site.
Is there a definitive like next step, like an RFP is coming out at some point in the near future, or what's the like specific next step?
There will be an RFP that comes out. I think the challenge right now is that we're in a pretty challenging environment in DC in terms of financing for affordable housing, and you're well aware of kind of the ecosystem challenges that we've had. So we don't have a particular timeframe on that right now, but we want to be very careful about how any developer RFPs that are coming out are crafted to make sure that we get a good response from our affordable housing developer community.
Okay. So we'll ask for an update at our budget hearing on both of those. One of the witnesses mentioned, and actually a couple of them mentioned, issues with landlords not submitting recertifications for vouchers. What happens when a landlord doesn't submit what they need to submit?
So, you want to jump in? I can go. Nicole Wycliffe, Deputy Executive Director. So for recertifications, that's actually the family submitting that.
Okay, what is it that the landlord submits?
So generally, a landlord is, I'm going to hand this to Anton, but go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Anton Shaw. I'm the Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So the landlord submits thereafter request for tenancy addendum approval. If that package is not complete, that's normally either initial or if a family transfers. If that package is not complete, we cannot move forward with leasing the family up. So that's not the burden of the family, that's the burden of the landlord.
Okay, but it becomes a problem of the family if, let's say, a landlord is not responsive. So what happens when a landlord is not responsive?
So if a landlord's not responding or providing documents, we would cancel that rafter, but we will not penalize the family. Meaning if the family had, the rafter was submitted in 30 days before we cancel, the family gets the time back. So there's no penalty for the family.
Okay, is the, where in the process is the tenant or the family notified that the DCHA has not received what they need from the landlord?
So once the rafter is canceled, the family is notified immediately. It could be either that day or the following day because we need the family to get leased up as quickly as possible. We're in the business of housing families, so we want the families to move forward.
So the family isn't notified until essentially they got to find a new place to live?
That's correct.
All right. Is there a reason that you don't notify them before then to say, hey, are you able to get in touch with the landlord and see what's going on?
In some instances, if we're having difficulty receiving information from the landlord, yes, the housing specialist does contact the family to say, could you reach out to landlord X or Y because we need a tax ID or we need verification of some other document because we want to get that rafter processed.
Okay. Different place, mold. How does DCHA test for mold?
I mean, generally we have third-party contractors who are experts who do that.
Well, let me jump in. So on the voucher side, it's two separate. So on the voucher side, the inspectors have a certain standard, through HUD that they go. Now I'll ask, Anton have to say if that is on the voucher side. On the public housing side, since we own those, we do have inspectors. We pay for that product because we own the units, get them tested and get it mitigated. Voucher side, we heard that on that, a lot of that side, but generally I don't know if it's contact with the owner, but our inspectors aren't certified to look for mold or test for mold, the housing inspectors.
That's correct. HUD does not require housing choice voucher inspectors to be mold certified. If an inspector goes out and notices a substance that resembles mold, we cannot certify it's mold. We notify the landlord. If the family feels uncomfortable or unsafe, we go ahead and abate that unit so the family can find another unit to move and issue them a transfer voucher.
So if a family believes that there's mold in their unit, you test for it? Or
no, we do not test for mold. We're not certified.
All right,
we will request the landlord.
The landlord does it. Okay. And then what do you do about abatement? So let's say a tenant says there's mold. You ask the landlord to abate it. They say, okay, done deal. Then do you take their word for it or?
No, we do require the landlord to provide some certification from a certified mold expert. If the family, again, we go out, the inspector goes out and inspects the unit and we observe a mold-like substance, we would offer that family an opportunity to move. However, also we would let that landlord know we would abate that unit from that day. If we come out today, we'd abate the unit from today and issue stop the payments, of course, and issue the family a voucher to transfer.
Okay. So the landlord pays for the abatement?
Yes.
Okay.
No, the landlord pays for the mold testing.
Testing.
The abatement means we stop the payment.
Okay. Okay. But I'd use it if this is the only place I use abatement as like not paying rent. Usually abatement in my other housing hearings means you're taking care of the mold. Understood. Okay. recycling. Um, is there a recycling contract at this point for public housing?
So is Jean up to come up? Because I know we're working with one of the other agencies on recycling and it really just kicked off. Oh, she.
Hopefully our director of OAS will join us because I do not know all the specifics, but I did speak with her after the testimony this morning and she indicated that we have had a contract in process. It was submitted to the city council for approval and it is in process, but I do not know the specifics. So hopefully when she joins us, we can give you more information because I do not.
She's joining soon?
She was here.
Okay.
But
Okay.
she may have temporarily
Okay.
stepped out. She should be back here. She can provide better information than I can.
Okay, we'll come back to that then. Let me recognize my colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you so much, Chair White, and thank you for being here with us today, Director Pettigrew and the team. I want to get started and I want to talk about the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So across the district, rent stabilized properties were purchased by developers who plan to displace current residents and replace them with tenants using high-paying vouchers. I'm grateful that DCHA has really made some efforts to really right-size rents. But I still want to just get an update on where you are and go through some of the concerns that still exist within the public around this. In the pre-hearing questions, you did mention that tenants and their case managers can receive support in expediting rent reasonableness determinations from housing locators. How many housing locators do you have on staff? And how many requests for this support do those staff field approximately each month?
So Anson, we currently have 3 locators on staff. However, generally the process works that the housing specialists will run the rent reasonableness. If for some reason it doesn't come back to the requested amount, then it's escalated to the locators to now run and look a little deeper because 2 of them are licensed real estate agents.
Got it. Okay. So it's an escalation when you get there. Got it. And so as a result, how long does it take on average for DCHA staff to make a rent reasonableness determination, you would say?
So that to run a rent reasonableness could be 15, 20 minutes. Now the appeal process, that is what could take some time because generally the landlords are submitting their own comparables. And then the locator team is now searching also the system and the database to match it and then awaiting their comparables to upload to the system to affordablehousing.com to get the results. So on average, I really don't know. We can find that out, but that could be a couple of weeks. It could be longer. It's all about also when that owner provides us the comparables as well. Because we do several rounds back and forth because we could run them, still may not come up to what the requested rent that they want. And we may never get there. And the final rent is what's running the rent reasonableness system after the appeals.
Okay. And how often is a tenant able to lease up the first unit they are approved?
I'm not following that question.
Let me rephrase it. Okay, so how often is rent reasonableness the reason for denial?
Okay, that's a good question.
So we don't track that information in terms of when a unit is, we do have the records, we don't track when the initial unit is denied and the family searches for another unit. But when we do our briefings, we give the family a voucher with a voucher amount to tell them to search within that dollar amount of the voucher. So the majority of families who present are after normally, and I can't give you a number again, we're in the high end of success rate families moving into the first unit that they find.
Okay.
So we do have a few, of course, that are going to be not rent reasonable, but however, the majority of the families find units that are rent reasonable. And they move into that first unit.
Outside of rent reasonableness, what other factors this past year have been leading to denials?
Inspections.
Okay. And you would say inspections far outpace rent reasonableness as the reason for denials?
That's correct.
Okay, got you. How long does it typically take for a tenant to lease up a unit from the initial submission of a request for tenancy approval from a landlord to tenant move-in date.
I know in here we put from voucher issuance to lease up was about 90-something days, but from actually RAFTA to leased up, I
Mhm.
think that's what you're asking?
Yes, thank you.
What happened, Noelle?
Good afternoon, Noelle Wishart, the Utilization Supervisor for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. It's taken on average about 37 days from RAFTA submission to lease up for most of our families who are transferring. For newer households, it may trend a little higher to about 40-something days. Mostly because we do have a lot of vendors or landlords who are new to the program, so they do gotta get registered.
Okay.
They do gotta go through a different series of processes to get into the system.
Okay, understood. And from a data collection, do you all track outcomes, or if you do, how do you do it? Track outcomes for tenants who struggle to identify a unit that can pass rent reasonableness and inspection, especially for tenants who lease ups take longer than those 40-something days?
Outcomes in what sense?
In the sense of, I guess, like successful lease ups and move-ins.
So let's speak on the fact that we had 4,000 households. Our success rate on our federal programs has been 84% of families who have been able to successfully lease up once we have received a RAFTA after being issued a voucher. It also mirrors the same process on the local funded side. It's about in the 80s as well. So we feel that we're doing what I would consider a pretty good job of getting our families leased up at 80% or more of all the vouchers that we had issued in the year 25.
And just to add that to Councilmember, when we got here 2 years ago, the lease success rate was about 68%. So it's jumped tremendously, and we didn't even forecast this huge of a jump. And that's how we were able to lease up 4,000 vouchers in 2 years.
Okay. I'm asking because what we heard today is that tenants are experiencing some serious delays. What we received as an office is usually when tenants are experiencing those delays, obviously people don't call when things are going great. So just note, I know that part. But when they do call, it's because they're experiencing some serious delays. So that's why I was just trying to understand process-wise. And then we also heard from landlords as well, who also say, you know, they're experiencing some delays. So what I was trying to understand is sort of why there's sort of, I guess, the discrepancy between that their testimony of like delays versus what we're hearing, and try to explain why we have some tenants and landlords who are still feeling real serious delays in the process.
Yeah, and it frustrates us too in a way, because remember now, we're at 100% utilization. I mean, we're literally leased up. I mean, we have about 100 vouchers left on the street, but we're at 100%. We're about 102% utilization. So we're a little bit over where we would be. So we don't have any more vouchers to lease up other than the ones that are on the street right now until the attrition rate starts to take over and the number regresses back. So we've been doing a really good job. I've got to tell the team, you know, I mean, 100% utilization is a good thing, and HUD has commended us for it. They pushed us to get it done in 2 years, and we've gotten it done. So, but unfortunately, sometimes things happen, things fall through the cracks. I mean, you know, we would love to be able to be 100% customer friendly and take care of everybody's problems. And
That's your goal next year. Just say that's my next year. We're gonna be at 100%.
Never mind.
It's always the goal, because we hear it, you know, and I know the staff works hard. But and again, we hear them, and we try to reach out to them and to fix them all.
Let me ask you this. Are there any housing providers still being paid the escalated rent from prior to the implementation of the new rent determination system, or have all vouchers been right-sized?
Yeah, federal side, they all have been. HUD put us through an exercise where we had to go back and review it. And so, and then we submitted the results to them. So yes, on the federal side, absolutely.
And what about on the local side?
I have to look searching now.
They in zero. So we look at everyone that's go through rent reasonableness. It is our it's a requirement for us to make sure that we are not approving rents higher than what the market requires.
Got it. Okay. I wanted to ask about what kinds of support current Housing Choice Voucher Program participants received from the Housing Authority. How much contact does DCHA have with HCVP participants that are currently housed? And how often are these residents required to engage with staff? What kind of follow-up is done with households each year? What is that relationship looking like for those participants?
So I'll say for our recertification process, it's generally we're on a every 2, or if you're on a fixed income, every 3 years. So for fact, you're working with those individuals then. If the family has any household composition changes, then they may reach out to their specialists. Inspections are happening generally on a every 2-year basis too, if you already continued occupancy. So outside of just the routine there, Okisha's helping, she can talk to any outreach outside of that.
Good evening. My name is Okisha Pompey, Deputy Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. You pretty much summed it up. Basically, contact is made on our biannual or triannual process. In between that, you have what's called interims, as if you're having issues or things that are coming up in terms of your income or household composition within your 2-year period, you would do an interim. We try to process those within 10 days of receiving them.
Okay, thank you.
And we do complaint inspections as well. So if you got an issue or something going on with your unit, we do complaint inspections within 2 to 3 days of your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. You good? Did you need me?
No, I was looking at you because I thought my round is up.
It is.
If you weren't gonna stop me, I was gonna keep going.
But do you have a couple more questions?
Yes, yeah, great. All right. Because one of the things we hear from residents is just wanting to see, specifically those with HCVP participants, sort of just more staff engagement outside of just like inspections and things, but just more staff engagement and support. And so I guess how many staff at DCHA are responsible for that kind of follow-up that we're looking for?
So our housing specialists, we have about 57 housing specialists.
Okay.
Coordinators, we have about, I want to say between 27 to 30 coordinators.
Got it.
And I would like to add too, we, with any rollout of new programs, we're doing the same thing we did with affordable housing. It was brand new in 2027 to the District of Columbia. We did a lot of town halls. We actually have town halls that are coming up for March, April, and May. They're going to be rent reasonable, rent cafe training for our residents, landlord portal training, because these softwares are brand new. So the functionality of how to utilize them, how to really be able to submit your information so that we can process even faster. Those are trainings that we actually have coming up as well.
Okay, great. If a unit fails a housing quality inspection, what steps are taken by the housing authority to remedy the situation and ensure the tenants maintain a safe, stable, and dignified housing?
If a unit fails an inspection, depending on what the finding was, they have between like 15 or 28 days to get it done.
Yeah.
Also, there are things that fall within 24 hours, like utilities off, those things, those are 24-hour violations. So based on what the finding is, you have so many days to rectify it. If we're in that 15 to 28 day, they get a notice, and then we do what's called a reinspection. Once we do a reinspection, if the items have been cured, the unit passed inspection. If they have not been cured, the unit goes into abatement, and then the landlord has about 45 days to request what's called a hack inspection. And what a hack inspection is basically you're trying to get inspection within 30 days so your payments do not become abated.
Got it. And so most of that, that's when a landlord is at fault, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. What about when a tenant is found to be at fault?
So it's the same thing. Same time frame, even with the tenant. However, the difference is when we do a reinspection, if the tenant has not corrected their items, they are recommended for termination, and they have to go through the hearing process. A lot of times they get the items cured, And then if they get it cured, we'll go out and same thing like a landlord got, there's not called a hack. We just go out and do a third inspection.
Okay.
If they get it cured, we'll do that before they get scheduled a hearing. Sometimes they go through the hearing process and they are granted a third inspection as well.
Understood. So, what happens if a tenant continues to be problematic? I guess like even after resources have been provided, at what point in you all's process is their voucher in jeopardy? And what does DCHA do to try to avoid that overall?
So participants have what's called family obligations.
Mhm.
There are a list of things that they have to abide by. When they're not in compliance, then you're already in violations of those compliance. We do what's called mediation. We have a mediation department and we try to mediate whatever the issue may be. They tend to be landlord and tenant matters. So that's how we try to help the landlords without having to actually go to court and start paying fees. And
Okay.
that's a whole big thing in and of itself. So we try to rectify it in mediation. If we go through mediation, a lot of times mediation kind of get it done. If not, again, you have to go through the process, which is request for termination.
Understood. How does the housing authority respond to issues related to landlords with patterns of mistreating their tenants? I guess, do you all have any internal tracking that looks at ensuring that public dollars are not going to chronically negligent landlords?
So the answer to that is yes. We have also what's called disbarment. You can disbar a landlord if they are continuously not repairing units, or we see a trend among your properties that you oversee. If you
Right.
start to see a
Definitely.
trend. Again, we want to mediate first because a lot of times we have to relocate these families.
Right, the housing
So
that
if
is-
we're able to mediate the issues, if we're able to connect landlords to other public services that can help them get issues rectified, we try to take that route first. But if not, if it's something that's chronically happening, then we go to disbarment.
How many landlords have been disbarred in this last fiscal year?
I can only think of one at the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to just ask about the federal voucher program, the local program, and then I'm done, I promise, Robert. How long does it typically take for someone using a PSH voucher to move through the process from voucher match to move in? And how does that process differ from the HCVP?
That is a great question. I'm so glad you asked that because there's a lot of confusion even in the testimonies today. It was a mix up between the Housing Authority and those different partners that we work with. As it relates with our relationship with DHS, they control the lease up process.
Okay.
So we control when the application is submitted to deeming eligibility. Right now, we're about 23 days from receiving application and deeming eligibility. From there, DHS has 10 days to request a voucher briefing for that particular family. Right now, we have it where DHS give us a list of voucher participants to be briefed on a Thursday, and we brief them that following Tuesday or Thursday. They have 2 dedicated briefing days every week.
Got it.
From our standpoint. Then from there, we have to wait for DHS to meet with the landlord, find placement, the whole searching thing. And then from there, we're back in control when we're reviewing the rafter packet. We're reviewing rafter packets within, I want to say about 14 days. From there, DHS requests an inspection. We do inspections for DHS within 2 to 3 days. And from there, we lease up, and our lease up is about 37 days from when we receive the rafter to lease up.
Got it. Okay. I'm ending here, but this is the one process. I thank you for explaining it. I didn't realize that it's complicated for me to understand, so I know it's complicated for everyone else to understand. I don't know how y'all communication team gonna figure this out. I know y'all gonna figure it out and how to communicate that. So, because what we heard about mostly is delays in that process. Where would you say, in your opinion, is the breakdown that causes delays in that particular process? And is there a way for you all to?
I was just laying it out. Go ahead, take it.
But this is part of the whole outcome.
Yeah.
So just so you know, Councilmember, we've heard about those challenges, and
Yes.
actually the chairman beat me up over this about a year or so ago about trying to resolve that problem. And so we hired a contractor to work with both groups in order to be able to identify the bottlenecks and the challenges so that we can streamline that process and get people taken care of, given the fact that you got two different agencies that are working together. So
Yeah.
I thought that those conversations went well. I know that there were some outcomes with regard to some of the folks, the applicants not being able to access our system for whatever various reasons. They still wanted to maintain sort of a manual paper process for some of those folks as we shift, because we've been shifted into the Yardi system. We wanted to automate everything. That way we can track it all. But also we meet with DHS once a month and we talk about the fact that we're willing to work with them and allow them to continue the paper process for several of their clients because I guess either technological challenges or what have you. So we thought that we got into a pretty good space right about now.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Robert White. I know y'all gonna figure out how to fix the system. That's the one we hear most about, people being complicated. So figuring out how to communicate it, but also figuring out how to make it more efficient would be great. I'm gonna get on DLB with inspection, so I'll leave those questions to DLB and then give the answers to Robert for him to follow up. So thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Did I hear correctly that the rent reasonableness process takes 15 to 20 minutes to run? So why did we hear from so many witnesses that they're getting stuck in this and it's taking weeks or months?
That's a great question. And then without knowing further, they could be in the appeal process. Appeal process takes a little bit longer. Nothing should be taking months. And if it is, then we can look into that. But generally, the first run is not going to take much. But again, it's a process, right? It steps in it. So the rafter comes in, they're reviewing, and they're running the rent reasonableness. If it doesn't come out to the requested landlord amount, that's generally where the issues come in. So now you have to submit comps. They're doing appeals. It's going to our locators who are agents to also run a little bit further. So it's a lot of back and forth at times to try to, we may not always get to that requested rent because we've got to go with the rent reasonableness comes out. So it's a lot of back and forth in some cases. So Okisha, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I would like to add, a lot of it is also, I would like to say, maybe educating families. They tend to confuse the entire process. They're thinking that we're waiting on rent reasonableness, but it's an actual completed packet. So a lot of times that packet is incomplete. And just to say, when a packet comes in, we run rent reasonableness and affordability at the same time. So we already escalate to our locators when the specialists themselves cannot get the rent to what the landlord is asking. It's already escalated. So there's a note that that goes to the landlord that basically says to them, we have already escalated this to our locators who are licensed realtors, and they were not able to get the asking rent that you're asking. However, we will give you this amount. However, if you have your own private comparables that you would like us to look at, you can submit those comparables. And in gist, there are times that we have some landlords who are passionate about them saying that they think their unit is worth what they're asking, and they'll go back and forth. Now that back and forth time is also what's added into the review time.
Okay.
And I think one more thing to add is Okisha just said. So there's rent reasonableness and there's affordability. And a lot of people may not understand the affordability piece, but the affordability is a factor. If you're rent burden under HUD, that can also mean a denial. So for example, there's some apartment complex, you've got your base rent, you've got parking fees, you've got trash. All of that combined is rent for us. And if it's too much, and I don't know if it's 40% of their, the 40% of their adjusted income, if that is above that, then you're also failing. So a lot of people think that that's rent reasonableness, but that's affordability to not rent burden that family.
And that cannot be negotiated.
Okay, there was a lot of concern raised from witnesses about rent reasonableness today. So process you were explaining is pretty simple. There's a major disconnect. And I mean, you got to be somewhat sophisticated to own a property and be renting it out. So like if all these landlords who are testifying today are just confused about the process, then I think that is a communication issue. Something has to be more clear because that was a lot of testimony about rent reasonableness.
That is what we're trying to make sure we do in our landlord town halls and resident town halls. We realize that we need to educate more.
What about, somebody testified that there was, they got a rejection for, the rent was not rent reasonable, but there was another comparable unit in the building that had a higher rent. Is that something that should be happening under this current system?
No, so that's not nothing that should be happening, but have I seen it before? I've had a landlord who's reached out to me before who said, hey, I just had a unit leased up for this amount. Why am I now being denied? And when I've reviewed that, it's just kind of been a staff error. Because when you do reasonableness in the database, when I type in the address, it's gonna show me every certification that's ever been ran on that unit. And when I assessed the one that I was looking at, the specialist did not notice that we had already approved the rent. And so there's I don't mean to go too much into the weeds, but there's a function that's really just called add similar, and you're supposed to add similar because these are part of the same apartment building.
Okay. Housing specialists and failure to respond. What's happening there?
Well, we want to get up. And I just heard, I know we heard from the union rep where they feel some of the staff is getting too much work. Now, we have, over 20,000, households that they are working, and we've got a total of 57. So not to make any excuses for anybody, so we do ask them to respond to emails and to phone calls. There are certain days of the week that the actual 702 office is closed for that. So I'm gonna turn over to Anton just to answer, but we've been working with staff a little bit more to just be responsive. You may not have the answer right then and there, but received your email, received your call. So Anton, do you want to add?
Thank you, Nicole. We do realize we do have an issue with our customer service. We have made improvements. We've put certain responsibilities and accountability on our management staff. What we've implemented in 2025 and we're moving forward with is each week, housing specialists are required to provide a weekly report of emails and voicemails returned to families. Supervisors, housing program specialist supervisors have access to voicemails of their staff. And each week they have to review the count to make sure they're being returned. Managers at the next level have to review what the supervisors have reviewed of their staff. So the accountability piece is there. And we're moving forward. It's not a perfect process yet. We're still moving forward. We're still trying to better our systems, but we are addressing the customer service issue we're dealing with. But the majority of our families are happy. We do get the term, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Unfortunately, the squeaky wheel is the ones that's heard. But we're addressing that issue with customer service to improve our services.
I mean, we're hearing testimony of folks not getting responses for months. And a lot of people saying that they are sending email after email, call after call. There's enough indication that there are things going wrong in communication. My team has difficulty getting responses sometimes and have to escalate. So there's an issue there.
Yeah, I mean, there's some issues there, and it does get escalated. I mean, I'll get the emails and I have to jump in, the director Pettigrew, so shouldn't come to our level. It's not across the board. It's not all specialists. It's there's different competing interests. Some are out on leave. So not to make any excuses, but it's just something that we have to continue to work on with staff.
What's the plan to address it? Yeah.
I mean, there's disciplinary actions. There's, if we get the emails in and they're following up, it's disciplinary actions, like I said. I'm assuming you have warnings with your teams.
Yeah, again, we're holding staff, we're holding supervisors, holding managers, holding my deputies, and myself accountable for customer service. We don't expect to be 100% perfect, but we want to get as close to perfection as possible. So we follow up. As Nicole just mentioned, if an escalation gets to her, it trickles down to me, and I make sure that family is contacted today. Just as we heard some complaints today, we address those issues today. Before we leave this building, some of them may be resolved, and some have been resolved. Excuse me. So it's a work in progress. Again, accountability is big for me. Last year, I had my staff, including my deputies, to sign an accountability document. And that accountability document requires them to do their jobs and to understand what their requirements are in their jobs. And they have to meet those requirements, plain and simple.
So here's what I can guarantee at this point, is that we're gonna come to another hearing and we're gonna hear the same concerns, because you're explaining to me the processes that are in place now. It's clear to me, but beyond this hearing, the number of complaints I get about lack of responsiveness, it's clear to me that there's an issue. And so what's currently happened is not working. And so I guarantee we're gonna continue to hear this unless something changes. I haven't heard what's like, that we've identified the issue and that we have a path forward.
Well, I think we've identified the issue. I think the reality is that we need to manage better, to be frank with you. And so we'll sit with Anton to find out exactly how we're going to handle that. But because we've had this conversation before, because I get emails too. They escalate to me. People write me directly, you know. So, and the first thing I do, I'll call him on the phone. I won't even send an email. I call him and say, hey, listen, I'm forwarding you something. Let's take care of this. But who's responsible for it? So I think there needs to be a better job at the top of managing the mid-level managers with regard to their teams. We do hear a lot of concerns about people being out and the workload, and you even heard the president of the union talk about the workload is really, really heavy. But we're getting into a space now where we're 100% utilized. And what I've told the team is that, listen, now you got to pivot to the point of now managing effectively and efficiently. And I think you're going to see more of a focus on it now. He may have had to play some process, but when you're scrambling to get all these vouchers leased up, and now here we are. So there really is no excuse for now not trying to hone our customer service and accountability aspect of the operation. So hopefully we'll start to see that soon.
Potomac Gardens, what's going on with the vacancies there? How many units total, and how many are not utilized?
Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Carolyn Cornier Punter, Senior Vice President for Property Management Operations. So at Potomac Gardens, we have over 223 units that are occupied. We have 3 that are vacant. And then there are a little over 100 that have been approved by HUD for demolition disposition. So that's what the categories of occupancy, you know, at Potomac Gardens, that's what it looks like.
Or what's the timeline for demolition?
Yeah, well, we don't know yet because we have to pick a developer. We got a Section 18 application approved several months ago. But now, obviously, we need to sit down now, put out an RFP, find a development partner, and figure out how we're going to move forward with that.
It doesn't get demolished until there's a development partner to...
Well, not necessarily, but obviously you still want to, you know, put an RFP out and look at everything, the whole scope of it. But we wouldn't, because we're not going to knock the buildings down right away.
What about, like, you know, rodent infestation and other nuisances from vacant buildings? Is that a concern?
I mean, that's a concern across the whole city, but yes, we do have contractors on board at the property there. Residents are able to call in. When we just recently, I don't have the exact date, we have staff on board as well that went through all the units to check and, you know, put traps or anything in there and assess all of the units. So we've been doing that, and Potomac Gardens was one of the pilot ones that we had our team and the contractor working together. So residents are able to call in if they see activity or if they need servicing. There's routine servicing, but as the calls come in, then the contractors or our staff would go and I don't want to say mitigate and treat.
And even with the routine service, I just want to state that even vacant units are treated as well. So it's not just the occupied units, but it's vacant units as well.
It didn't seem, so if the plan is to, you know, demolish or permanently leave those units vacant until there's something else, it didn't seem like Ms. Petway knew that, and she lives at the property.
Yeah.
Are you communicating with residents about what's happening?
We communicate with residents, and we can make sure that we have a conversation with Ms. Petway as well, just about, and the residents in general, about the status of Potomac Gardens, of course.
And I'll add, before we went to any of these applications, we had to meet with our residents and do consultation. It could just be, you know, the maybe they don't remember the consultation and then it came back. But generally, before you even go to HUD to put any of these requests in, you had to meet with all the residents, you met with the resident councils, and you got all that. But again, these applications did go in some time ago. It took HUD a while to give us the decision back. So we definitely will circle back with Ms. Petway and others just to let them know, hey, it's been approved. These units will remain offline.
I mean, between Potomac Gardens, Greenleaf, Berry Farm, and I think Richardson Dwelling, a lot of lack of knowledge from the folks who live there about what's happening. How do you currently communicate with residents about the future of their properties, using those as examples?
Generally, Aaron, that department meets on the development side with those properties. So if she wants to come back up to say when the last meetings were, just to touch on the Richardson dwelling, I know that predates us. That property was one of a grant, initially implementation grant from HUD. The scoring wasn't there, so then that grant went away. So that's why the Richardson dwelling Lincoln Heights plan had to be pulled apart and looked at separately. So the Richardson dwelling, but if you want
to. So the applications that were approved by HUD, we did have a communication strategy around that. And that was some time ago. And so I would say that you're completely right that we owe an update to residents about what's going on with those properties. Now, what I would say is I think we have roughly 14 or so properties that will need to be redeveloped. That is going to take time and is not going to be immediate, but those are ones that we have to go out and get a developer partner for. But what I do want to talk about is the work that we've been doing around communication on the bond properties. We have had
One of the ones that I just asked about.
No.
Let me stay on those for
Yeah.
now, because I've got to get to the bottom of this. I don't want to have hearings where it's like 80 people coming to testify about things that like they shouldn't have to come to a hearing for. So using those as examples, how are we communicating with those folks about?
I would say that when we have an update for residents, we will definitely communicate that. This is separate from regular communication on property management activities. So it's my understanding, and Carolyn can confirm this, but property managers are having regular meetings with residents. When we have an update on a redevelopment front, we will come and have a conversation with residents and make it accessible. So it's virtual, it's in person, it's email, it's text, whatever information we have, we will certainly bring to them.
So let me add, Carolyn's team, when the property management team is meeting, we'll make sure they have that agenda item. Even if it's no update, we can talk through that. Then on the development side, Aaron's team, they will, there's no update right now, but still they can either quarterly or twice a year have some meetings with those properties, but we'll add it to the agenda of when the property management team meets with the resident council and their staff. Now, Berry Farms is a little different, right? So the development partner, POA, works with those, but any family that was displaced due to that will also work with Aaron's team and try to figure out either if it's mass emails or mailings just to let them know or reiterate what the phasing is on that one. Like Asbury's open, Edmondson is coming next, and the schedules of the rest of the phases of Berry Farm. So we'll add those to the agenda, and we'll figure out a method for the Berry Farms who were displaced to reach out to them on some type of email basis.
Thank you. That would be very helpful for those residents, because the agency may know nothing's happening. You got to go back to the drawing board, but clearly the residents don't realize that, and they live there. They're trying to figure out what their life is gonna look like.
Can I just add on Berry Farm in particular? So we're getting ready to lease up the Edmondson. It'll be complete at the end of the year. And we have had resident meetings on that. And we are tracking very closely residents who moved from Berry Farm to make sure that we're reaching out to them. We have a plan to reach out to them. We'll be using technology to help track some of those things and to get applications in. So we're very focused on that one right now.
Okay, thank you. I convened a roundtable at the end of January last month on DCHA's financial management practices following overlapping findings from the Office of the DC Auditor, Office of the Inspector General, HUD, and the Office of Audit and Compliance within DCHA. These reports identified recurring concerns related to internal controls, documentation, segregation of duties, and financial reconciliation. So I want to be clear, I'm not asking about any pending litigation or personnel issues. What I'm asking about are financial governance and whether structural deficiencies have been corrected. And we don't need to spend today's hearing rehashing the roundtable from a month ago, but I want to follow up on several items for which the agency did not have available answers at that time and committed to provide promptly. At the roundtable, the agency stated that the former CFO had been working on responses to the Office of Audit and Compliance's September 2025 findings, and that responsibility shifted after the CFO resigned in November. Who owns those corrective actions now?
So the final corrective action plan hasn't come out, but the items that were provided after the departure of the CFO was the interim CFO, Isra. I don't want to mess up your last name, so I apologize. So she got that documentation in, and then after that, it went to the Office of Audit and Compliance department, who are, back and forth dialogue, and they'll come up with the final corrective action plan.
Okay. And in terms of who, is there going to be a public document for that, or is it?
They're generally not
internal?
public. Our audit, from that department, they're generally not public.
Okay. And so let me just go back to the question, make sure I'm clear. Who owns the corrective actions when you finalize the responses?
So the finance department will own any, recommendations that come out of it, or if anything remains open, it would be that department that would have to, let's say if it's a policy to be written or something other, then it'll go back to the Audit and Compliance Department to, see that.
Okay. And Ezra, your title and last name?
Good evening. Isra Al-Khazin, interim CFO.
Interim CFO. Okay. Can you give me your last name again? I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's Al-Khazin.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I think my colleague Wendell Felder, Ward 7 council member, is with us virtually. Councilmember Felder, welcome. You can begin your round.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Director Pettigrew and members of your senior leadership team. It's always good to see you all. I'm going to just jump right in with questions. Given what's happening on the federal level, and there have been a number of conversations about reduction in funding for voucher recipients, et cetera, could you speak to what DCHA is doing to effectively communicate with residents about some of the policy changes that possibly is happening at the federal level?
Policy level.
So you're referring to what we perceive to be the potential funding reductions?
Yes.
So what we're doing right now is circling back to come up with a comprehensive plan with regard to all of the anticipated cuts. We still don't know what our budget looks like. So I don't want to be too premature with regard to putting things out there to the public and to residents until we sort of know what we have, number one, and number two, that we put together a comprehensive plan that we've shared with the board. So we hope to have something prepared in the next week or two. We meet with our HUD rep once a week, and we'll be talking to her about trying to get more information specifically about where we are with regard to the funding and the anticipated cuts. We do know about the inflation factor because we got a letter from Assistant Secretary Hobbs, And he also sent out some spending reduction activities that he thinks that all housing authorities should start to entail. But I want to put together a comprehensive plan so that when we do communicate, whether it be with the residents, whether it be with our board, or whether it even be with the public, that now you have a comprehensive plan of looking at what we're seeing completely and how we're going to attack it. So give me
Thank
about
you,
2 weeks,
Director.
because I know we're pushing it now, the first quarter of this year, and we do need to get something out. We were just waiting to hear what our budget's going to look like. And normally that doesn't come out till around March, maybe April. We're hoping if we don't get it, then we may have to forge ahead with not the full complete information, but we will get something out.
Thank you. Director, could you speak to how you guys are engaging with complexes that do not have resident councils or manager tenant meetings?
That would be Carolyn.
So our public housing sites, we have monthly meetings with the residents. So the housing managers are required to have meetings with the residents on a monthly basis, regardless if there is a resident council present or not. If there's resident council present, then there's an additional meeting as well. So there could be 2 meetings per month, one with resident council leadership and the other with the housing manager, area manager, and I may even attend some of those meetings.
And just generally, between FY25 and FY 2026, could you speak to how many public town hall meetings or listening sessions you guys have had with your residents?
Again, we've had meetings monthly. I arrived at DCHA in April of 2025, and I can say from that point is what I can speak about, and I can let you know that we've had meetings on a monthly basis at our sites. At a minimum.
Thank you. Not this past snow that we had, but the one maybe 3 weeks ago. I've gotten a number of reports from residents who live in Lincoln Heights and Kenilworth about their sidewalks not being clear after a week of snow. Could you speak to how you guys ensure that the property manager and maintenance team at public housing complexes are clearing the ice in a timely manner?
So what I can say about the past snow in January, as we all know, it was not a normal snow. We had snow, so we pre-treated the concrete, the snow came, and then ice came. So as they call it, snowcrete. So it was just an issue across, I would say, the jurisdiction. We did all that we could. We had staff working from 3 a.m. In the morning, all around the clock, taking minimal breaks to do what we could possibly do. We ended up getting bobcats so that we could move the snow/ice from the streets and even from the sidewalks. So again, our response was similar to that of the jurisdiction. It was, we were caught off guard. We did the best that we could, and it was just not under normal circumstances.
Copy. Could you speak to how many voucher holders currently reside in Ward 7?
Hold on 1 second. I believe we have it.
Okay.
Which tab is that requested? We can't find it right here. We can definitely get back to you. In Ward 7, number voucher
Yeah.
holders only, that's what you're looking for?
Yeah, and compared to other wards in the district. Now, one of the major concerns that we hear from constituents is confusion around the recertification process. Could you walk me through the recertification process?
So Keisha, you wanna come back up? Recertification process.
Good afternoon again. You said walk you through the recertification process?
Yes.
So we mail out recertifications 150 days before the effective date that they are due. We have, like I said, they get mailed out 150 days in advance. The client has 30 days to turn in their recertification. If we don't get it in 30 days, we send out what's called a second appointment notice, letting them know that we have not either received their recertification or they're missing something in their recertification. And then they are given another 30 days to turn in their recertification from that point. If we've done the bite at the apple first and second. We've actually have gone 3 and 4 times from that to try to get that recertification packet. We also reach out to caseworkers if they have a caseworker or if they're associated with any type of provider to help us assist with getting that recertification. If we do not get it in a time frame, then they are referred for termination. And then usually they turn in their recertification before the hearing date and they're reinstated. Or have
Could
been
you,
reinstated.
got you. And from your perspective, do you see any areas of the process that you think could be simplified?
Of course, yeah. So we have a couple processes that we're trying to simplify with our recertification. What we have noticed since we have gone into Rent Cafe as of July 1st of 2025, we've gone into Rent Cafe. That process, those participants who are turning their RAFTA packet that way, they tend to be processed a little faster, and that's only because their documents come directly into our system. So that is something that we're trying to increase residents getting registered with Rent Cafe, walking through that process. And from there, they're able to see the entire recertification process. They're able to reach out to their specialists through that Rent Cafe as well. Also, like they've mentioned before, we're open 4 days a week at our 702 location. So clients are coming in, doing recertifications on site. We have been processing those who have been outstanding for like 2 to 3 years. We've been trying to process them while they're on site because a lot of them are trying to transfer. And in order to transfer, you have to be in compliance with your family obligations, which is recertification. So you kind of heard those testimonies today as well.
And could you speak to how many public housing units in Ward 7 are offline, and what's the reason for that?
On the public housing side, do we have the, yeah, we'll get back to you on that one because we don't have it of how many wards of what's offline, but we do have your voucher number.
Yeah, you want your
Okay.
voucher numbers now?
Please.
So for Ward 7, we have 5,202 vouchers, but now that comprises all of the various programs. It's not just federal, it's local, it's mod rehab. So there's several categories of vouchers, but the total is 5,202. In
Okay.
comparison, the only other ward that's bigger, that has more vouchers in it is Ward 8, and that's 5,488.
Okay. Now, you guys reported that rent collections is at about 65%. Could you speak to what your plan is to increase that number?
So generally on rent collections, what we'll do is we'll send out notices to the resident of what their balance is. If it's not done within a certain amount of time, which it can also be referred to our attorneys to go to court. But generally what we're doing is trying to work with the residents, providing them their notices, what's behind. There's opportunities to enter into a tenant payment agreement that they can do. Outside, if we don't get compliance again, then it goes to council, not this council, but it's referred to our tenant landlord attorneys to file for possession if that's the case.
Gotcha. And then my final question is around, could you speak to like what's your most common maintenance issues that you hear from tenants?
I would say most common, leaks.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say leaks, most common.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And if I could circle back, because you asked the recertification question, the Housing Choice Voucher Program does recertifications, but then the public housing side does recertifications as well. And one thing that we've done is we have our recertification specialists who are not on the properties. They now go to the properties, and we found that has helped us with our recertification process. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record for the public housing side.
Oh, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Felder.
Absolutely.
So I will have to recess in about 10 minutes to join the MPD hearing, then come back in. I suspect the recess will be about 20 minutes total. So yesterday evening, back to the audit findings, you provided a preliminary update on the follow-ups to the September findings. There are a lot of acronyms at play here, but essentially the internal auditor, the Office of Audit and Compliance, or OAC, issued these findings, and the internal finance team, which is the Office of Financial Management, or OFM, responded to those findings, assessing the validity or sharing what corrective action has been taken. OAC, the auditor's office, has now followed up to those responses, and you report that you have one more finding to close out. When will the final update be completed and issued?
So, Randy, you want to answer that? Introduce yourself.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, my name is Randy Sherrod. I'm the interim chief of the Office of Audit and Compliance.
Thank you. I'm going to swear you in very quickly. If you would
Yes,
raise
sir.
your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome.
Yes. So we have one more finding left, and it's related to a reconciliation of stale checks. We're working with the Office of Finance and Management to get us information in order to close that. I want to give you a time frame, but I want to make sure that it's a solid time frame. But I do know that their OFM is working on that. Just as soon. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So for the findings that DCHA has marked as closed, what documentation demonstrates that the underlying control weakness has been fully corrected?
What observation are you speaking of, or just in general?
In general, there's a lot that are listed as closed, and I want to know, yeah.
We had an issue where there was an observation related to bank transfers and the control related to that. So what we did was we selected and tested 6 bank transfers that happened in January and February of this year, that time frame, and we looked at those transfers, and they were processed correctly in accordance with the new process. And so what we want to do is we will test additional transactions just to make sure that the control is operating as it's intended.
Okay. So what you just explained, where would that be documented? So if I'm reading something that says that the observation has been closed, or the finding has been marked as closed, where would I find the process that you just articulated?
In the final report, there'll be a section that talks about OAC follow-up, and it would be marked in there.
Okay.
And in your document, I believe it was shared with you, the follow-up document that we have related to the observations, and it gives explanation in the OAC follow-up section for each of the observations as to what was done.
So a lot of them, it says, what it says is, remaining task, none observation is closed. And so where are you pointing to?
Right above that, there should be a section that says OAC follow-up.
Okay, incredible. Okay. Waiting documentation. Okay, let me come back to that if necessary. When will OAC, or has OAC received the updated materials for review?
For 7 out of the 8 observations, yes. We're waiting on information on the stale date check reconciliation. And so once we get that, we'll be able to look at that to see if that one has been corrected.
Okay.
And then there are 2 allegations. One is related to the Davis-Bacon, the allegation of Davis-Bacon penalties that were not distributed. We are currently working with the Office of Administrative Services and OFM to get further detail on that.
Okay.
Definitely wanted to dig into that and just make sure there wasn't anything there. But we are asking them to go back, I believe, to 2019. There is an account set up where those type of transactions would be coded, and we're looking for the the trail of the deposits there.
Okay, and I don't know if this question goes to you, Mr. Sherrod, or to the director or deputy director, but Mr. Sherrod is currently leading the Office of Audit and Compliance contracted through Baker Tilly. Is that correct? Okay. And why is Mr. Sherrod the right choice for this position right now?
I mean, he was competitively procured. And, you know, frankly, he has extensive experience as a auditor. I mean, I'm probably not going to do him justice based on, I mean, I probably let him talk about his credentials, but, you know, in short, he's got significant experience as an auditor for government agencies, and has significant experience both as, I think, with internal audits as well as investigations on both the criminal and the civil side. He can probably do more justice to his credentials than I can, but that would be my short summary.
Mr. Sherrod, do you want to fill in any gaps or leave it there?
Oh, I can fill in. I appreciate the information you provided, Amy. Yes, sir. I had a 20-year career with the state of Virginia, working for 4 agencies. I worked with the state auditor's office on the audit team there. I was the controller at Longwood University for a number of years. And then most recently, my time with the state, I spent almost 10 years as the director of internal audit for the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. There, we worked on internal audits and investigations. Some that they were criminal, where we found fraud, waste, and abuse. And so I've got a lot of experience in that area. Since joining the private sector, my clients I'm in the public sector practice for Baker Tilly. And so my clients are all government agencies. And we're looking, and I'm really focused on risk management, internal controls, internal audit. I'm excited about the opportunity to be the interim head of the Office of Audit and Compliance. And I think my experience will serve me in this role.
Okay. And I'm sorry, let me give an update. I told one of my colleagues they can go before me, so we're going to push back the recess for about 15, 20 minutes. There's concern outside of the agency about the independence of the auditor. We heard a couple people testify about that today.
Yeah.
What safeguards are in place to ensure that the internal auditor can review decisions made by the leadership it reports to?
That's a great question. We do operate under the generally accepted government auditing standards. It's typically referred to as the Yellow Book. And in their Yellow Book requires that the internal audit function be independent in both fact and appearance. And it does not state that there is a required organizational structure, but the way to do that, to keep the threats of any independence issues from taking place, is the functional reporting of the office. And so this office reports directly to the board. And that reduces the threats of undue influence, bias, self-interest, and it helps ensure that the GAGAS, which is the generally accepted government auditing standards, are upheld. Also, there's some areas of administrative activities where this office would report to management. That would be budget management, HR processes, providing logistical support, that kind of thing, just on the administrative side. But to ensure independence, we have to report to the board, and that is what's happening here. I'm also a CPA, so I'm required to adhere to those standards as well, and I'm going to make sure that we are independent.
So, I mean, the auditor, AOC, reports to the executive director and to the board. Would you suggest that this office should only report to the board?
Functionally, the office should report to just the board. administratively for those specific type of administrative issues and activities, there's going to be what we call a dotted line to management. But I'm not a part of management as far as the decision making, but we do. I am on the team at DCHA, but functionally, we report to the board and we maintain independence.
Given your time at other agencies, what's your evaluation of the current financial management practices at DCHA?
I'm just getting experience with the agency. I know that there's a tremendous effort to help OAC, my team, get answers to the report that was written on OFM. I know there's a lot of work that's being done for to respond to the agency audit, and I think there's just a lot of effort being put there. But to answer the question specifically, I have not been in this role for very long, and so I think I would be better suited to provide a better answer down the line.
Okay. Director, you testified that consultants are working on audit catch-up items from the FY24 OIG audit while staff does day-to-day work, and you have some timelines for final recommendations. That you said you would have some timelines for final recommendations by today's oversight hearing, but that most likely the timeline would be June. Is that right? So there's a lot of contractors on board handling the 24
Just BDO.
OIG audit.
Just BDO. Just one contractor on board.
What's that?
One contractor on board that's assisting with that audit?
I don't know how many are assisting with
Okay,
this audit. I think there are a number of contractors on board. I don't know what they're all doing, but maybe there's a contractor on board assisting with that audit. What's the timeline for final recommendations for that audit?
So we're in the fiscal year 25 audit now. So the auditor is CLA, Clifton Lawson something. The CLA is an acronym. Again, they're brought on by OIG. So that is due on June 1. And so at that time, and we sent over updated responses on each of the outstanding findings that was in fiscal year 14, provided some information on that, what we've done so far, what they're testing, if other questions are coming about, if it may or may not reappear. Because again, 24 audit is done, 25 is going on. So they're going to look at the items that carried over, but then they're going to continue to test them. So those policies or controls could have came into play in this year. So if they're still testing and found something after a certain date, it could possibly reappear, although it's completed now.
So any deficiencies or issues that were found in the 24 audit, they are examining those in the 25 audit.
Correct.
And then when will the public get the 25 audit? When does that come out?
OIG will publish that one, right? So I think their due date is June. So I'm not sure exactly when they will release it.
That's the date that your responses are due to them, or?
Our responses are due sooner than that, actually. I believe June is.
Yeah,
is
that's the date that CLA, the auditors, need to respond to the OIG by, their report by.
I think June 1 is the date it's due to you
Okay.
from the OIG.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I meant to ask this to Mr. Sherrod. Mr. Sherrod, are you with the agency full time, or do you have other active clients right now?
I have other active clients, yes, sir.
Okay. Does that leave you with the capacity to be in this role?
Yes, it does. We've worked around my schedule, so yes.
All right, so we have, it sounds like a timeline for the OIG audits. We have one more outstanding issue from the auditor's findings. Is that right?
Which
We have
which audits?
Some of the observations.
Observation. Yeah.
OFM observations.
Findings, yes.
One outstanding item, yeah.
Well, I think it's one, Randy, you can.
He said he's waiting for clarity on two items.
Two items.
Two items.
Observation and
One
allegation,
observation
right?
and one allegation. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you said you couldn't give a timeline on those. Is that right?
We are waiting on information related to the stale check reconciliation, and then trying to go through and get the last information we need for the allegation related to Davis Bacon. So just as soon as we get that, we are working actively on that with OFM and the Office of Administrative Services.
Okay. Is this days, weeks, or months that you expect to be finished with that?
I would
I
say
can jump in. I think it's weeks. So what they're waiting for is they need to run through a few more of those checks in the system. So it's one staff working it, so a few more weeks to get the final reconciliation from that department, then for him to test. So that's a few more weeks for them to get it from the OFM staffer, but then once he gets it, the OAC, they need to review it, see if they have any further questions.
That's
So
right.
it could be about a month to get the final, but a few weeks to finish up the OFM doing their review on that.
What will it take a month to get?
I'm saying a month for the final.
Final. Okay. And then the remaining HUD audit issues.
The 2022 audit. Great question. That's on the admin, and you want to talk to that?
You talk.
Oh, you talk.
Step up to the mic.
The remaining 7 HUD monitoring issues pertain to finalizing the admissions policies for public housing and the HCB program. So those are hopefully soon. We are waiting for the Office of Docs to publish the final version of the almost final version of the admissions and continued occupancy policy for public housing. We believe it's going to be published this Friday. That will start a 30-day public comment period, after which point we can finalize those and move forward with getting hopefully HUD to clear those ACOP related findings. So in the public housing findings, the administrative plan was issued for public comment in November. And we are bringing it to our board at the next meeting to ask them if they will approve it for, to approve changes to it. So, that is also moving. The upshot is it's moving. It's just, we've done a lot of engagement. We've tried to be very thoughtful about the changes. I know you've heard some advocate concerns that we haven't adopted all of their comments, and we haven't. We've tried to respond to them. We have about 90 pages of responses to the advocates about which comments we've approved and which ones we haven't, that would go back to them as part of, the admin plan. And we did the same thing with the ACOP. But that's where that is.
Are there ways to improve communication or closing the loop with the advocates and organizations?
We're certainly open to it. I mean, we had engaged in almost sort of a year and a half of dialogue on both the ACOP and the admin plan with the advocates. And I think that, I thought we were actually having some thoughtful discussions where they would say, we really don't like this. And we would say, okay, well, this is our issue. And they would say, but what about this? And we would say, well, we really can't do that because of X, Y, Z. And, and we really were having a back and forth. I think they didn't always like our answer, I'll be honest, right? And then other things we would say, yeah, that totally makes sense, right? That's cool. We like that. But, sometimes we just have areas that we don't, our managers don't think are things that we can adopt. And they think that they're very important. The advocates disagree with us, right? And we try to be very respectful, and they are just areas of consistent disagreement, right? And we can continue engaging on them, but
well, what about
so I think sometimes it's that too.
That it came up from a couple of people with allowing the case managers to have access to, the portal. I think it's Rent Cafe.
That's when I gotta defer to someone
Yeah,
else.
so we heard it, so we stepped out and called our IT department. So apparently there is, and Mike or has to come up and answer this one, but apparently it's something with the Yardi program giving others access, that type of access.
Hi, I'm Mike Buck. I am our CIO. Yeah, so, I mean, there's not really a short answer to this, but Yardi is not designed for the federal program. So in order for us to give access to some of these,
Local.
the local program, I'm sorry, it is designed only for the federal program. It's not designed for the local program. So for us to give access to some of those providers, we would either have to wait on Yardi to fully redesign the system or a portion of the Yardi Rent Cafe system for the local program, or we would have to customize something ourselves. Both of those take time. So that's long story short, why we can't give them direct access to the records of the folks that they're working with right now.
Why is it so complicated just to add a user, an additional user?
It's not a matter of just adding a user, it's how the entire system is designed. So the system is designed around HCVP managing entire programs, not for a small provider managing just a couple of people. So if we were to say give them access to Yardi as a whole, then they'd have access to all the folks in that program, right? So that's where some of those comments around HIPAA come in, that sort of thing.
But the client can access their portion without seeing the whole program.
They
right?
can see their own, and so that's where those comments come in with, the client can give the provider access themselves. It's just unfortunately the way that Yardi designed the system that we can't, give the provider shadow access right now. We are talking to them, and we have been talking to them for quite some time about, can we customize Yardi so that it can handle this program, which is a fairly unique local program. But it's going to take time for us. So we're going to have to either customize our own, which is not usually ideal, or we're going to, have to work with Yardi to get them to put something in place for us.
Okay. So what's the decision?
I don't think we have a right to say. Is the customized?
We've been
Yeah.
talking about this for a while. So those are the only two options, and let's just pick an option.
Yeah, well, the third option is the individual can provide that they be the main contact, right? The advocate and their email address and utilizing that login. That's open to them now to do that.
In other jurisdictions, this is not an issue.
Other
Programs.
You don't have this, you don't have.
The only one.
Yeah.
Normally what we would do is we would just go out and buy something, what I call out of the box on the street, right? Because there's enough other people doing this, but we are so unique. That's why we have to customize and do this ourselves.
Well, can we make a decision on this? I mean, we have folks who have, high levels of need. And so they're left not being able to get through the process, and their case manager is not able to help them. So we've been circling the issue for a couple of years
So
now.
I think we need to meet with DHS.
Yeah, because the case DHS
yeah.
side, not ours.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it. We get blamed for it, but this is the local side.
And they contract with DHS, and DHS at times wants their own and wants to report. So let us work with DHS and see if we can come back.
Okay, we'll follow up. 'Cause these folks they look at me sideways. They keep coming to my
They look at
too. Now we all going straight. All right, so we'll figure out what the decision is in the budget hearing.
I think the simplest thing would be what Nicole just recommended was if they allow the provider, the actual applicant allows the provider access. I mean, that's probably the simplest and quickest way to do it. Yeah, give them the username or whatever and let them have access to their system. I mean, that way they can't blame anybody but themselves if things go wrong because they gave the information to their provider in order to be able to go into the system and access it. Because that can happen now.
Okay. Well, let me do this. I'll be up in a few minutes in the MPD hearing, and I'll come back directly after. So we're going to take a brief recess. It'll be about 20 minutes.
Okay.
All right, we are in a brief recess. Okay. We are resumed. Thanks everybody for your patience. So want to get back to follow-ups from last month's hearing on the various audits. At the roundtable, DCHA could not confirm that all FY24 transfers from the rehab and maintenance account were used for actual repairs. Can you confirm today that each transfer is supported by documentation showing it was used for its intended purpose?
So that reconciliation isn't complete yet. We can get back to that. I think that time frame, and I'm going to turn over here really quickly. I'll see, Steve, about time frame. It's a little wave. Approximately 60 days, that should be finalized.
Okay. Have any transfers been found at this point to have been used for non-repair purposes?
The reconciliation isn't done in the OFM report with the team looked at. It sounds like once they put a policy in place of last March, they've been testing and nothing else, but the reconciliation isn't complete yet, so I can't answer yes or no to that.
Okay. About, I'm sorry, you said 1 month, 2 months? You said 60 days. 2 months?
Yeah, 60 days.
Thank you. The Office of Audit and Compliance, or OAC, alleged that the Office of Financial Management was holding on to $167,000 penalty balance. Penalty balance sitting unreconciled suggests weaknesses in tracking restitution and financial accountability. Since I asked about this at the roundtable, you've reported that no evidence was found to substantiate that allegation. Is that right?
Hello, Councilman. Jean Somerville, Senior VP of Procurement and Contracting. So we are still investigating that allegation. As of to date, we have not found a $167,000 restitution payment that is being held where it cannot be dispersed.
Have you found any restitution payment that's been held?
We're aware, I mean, this is pertaining to Davis-Bacon payments, right, for contractors, so we have.
So we have
some that we
have located an account that has money in it stemming from a past restitution. We're still working, my department is working with OFM to get all of the documentation. And I think Mr. Sherrod also mentioned it. We're still working internally to get the documentation to substantiate or try to substantiate the $167,000 that's alleged.
But I think the point is that we do have Davis-Bacon restitution payments periodically, and I believe your office has 60,000 some odd of restitution payments that you're holding.
$66,000 that is being held, and the reason for the money being held is we cannot either locate the person for which the money should be paid because we do not have their information complete in order to make that payment. So that's typically why we hold on to those funds.
Okay, and what, how long would those funds have been held?
Typically, those funds are supposed to be held for a 3 to 5 year term and then turned over to HUD if we cannot find that person. But if we notice where there are persons that reach out and say, hey, okay, I am owed this money from this, then again, we do our due diligence. And if they have a legitimate claim, then the money is then released to them, whatever payment was due to them. So we typically hold on to it for 3 to 5 years, and then it's turned over to HUD. Okay, and so the payments that were made out of that restitution account, there were payments made as early as late last year and earlier this year.
Okay. And in your follow-up to OAC, there will be a full accounting of this?
Yes, so we're still gathering documentation regarding the allegation, and then I'm working with OFM to follow the financial trail.
Okay. All right. Administrative leave, the DCHA reports that there are currently 8 employees on administrative leave. Is that right? Okay. How many of those are in financial compliance roles?
0 of them are in the Office of Financial Management, if that's what you're asking.
I don't know everybody who's in financial.
Right.
Yeah, so
2 of them you're aware of are in the Office of
Yes.
Audit and Compliance,
Yes.
right?
yes.
I mean, the others are,
There were a number of people at one point in financial.
there were 5 folks who were put on leave in the Office of Financial Management, pending an Office of Inspector General review. Those folks were all determined not to be, basically the OIG cleared them. They were all returned to work.
Okay.
So none of those folks are on leave anymore. So
Okay.
those, none of those folks, I guess I was just trying to make the point that it is, none of those folks are presently on leave.
Okay. Okay. And all of them returned, like none of their positions were terminated or moved to a different place? Okay.
They returned to their positions that they had, were in when they, prior to being placed on leave.
Okay. And, from more broadly, from an operational standpoint, again, we're looking at the HUD audit, which predates all of us in these positions, the OIG audit, and the internal auditor's findings, which all suggest some real weaknesses in internal controls that obviously are shaking confidence of residents. What governance changes, what are the major governance changes that you've made or are making to help restore that confidence for folks looking at this and saying, oh, there continue to be audits finding substantial weaknesses in systems and processes. What are the major changes being made that should help restore that confidence?
So I'll say governance changes I won't speak to, but as far as staffing, is audits being done timely, which means since this administration came in every year, the audits are being done. And then that way, when the audits are done, you can stay on top of anything, not having any surprises. This team came into 3 years worth of audits not done. So it was no surprise that fiscal year 24, we're going to have the same findings because nothing was done on the other audits because no one knew what to do. Also, standard operating procedures have been put in place. More routine meetings with OFM staff and the department heads are going to be going on to look at reviews. So a lot of new policies have been put in place, SOPs and policies. But as far as governance, I mean, I'm assuming governance is something regulation or statutorial and no changes there.
I mean, you answered my question. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, operations. I want to make sure we don't minimize what you just said. Getting audits done is, unfortunately, from where things were, a big leap. Getting caught up on the audits, that stuff took a lot of work. Agency is in a much better position now than it was even just a couple of years ago. And it is still important that we understand that that's like better than before is not the measuring stick for today. And then there's an issue that I hear a lot about, which is just conduct and responsiveness. One of the things we spoke about earlier in this hearing was how much people have to, like, the communication issues. I was overwhelmed by just what are just communication issues today. And that's something I'm really going to press on in the budget hearing, because I want to make sure we say, okay, we saw some clear indications today at this hearing that there were some issues. We've made some corrections, and so my hope and expectation is that there are going to be some changes there. In terms of residents who feel, and we heard from several of them today, that DCHA staff feel dismissive or adversarial, how do you track that? How are you working to improve that?
So, when we get complaints, we talk to the directors and the managers and the staff with regard to those complaints, right? It is disturbing, but it's hard to confirm, obviously, unless you're videotaping it. I mean, staff tell us that no, that the clients are the ones that are being rude and disrespectful and disruptive. So what we're going to do, though, particularly ACVP, because we know that there are challenges there, and that's where most of our complaints are coming from. And so we're going to be doing some more training now that we've gotten to the point, and I'm not making excuses here, that we've gotten to the point where of 100% utilization. Like I indicated earlier, we need to pivot now to becoming more accountable and more efficient in what we do. And that's going to include training, more customer service training. We do surveys, and the surveys came back at 90% positive. So that's a good sign. I think we should also use that as one of the training tools with the staff. So, again, unless you're there, you don't see it, but we do hear about it once in a while. But also have heard some good stuff too. People have written us, giving staff, compliments with regard to the services they've been getting. So we're going to monitor going forward. We're going to look at more customer service training because it's real and it's there, and we need to be able to deal with it.
Okay. One of the things I try to do is make sure we are fair with the agency. I don't want, the people who are really doing the work, you all included, but a lot of folks who are not at this hearing who work for DCHA are working really hard. And I want to make sure it doesn't feel like their work or progress goes unnoticed. And I want to make sure we don't ignore the troubling reports that we hear as well. The escalation protocols for urgent cases or people who can't get through, are those protocols written? Should they be written? Like how should people know about how to escalate their issues if they're not getting a response or if they feel like they're being dismissed?
Well, so we use the escalation protocol, meaning like when people write to me directly because they haven't gotten anything from one of my staff members. So we're pretty consistent with tracking down staff and making sure that people take care of things. Now, in terms of a written protocol of how to escalate, it depends on what area it's in, right? And so we'll take a look at that with regard to how it should be done and when it should be done. And also probably need to do something with the webpage with regard to how you can escalate things to a particular email or so for instance, our ombudsman, Wayne is sort of that escalation person, right? People know how to find him. And so we probably need to advertise it a little more, make it a little more prominent. But also, I got to tell you, that was one of the reasons why I brought everybody back to work in a place so they could find us. Because at the last minute, at least if people aren't responding, you know where to find us to come see us. And that was one of the reasons why I brought everybody back to work, because the thing was nobody was answering the phone and nobody was around.
Yeah.
And so the goal was, okay, now guys, we're gonna have to be accountable. We're gonna be visible. Come see us at 7:02. You know where to find us now. So if they're not getting a response, at least that's the last resort, but they know where to find us. But in the interim, we do need to do better at escalation.
It is, I'll ask at the budget hearing if you moved ahead with putting escalation on
Okay.
the webpage. For residents, for residents who feel like they are not being respected, is there training for staff? And for staff who maybe feel like they are being disrespected and put in a difficult space, is there training for staff?
So we're going to be doing more training for staff. We've trained staff before. We're going to be doing more training for staff, given the issues and the volume of complaints that are coming in. So.
You said you've done training for staff to deal with the volume of things coming in? I'm sorry. I missed what you said.
We're going to do more training given the volume of complaints that are coming in now.
Okay.
But we have had customer service training before since we've been here, just so you know.
Okay. I thought I remembered that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is for like a voucher application or the RFTA packets, what's the communication with tenants and landlords when they have an issue? How do they know what to do, where to go if they have an issue with those?
So when a participant family has an issue, question, excuse me, has a question regarding thereafter, they contact the housing specialist. If the issue cannot be resolved, if it's not a participant issue, it's something with the landlord, the housing specialist contacts the landlord to get the issue resolved. Excuse me.
How do they know to contact the housing specialist?
So once the family receives a voucher, they attend a briefing and they get the information in terms of how the program works, points of contact, and some time as to each step in the LISA process.
And if the housing specialist isn't responsive, what happens?
If the housing specialist does not respond, like Mr. Pettigrew said, they escalate to the supervisor, normally straight to him, and he trickles it down. But the families know to contact the next level. They'll contact the customer service center. Customer service center would contact the housing specialist and copy the supervisor or manager.
And how do they know to do that?
Again, back to the initial briefing, my team gives the families contact information, also their information, but also we have information on the website as to who, if there's an issue, they could contact Wayne Waller. And he'll trickle down that information back to us, the ACVP staff.
Where on the website would I find that if I wanted to look to make sure like it makes sense to the average person?
Contact page. That would be in the contact.
Okay, so I don't doubt that the ombudsman's information is there, but I'm trying to figure out how somebody knows that's who I should go to. Like, you know, I'm hearing a lot of concerns about non-responsiveness, and so I want to make sure at least people know where to go if they feel stuck, because there's a lot of people who seem like they get stuck for months.
Yeah, and as Director Pettigrew said, we need to update it. So we'll look at it in wording in different sections, and then also in the paperwork section when they're providing it, we'll make sure it also has other contacts on there as well. So we'll look at the webpage and update it to make it more clear.
Okay. I've heard concerns about the ombudsman, which concerns me, and I've heard concerns from my staff about the ombudsman as well, which concerns me a lot more. So I want to flag that as something to look at. But please do look at the escalation clarity so that people know where to go. I mean, that's one thing the agency can do to help people get unstuck. What still on responsiveness, you know, DCHA reports that wait time for the call center is 15 minutes, which is a lot of time, but it's down significantly.
It's come down quite a bit.
It was days. So it's really good to see the improvement. I still frequently hear from residents saying no one from DCHA has called them back. What's the standard for returning voicemails or messages that come in?
Voicemails. It's different.
Where's that? Yeah, he's sure real quick. Let me take.
We both are walking up because it is a partnership with our customer service department. We have staff have to return calls within 48 hours. We try to do 24. Realistically, it's about 48 hours. Also, I wanted to add about escalation and how they know who to contact. A lot of times when they call our call center, they are given the information on who to contact. At the same time, our call center, if they cannot contact the specialist, we have this thing that's created called a CIS ticket, and it goes to that assigned specialist, and they have 24 hours to follow up with the client. If that ticket is not closed, it's escalated to that specialist supervisor. If the supervisor does not address it, it's escalated to the manager. And from there, I get a report from my customer engagement department to my level as a deputy director of any tickets that have not been closed out from the call center.
Okay. Are you filling in something too? Or is that good? Okay. Okay. So if that process works, then I shouldn't get folks reaching out to me saying that they don't get return calls. How confident are you in that process that it's triggering? Like, how do you know if a call hasn't been returned?
It's measured, but I will swap with Ms. Robinson on that because she keeps those reports for us.
Okay.
Good evening, Cheryl Robinson, Director of Customer Engagement. We have a lot of reports. We are data-driven from the call center perspective, and we feed multiple departments. The Housing Choice Voucher Program happens to be 90% of our calls. So most of the time, 90% of the time, our call agents can actually resolve the matter at that initial touch point. So there's no ticket, there's no moving the customer around. We've done a wonderful job at training them and getting them armed to answer those questions. I would say that we do have to provide a report to the deputy directors level on the voucher side of all of the tickets that are outstanding. It goes by every week. We send them this report. They can see exactly which tickets have not been addressed, but every call is recorded too. So let's say, for instance, a customer calls and says, I haven't heard from them in 2 weeks. We can actually track that call and actually see if in fact that they did in fact return the call. A lot of our customers will say that they have not gotten a return call, but we can actually see that they did in fact get a return call.
Okay. So I still want to make sure I understand how it works. So if I call, and how do you find out that I called? Like 3 days later?
We actually have a report.
So you have to go look for it.
Well, we run reports all the time. So we actually can see multiple calls. We see duplicate calls. We track all of that. So if you, for instance, call us, we can track you. We have a voicemail that records every call, and we can tell if in fact you did call. The other good news about the software that we have is it alerts us if we receive 3 calls from the same number.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And no alert if a call has not been returned, but you run reports that would tell you this call came in 3 days ago and there's not been a return.
And it hasn't been addressed from a perspective of us understanding the full life cycle of every call. Now, what ACVP does a good job at is they now notify us when staff are out. Okay, so we don't transfer calls to any staff that we know are out, for instance, if we have to escalate it to the next level.
Yeah.
But again, 90% of our calls we're addressing at that initial touch point. So I know as customers will say, I never got a call back, I didn't get a call back. So we try to research it to find out, did in fact the staff call back? And we can actually see that the staff called back because every call is recorded.
Okay. You know I'm gonna call, right?
No, call me.
You know I'm
No,
gonna call, right?
no, call because we're not perfect. We're making strides, and our executive director has given us the charge to improve our customer experience, not just customer service. And to do that, it's just going to take some time, right? But at the same time, we've made some significant improvements, in my opinion.
Okay.
And I will say this, when they initially reported that the numbers were coming down, I didn't believe them. So we had secret shoppers to go check it out. Cause I'm like you.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, check this out for real before we put this out here, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. I have no doubt it's moved in the right direction and is moving. I've got to always try to reconcile what I'm hearing from folks at the hearings and outside the hearings with what I'm hearing from agencies. Because folks hold me accountable too. Could you also send as a follow-up to a hearing the materials that a tenant gets at the briefing? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Want to move to recent shifts in policies, starting with security deposits. So my understanding is that DCHA has stopped covering security deposits effective January 9th. Is that right?
So that's correct. We are no longer funding because we're out of funds for that security deposit account. So we put a budget aside. That budget is exhausted.
Yeah, blown through.
And that budget was for the fiscal year?
It is, both sides. So the local one, we had a budget, and the federal, we had a budget.
Okay.
Mm.
And will that get replenished?
Next fiscal year, most likely. Well,
Okay.
again, we hope, depending on the budget from HUD, but we're hopeful that we can put some aside. The
Okay.
dollar amount, we're not sure
Yeah,
yet.
remember now, we leased up about 2,000 vouchers this year, so they blew through it.
Okay. Oof. So if you have a voucher, you got to figure out how to get that security deposit amount.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How do you give notice to folks that the funds are close to being depleted?
This is the first year it happened. So yes, Noelle can come up.
Hi, repeat the question.
Yes. How do you notify residents that the security deposit funding is close to being depleted?
So, like she said, this is the first year where it has been depleted. And we did post on our owner portal and publicly on our website that security deposits would pause as of January 9th. And that's been literally the first time we've done it. I mean, ideally, it makes sense to have said something prior, but as we're monitoring the funds and looking and seeing how we're going through for the fiscal year, and projecting out the funds, we could, probably say something earlier, but by January, we knew that any additional security deposits for families that are moving for the month of January, we'll be able to cover. And so January 9th was the cutoff. So anyone moving February, March, or in the future months of 26, we knew we won't be able to cover.
When was that notice put out?
The 9th of January 26.
Okay. My understanding is that there are some folks who had already moved in and then were told that.
So anything that came in as of the 9th were honored. So anyone that had submitted documentation to the Housing Authority for security deposit, we honored it.
Okay. Is there an approval? Like, do you get approved for it?
So on the local side, you guys actually approved the budget for.
The individual.
Request.
Yeah.
It's the request by the individual.
So if I want money for my security deposit.
Yes, so it has to be submitted, the form has to be submitted with the RAFTA package.
Okay.
To say, hey, I've selected this landlord, I need the assistance. We provide the assistance on a 2-year cycle for individual family. So if I receive assistance this year, for instance, I wouldn't be eligible again for security deposits until 2028, right?
When I submit.
But when it comes in with the paperwork.
Okay.
So it has to be at the forefront.
And so is there just like one broad approval, or is there an approval of the security deposit piece?
It's approval of the security deposit.
Okay. Are there folks who were approved for the security deposit but then didn't get it?
No, we honored the security deposits or the documentation that came in as of the 9th.
Okay. If I have people who reach out to me, I'm not 100% clear on the details of when they submitted stuff, but if somebody reached out to me and has sort of, they've been approved for this and then we're told the money was out, can we send that to you?
Yes, definitely. And just to clarify, you may have submitted a RAFTA, but if you didn't submit the RAFTA with the form, then that's what we're talking about. So someone can say, I submitted the RAFTA before January 9th, but if you didn't submit the form with the RAFTA at that time, then it wouldn't have been honored either. But if you submitted the form, it was cut off on January 9th. So if you get anyone that submitted the form in the RAFTA process that was before the 9th, yes, please send to us.
Okay, thank you. And the rent increase pause, DCHA announced in December that it's pausing all rent increases indefinitely. When was that decision made and why?
So the why piece, I'll let you know when, but the why piece is because we don't have the budget yet from HUD. And as our director said, we heard that we would have some cuts to the budget. So generally since we're 102, probably at that time, 104% leased up on the voucher side, you had to start making some decisions of either stopping the rent increases, or it could have been meaning that if you didn't have the funding, you'd have to pull vouchers back. So
When do you get your budget from HUD?
we don't have it yet either. Yet as of to date. We're hoping we get it maybe in May. So it's late this year, but we're hoping May that we get it. But we already received the one letter that we wouldn't get any increase in funds, which last year they gave us 12.5, and we weren't even leased up as much as we're leased up now. So now we're balancing.
What does that mean you don't have your budget from HUD? How are you operating?
So what they've done is the continuing resolutions. So each month, they told us like January, February, March, we're going to give you X amount. So we're just operating month to month on what they say that they will provide to us. When the fiscal year 26 budget comes out, then we'll know what the total amount for that year is. So they've been giving us at least 2 months in advance to say, this is how much we're going to give you this month, the next month, the next 3 months.
Okay.
So that's how we've been operating.
Immigration status. So HUD issued a nationwide directive in 2025 requiring all public housing authorities to verify citizenship of residents in subsidized housing. DCHA sent notice to providers at 23 mixed finance sites requiring immigration verification documents from voucher holders. Many people who read about this in the media believe that there was a reminder sent on February 12th. I think a lot of folks understood when that came out that the February 12th letter was the first communication, but DCHA clarified that that was not the first notice, and that it was in that is that correct? Like this was a 2025 policy?
No, that's it.
There's been an overall HUD directive that we need to verify our files on citizenship status, right? So there's a long-term requirement that's been on the books for decades that the folks that we serve in our federal program need to be eligible for those programs, in terms of they either need to be citizens or they need to be eligible non-citizens. And we also have what are called mixed status families, meaning that we can serve families that have folks that are both eligible and ineligible for subsidy, and we prorate their assistance, basically. Okay. But we need to sort of verify our files to make sure that we've documented them appropriately and prorated assistance for any families that fall into that mixed status family.
Okay.
So this was part of that endeavor. We started that endeavor in approximately September of 2025 to verify our files, basically.
As Amy mentioned, so the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980 establishes declaration, or the Section 214. 214 indicates that there are certain people who can receive federal housing. So those are citizens or eligible non-citizens, as mentioned. So in September, we started doing a review of our records and started reaching out to the property managers at the mixed finance sites. So the February 12th memo was not the first notification, it was a reminder.
Okay.
Our area managers have been working with the mixed finance sites throughout the months, and so October, November, December, to get certain information. So as we were getting closer to our HUD deadline, I sent out a memo as a reminder.
we need the documentation. And I'm happy to say that all 23 sites actually provided documentation to us.
Okay, good. So, okay, so you're okay with HUD on this issue as of now?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean that 100% of households have successfully verified their citizenship or immigration status?
So what that means is we have the documentation. We're still going through, this is our week to go through all of the remaining documentation for verification
okay.
purposes.
And do you have any concern that any of the mixed status households will be incorrectly flagged as ineligible?
I don't have any concerns at this time, no.
Okay. Want to go back to rent reasonableness just for a minute. In the spirit of Councilmember Fruman. He has requested rent reasonableness rates by ward from 2022 to 2025. Is that right? Do you know?
He has sent us the request. I don't know if it's rent reasonable rates from then, because, go ahead.
He's asked kind of a multi-dimensional request. So yes, we are working on it. We got it on the 11th from him, and we're almost through doing all of the, I guess, the parts of what he's requested.
Okay, thank you. So we're interested in comparing these numbers to the rent control increases in that same time period to better understand the impact that current rent control exemption for tenant-based vouchers plays. You said you're almost finished with that data?
Yes, so we're now partnering with one of our contractors to verify additional information. But like I said, his request is not a simple request. It's like multidimensional on the request that he's asking. So I'm thinking at least we're in February, maybe about mid-March, he should have that.
Okay, yeah, it does not surprise me. And DCHA has hired housing locators and hosted meet and lease events to conduct on-site rent reasonableness checks and negotiate between landlords and prospective tenants. Have you seen a reduced number of applications denied on the basis of rent reasonableness?
Yeah, so from when we started in 2023, we've seen a great drastic difference since we've added the locators because like we said, they're licensed realtors. So they're able to actually go out into the open market and find comparables when landlords are asking for amounts that the housing program specialists themselves cannot approve at their level.
And what would it take for the agency to publish something about rent reasonableness that would give landlords some like initial understanding of whether the rent they want to charge is reasonable?
Yeah, I think that's difficult because first of all, the rents are only good for 30 days. So they allow them to come to the town halls. They can call in. We give the prospects numbers to call in. But again, with the market changing, comparables can change month to month, year to year. So it's difficult to give them a methodology.
Okay. All right, I want to move to some operations and administrative things, starting with resident commissioners. The Rental Act, which is now law, outlined the transition from the temporary star board to the permanent board, which includes 2 elected resident commissioners. Where are we on that process?
Where's Hammer?
Listen.
Yeah, turn off your music, Hammer.
I know, right?
That's
Good evening. So part of the requirement is that we have a third-party monitor that actually conducts the outreach, the getting the interest, informational meetings, doing the outreach, and then conducting the election. So we do have a third-party monitor that's on board. And so we're laying out, excuse me, a schedule to be able to start doing the informational sessions to inform all residents about the election and for them to have a chance to run or support.
Okay. And the elections are supposed to take place in Q2 of this calendar year.
Yes, so we're trying to get the first one done as quickly as possible, but allowing all of the time for, for the information to go out, for the campaigning, and then the second resident election to happen by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so you're going to do them separately?
Yes.
What's the reason for that?
That's how it was laid out in the Rental Act.
Oh.
Is that it needed to be done because I think it's for staggered terms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The 3-year recovery plan updates. DCHA is responsible for providing public written updates every 6 months on the progress of the executive director's 3-year recovery plan. The third update is expected this month.
It's posted on the website now.
Is it? Okay.
And obviously, we have to review it, but it's so much going on, so forgive us, but it is posted now on the website.
Okay. Excellent.
Did you get the 2-year impact report, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Want to talk through building conditions, for voucher holders. So the Attorney General recently announced a lawsuit against Sam Rajjulian for defrauding district housing subsidy programs. So his scheme preys on tenants for profit, filling buildings with voucher holders in order to charge rents above the rent stabilized amounts and letting these buildings fall into deep disrepair. What responsibility does DCHA have in ensuring that vouchers are used for safe sanitary units?
Well, I mean, and I think this sort of comes out in the lawsuit. I mean, first of all, I want to say that we've worked very closely with the OAG for the last year or two related to issues with respect to these properties, both in terms of the receiverships and helping to relocate our voucher holders to the extent that they were, residing in conditions that were not acceptable. So I just want to say that from the outset, because obviously we take this very seriously. But yeah, I mean, as you see from the lawsuit, it appears that the allegation is that they fixed up units so that they would pass our inspections, right? And, and then conditions would go downhill. And, this is, our responsibility, I mean, and we take these responsibilities very seriously. When we hear about these conditions, I think either Anton or Okisha talked about how, when we hear about these conditions, we schedule complaint inspections, we abate, not the mold, we abate the contracts, and we take action, we help reload, we work to, issue transfer vouchers to relocate our tenants. We take actions that are necessary to try to ensure that our tenants or participants can, live in safe conditions. And frankly, I think we've said this before, but, one of the challenges with this particular landlord has been identifying what units they actually own. And I think that's something that's present in the lawsuit. But when issues have arisen or, when we become aware that there may be issues with respect to particular landlords, whether it's calls from your office, publications in the paper, outreach from the OAG's office, we really do try to figure out if we've got voucher holders in these units. If we do, we may we schedule complaint inspections. We try to take actions to make sure that our participants are protected.
Sure. So I have to imagine DCHA receive complaints or red flags from tenants, from DOB or, from somewhere. How do they stay in these? I mean, I think if he wasn't getting rent, he probably wouldn't, undertake this scheme.
So I don't know why he understood. I mean, I can't speak to his motives or what happened. I mean, I can tell you that when we started looking into the number of folks that we had in his units, of active folks that we had in his units when the stuff started coming out about a year ago, we actually did not have a ton of voucher holders. I think a lot of them were actually rapid rehousing. And in our discussion, I mean, we're not actually our voucher holders.
Sure.
And as of the time that as of the date that the lawsuit was filed, I believe we had 3 or 4 voucher holders left in properties that the OAG believed he owned.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know if that, and we promptly sent out inspectors when the OAG gave us their list of remaining properties that he owns that are not in receivership to try to, so, I mean, we are, we are trying our very best to, address these as we learn of them. Most of these are LLCs that you don't necessarily know.
Yeah.
Right.
Are there required minimum bedroom sizes for voucher holders?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to have to turn to Anton or Akeisha to talk about what, if you're going to start asking me what those actual measurements are, I can't actually tell you what those are, but but there is a minimum bedroom size under the housing quality standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know the minimum bedroom size?
70 square feet.
Thank you.
That's what by what roughly? I don't know what a square foot is. I mean,
That's a queen size bed and cabinet.
Okay.
But 70 square feet, 70 by 10 by 7.
10 by 7. Okay. 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 And the inspectors don't or are not supposed to approve a unit if a bedroom doesn't meet that size.
That's correct.
Okay. How many failed inspections does it take, or what is the process for a landlord to be barred from participating in the voucher program?
So a landlord will have 2 opportunities or 3 opportunities, I'm sorry, for a failure. The first, if like Ms. Pompey mentioned earlier, if it's a non-life-threatening issue, they can have 15 to 30 days to rectify that issue. If it's life-threatening, no power, no water, and so on, that's a 24-hour violation. So if it's, let's talk about the non-life-threatening. Landlord will get an opportunity to fix that issue. We go back out, re-inspect. If it fails again, we give them another opportunity. Third failure, the unit goes into abatement, the family gets a voucher to move.
Okay.
So a landlord, so debarment, I'm sorry, thank you. So for a landlord to be debarred from the program, he or she would have to be a repeat offender, meaning they're defrauding the system, and the issues that the housing conditions they're providing to families are atrocious, and they're at the point where it's just consistent. It's not just one situation, because we could have a landlord who would have a unit that fails, doesn't necessarily mean they're bad.
Yeah. Okay. And let me touch on sort of culture. We heard a couple testimonies today. Um, and just the structure of the agency, what percentage of temporary, like term or probationary employees make the transition to career service employees? I think there's a 12-month probationary period. Is that right?
The probationary period is 12 months. I don't know if we know what percentage of, folks become permanent after that point.
The probationary, it differs on the union
Right.
side. So union side is 6 months, non-union is 12 months.
Okay. 12 months seems long.
That's what I said when they hired me. No, it's about the same thing. But that,
Doesn't Keith like to say you're still on probation? They're all still on probation?
yeah, I got that for a whole year.
Okay. So it's been that way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Which is not usually an answer I like, but that's, yeah. Okay. So in the first half of last year, DCHA reported more hires than terminations. From March 25 through July 25, though, there were 86 hires versus 46 terminations. And then in the latter half of the year, the trend reversed. And from August through December, there were 18 hires and 40 terminations. What's happening there?
That's a good question. I'm assuming that people are performance managing people. I don't think that people are sitting there targeting people. I've not heard of any targeting per se. And again, we want our managers to be able to manage and hold staff accountable because we do hear complaints about staff not doing what it's supposed to do. And if we don't do anything, I've heard residents too tell me, hey, you need to start firing people, And so, again, each individual case is an individual case, and we'll probably have to take a look at it. But, the reality is there's turnover, and some people just don't do what they're supposed to do. So I'm trusting the managers to be able to do the right thing with regard to their performance managing of their staff. But I really wouldn't be able to tell you why the shifts happen other than they have, without looking into it and talking to the specific managers about it.
Well, I'll add, we did have a hiring freeze too. So you're not going to see as many hires, but the terminations,
Yeah.
right. I see
Okay.
when he's saying the swap, we
Right.
stopped hiring, but we'd have to get back on the terminations.
Okay. There are some, I think these are contractors. There's some class of temporary workers that cause me a lot of concern. So temp contract employees for a number of positions, and I don't know if temp workers make more than the permanent workers, but there's some high salaries in here. Are temp workers on the same pay scale as permanent workers?
So the temporary workers are through the temporary agency. So generally that is higher because you've got to pay the agency their part, but the actual individual may not be getting that hourly amount.
Okay, so the contracted annual cost is not necessarily the salary.
That's correct.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna get a little deeper into that in our budget hearing.
Okay.
But that, and there are a couple overtime where there are a few folks making more in overtime than their total earnings. And so I'm gonna go through that during the budget hearing. Also do want to flag the looking at the agency's organizational chart. That's where I counted the well over 100 vacancies. Is that accurate, that all the vacancies on the org chart?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Is there? All right, we'll get into that during the budget hearing. But I do want to understand the vacancies. Yeah, thank you. How come the vacancies aren't posted?
Because we're not funding for housing.
We're feeding right now.
You don't have the budget.
Yeah.
You gotta have
We
budget.
know what
to
our
be able
budget
to-
is.
All right.
Ooh, okay. All right, I want to run through, final thing is the, SMART goals. So, the first SMART goal for and you've done yours on by calendar year. So the first SMART goal, we're going to, looking back for 2025, was increasing public housing occupancy to 87%. Agency was at 85.7%. DCHA increased occupancy, but did not, almost met the target. So how is it that you are at 87% occupancy where we have a 40,000 plus person waiting list that's closed? How do we?
40, which
For the
voucher or public housing?
Public housing occupancy.
No, public.
They don't have 40,000.
Yeah, it's about
Public housing.
No, it's 1,000 now, right? Yes.
The public housing wait list is currently at 650 applicants.
Okay, I'm confusing that with the voucher
Yeah.
wait list. Okay. Okay. How many public housing units are there total? Like in any, like even the ones that are going to be demolished, what have you?
7,704.
Okay. How many units are offline for redevelopment?
Well, we
Or
have a total offline unit. These are HUD approved offline, so they could be demolition disposition or under modernization, and it's 1,827.
okay, thank you. And how many are offline to be like rehabbed and leased to be occupied?
So again,
Not offline. How many are vacant?
767.
767. Okay. So goal for calendar year 2026 is to increase public housing occupancy to 89%. What do you need to do anything differently? That's not a big leap, but do you need to do anything differently to get from where you are now, 85.7% to 89%?
No, I believe we're going to surpass the 89%. I wanted to make it an attainable goal. We'll be opening up the site-based wait list, so that's going to definitely help us this year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Second SMART goal is to increase the federal the Housing Choice Voucher Program HCVP utilization to 90%. This was a goal, so this was last year.
Last year,
yep. You achieved that goal, met that utilization target, which is great. One of the pieces relevant to this, though, that we hear a lot about is how quickly families are moving into housing. So how many vouchers expired unused last year?
No.
I had to get back to
Yeah, we can get
Yeah,
back to you. We
Yeah.
tracked it
Yeah.
though. We'll get that back to you.
Okay, because I mean, really good meeting the goal. And it is important to residents that the lease up times continue to improve. So I want to make sure we're not missing that piece. SMART goal 3 for last year, 2025, was decrease average time for voucher issuance to lease up to 75 days. Didn't meet this goal. Average time for federal vouchers is 92 days. Local voucher average is 100 days. This is a pretty resident-facing metric. what are the, I think one of my colleagues asked something along these lines, but what key factors prevent the agency from meeting that 75-day lease-up target?
So we can say for the last year, it was the influx of the lease up that we did. So the team ended up doing 4,000, processing 4,000 vouchers and moving, and we haven't seen that pace. I think we were the highest housing authority out there this year to lease up the most vouchers. So that pace, we just, staff versus the number we were doing, we kept it at 95. So although we didn't meet the goal of 75, that's the reason why we remained at the 90, 95.
Okay. And how many vouchers do you have for this year?
We only have about 100,
50 left
oh,
on the street.
150.
Yeah.
Okay, 150 left.
What happens after those 150 years?
You're going in just to continue, well, if you don't have the funding, you don't have any new vouchers. So now you're just maintaining the ones that are already housed through your recertification process.
For the SMART goals for this year, for 2026, you don't, you remove the lease up one. Is that the reason?
Right, because they're fully utilized, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we discussed the first SMART goal for this year, which is increasing public housing occupancy to 89%. The second one is eliminating the backlog of recertifications. Current outstanding recertifications, there are 908 for the federal program, 1,046 for the local program. What's the what will they, how do you eliminate the backlog?
So right now, we've got some contractors helping out and again with the staff. So now that we have leased up, so let me just go back. So the backlog when we came in of November 23rd was about 4,000 backlog. So 4,000, I don't remember how many we got now. So they got through a few thousand in addition to, leasing up another 4,000 people, right? So the goal now is, since we only have 150 vouchers on the street, all the staff can put their attention now to the backlog and to keep up with recertifications.
Okay. So what do you realistically expect the backlog to look like by the end of this year?
Hopefully 0. I mean, that's the goal. It really is the goal. I mean, think about it. We've gotten through 3/4 of it already in 2 years.
Yeah.
And that's with the massive lease up activity.
Okay.
So now that we're pretty much fully leased up, like Nicole said, the staff's going to now pivot and work on the backlog so we can get everybody caught up.
Okay. And third SMART goal, increase percentage of recertifications processed within 60 days of the recertification date. You're currently at 60%, target is 75%. Do the same folks who work on this one should move pretty substantially as well because of the lack of vouchers. Is that right?
That's
Okay.
yeah, that's the belief.
And but it's two parts to it, right?
Yeah.
So the team can do their work, but also we need individuals to make sure they're completing a full package and providing it to us, so.
Okay. All right. I hope this means, a lot of the delays and things that we heard about today will get addressed because of capacity. The fourth and final SMART goal is that for this year is active shooter training for 80% of police officers, as well as for civilians. For this one, Chief, good to see you. Civilians, is this like residents or the safety officers under the?
They have a program established by the federal government. It's called Run, Hide, or Fight.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to teach to the civilians. traditional active shooter for police officers is something different from that.
Okay. And why is that a focus this year?
People ask about it.
Okay.
It's a concern.
Oh, for
Something
what?
at the Smithsonian we did all the time. It's an established program, and people are concerned. Just teaches you some different non-traditional ways that you think might have at your disposal with all other than the notoriety associated with all the violent crime across the country.
Okay. So residents ask for this or
No,
safety officers?
Employees.
Okay. And do you have the resources to get this done? Have a plan to get this done?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. When do you expect it'll be done?
Well, we do active shooter training for the police officers every year. For the staff, we already have it. We have the program established, just tweaking it. So we're gonna do like 3 sessions just to make sure we can capture everybody. So that'll be it. We'll start maybe April, the first session, but we'll get it to squared away.
Okay.
I'm very confident in that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we'll touch on this more in the budget, but vacancies, I think I actually was talking about my team about this yesterday, and I can't remember. Vacancy, you have a number of vacancies.
36.
Okay. Do you have a hiring freeze as well?
Yes.
Okay. Let me touch on one last thing that I didn't hit on clearly enough, and it came up from witnesses, and so I want to make sure we take this head on, which is this notion of retaliation. What's your response to what we heard today on that?
Yeah, I mean, again, we've heard it, but it's never been brought to us. When we do hear about issues, we tell people to go report it to HR. So what we've done, we've had an issue previously before where, staff, alleged that they were being retaliated against. We report it to HR so that way HR can now investigate it and deal with it. And that's how we handle it.
Yeah. Okay.
But we do investigate. I mean, look, if we have, we have policies on this, we have anti-harassment policies, we have, we have a variety of policies on this. And HR does investigate these kind of complaints when they receive them. So, I mean, we need enough specificity to investigate.
Sure.
And, but if if HR receives them, they do investigate.
Okay. This is one I'm struggling with figuring out how to handle, because I mean, I do have people reach out to me that say they have concerns, but then they don't want to tell me the concerns because they say they're afraid of retaliation, which leaves me without enough information to investigate. But I take the concern seriously.
I mean,
I would say we echo the same concern, but if we don't know
Right.
what to look for, if we
Right.
haven't heard about it, there's not much we can do.
right. I mean, look, if, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if someone won't come forward and report something, it's very hard for us to investigate it. And, we believe, we have a management obligation to do that. And, I think that sometimes, I don't know what else to say, I don't know what else to say. If we don't have any kind of facts or any kind of, names, we don't know what to do. I don't know what else we can do, right?
And Mike,
The other thing too is that, most of our employees are union employees.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are being retaliated against, the president of the union is not shy about filing grievances.
Right.
And so that's another avenue for staff to go. Now, on management staff, it may be a little different, but that's when we send them HR. But the union folks, I mean, Mr. Gilliam is not afraid to file a grievance. So I would hope that they would use the union.
Okay.
And I would also, I'm sorry. I mean, I also want to say, the union staff have a lot of protections too, right? If there are grievances, right? I mean, they also have a lot of protections from.
That's what we say, go to the
as
union.
well. Yeah.
I think those are all the questions I have. Want to thank all of our witnesses, public witnesses, the agency, and to you, Director. And want to mention to the public, for anybody who was not able to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. So anyone interested may submit additional testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or call 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 2 weeks from today on Wednesday, March 11th. If anyone is listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. This concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 7:45 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.